Chapter 1101. Thanks for listening. What did you enjoy this video? Helen's eyes snapped open to their fullest extent, disbelief flooding her expression. To catch up on the rest of the series. Inside her mind, I'll be back with the next part soon. Stay tuned. Her father never taught her? When was the last time someone had spoken to her like this? No, had anyone ever spoken to her like this? Not even Emperor Ghassan dared to be so brazen. Even in the midst of their battles, he still addressed her as Lady Helen. Robin saw the madness in her eyes and immediately realized his mistake. Sorry, he offered weakly. Sorry. Helen narrowed her eyes, her voice laced with venom. So I did hear correctly. Sha. Without hesitation, she extended her index finger toward him, a gray beam shot toward him at high speed. I'll send the rest of my followers to claim Néhari after I'm done with you. I'll make sure they reduce everything and everyone you know to dust. This beam was much faster and sharper than before. Damn it, at least try to negotiate with me, you lunatic. Robin roared in frustration. Up to this moment, he felt like the crazy one. He had brought less than half of his army to this war, yet in front of this woman, he was the only one who seemed remotely sane. Grr. Desperation set in. Robin tried to break free using the laws of space and time, but it was futile. Against such absolute power, he had nothing that could counter it. Except for Master Spacetime. But if he attempted to invoke Spacetime while being crushed under Helen's monstrous might, he had no idea whether the 23 remaining foundations would be enough fuel. The first few foundations were always weaker than the later ones. The difference between the first 23 and the 7 between 24 and 30 was like night and day, that's not mentioning the foundations above level 30. What would happen if he burned through all of them? Would he turn into a mortal and be swallowed by a sea of hellfire down there? Or would Helen simply seize him again like it was nothing? No other choice. Robin clenched his teeth and poured a faint stream of energy into the spacetime tattoo etched onto his skin. Whether he lived or died, he refused to let this psychotic bitch have her way. But just as his energy surged, crack-um, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a dirge of the Devourer's body, tore through the sky and intercepted the gray beam in an explosive clash. And then, a thunderous voice boomed across the battlefield, "Stop trying to kill my future owner." Boom. The resulting shockwave sent Robin flying back once more, trying his best not to fall into the sea of lava as his injuries worsened. Helen scoffed. Without a word, she raised her hand again. This time, all 5 fingers pointed toward Robin. 5 gray beams. 5 death sentences. Crack, crack. But 5 colossal lightning strikes shot down in response, clashing against the beams. And at that very instant, 5 more bolts struck Helen's shadowed form. Her defenses trembled. Have you activated the second tier of planetary defense? For the first time, a flicker of shock appeared on Helen's darkened face. I warn you, she continued. The power of this projection has already surpassed the power of a normal world cataclysm. This is something you cannot handle. If you continue using this level of force, you will drain your consciousness and weaken your control over the planet's body to a dangerous degree. That means you'll either be forced into a deep slumber, or you'll be annihilated entirely. Is that really worth the risk? A booming laugh echoed from the sky. Who else is more worthy than him? Néhari's planetary spirit responded without hesitation. Do you have any idea how excruciating it is to wait for a proper owner? Crack-um. A thunderstorm erupted above Helen, growing impossibly dense. The black clouds overhead were no longer just clouds, they had become solid masses, thick enough to sit on. And the multicolored lightning surging within them writhed like a box of venomous serpents. Every second, 1 or 2 leaped down toward their target. Crack, crack. More and more bolts rained down, their impact growing stronger. And finally, boom. Helen's back defenses shattered. No matter, then. I want to see what the young belt is truly capable of. Helen raised her hand and casually waved it toward the storm. Shoo, shoo. 5 distinct beams pierced through the dense storm as if it were made of nothing more than cheese, carving through the chaotic clouds with ease. The violent tempest began to wither, rapidly shrinking until it was on the verge of vanishing completely. Crackle. But the planetary spirit of Néhari refused to relent. A new storm was already forming. Rumble. And from below, the sea of magma trembled violently. Then, without warning, massive chains of molten rock erupted from its depths, twisting and writhing like fiery serpents. They shot up, wrapping tightly around the dark shadow's legs and snaking their way upward, seeking to bind her. Humph. Helen merely flicked her wrist. A gray wind surged downward. The fiery chains, once glowing with immense heat, crumbled into dust. No matter. Helen's voice remained eerily calm. For some reason, all of you seem to think I should abide by the rules you've set. Her eyes flickered with contempt. The ant believes he can negotiate with me. And you, a mere pathetic planetary spirit, think you can stop me just because I want the planet and think that I wouldn't dare harm you. Her lips curled into a cold smirk. Think again. Then, she swung her left hand in a crescent arc. A devastating gray beam tore through the air, erasing an entire quarter of the magma sea before continuing onward, set to consume the entire middle region. What? Néhari's planetary spirit screamed in alarm. Crack, crack. 2 colossal mountains rose from the ground, materializing just in time to intercept the devastating attack. At the same time, the second storm had fully formed, and just like before, it attacked from above. Crack-um. Ho, ho, Robin exhaled shakily. Good planetary spirit, good planetary spirit. His voice was barely audible. His body swayed unsteadily in midair, still struggling to recover from the sheer force of the battle raging before him. His heart pounded like war drums. The battle unfolding before his eyes was not just an ordinary clash, it was the kind of battle that could decide the fate of an entire world. Without a doubt, if this shadow had descended upon planet Jura, and if Jura's planetary spirit had tried to resist in the same way, the result would have been catastrophic. Jura wouldn't have lasted even the first few exchanges. Its lands would have been sundered, its oceans boiled away, and its spirit annihilated before it even had the chance to understand what she was fighting. The sheer size and energy reserves of Néhari were its greatest weapons. Robin clenched his fists as he continued watching, his body tense with anticipation. Every flicker of energy, every bolt of lightning, and every violent impact felt like a ticking clock counting down toward an inevitable conclusion. Then, he muttered under his breath, his voice barely a whisper. "This isn't good." The lightning bolts hammering down upon the shadow were losing their strength. The planetary spirit's reactions to Helen's relentless attacks were slowing, its movements growing less precise, less fierce. Even the shadow, though its attacks had slightly weakened, remained in far better condition than its opponent. This battle wouldn't last another minute. Robin could already see it. The planetary spirit was faltering, she wouldn't be able to keep up. And the shadow, for all its power, wasn't suited for prolonged warfare against an equal, it was designed to strike down weaker armies. This had become a battle of endurance. Whoever lasted until the final moment would win. And from the looks of it, shoo! A piercing gray beam of energy shot toward the southern region of the planet, cutting through the storm like a blade slicing through paper. Boom, boom, boom. The beam streaked across the sky and disappeared beyond the horizon in mere seconds. Robin's truth eye flared to life, locking onto the impact point with razor-sharp focus. Over 1,000 miles away, the planetary spirit had barely managed to intercept the attack. And yet, even that last-minute defense wasn't enough to stop the devastation left in its wake. That attack had erased everything in its path. Not just the landscape, mountains, forests, entire ecosystems had been wiped from existence as if they had never been there at all. Robin's breath caught in his throat. His fingers twitched. The planetary spirit was trying to destroy the shadow. But the shadow was trying to destroy the planet. "You insane witch!" Robin roared, his voice filled with raw fury. "Did you forget why you're even here? You're supposed to conquer Néhari, not destroy it." He had been holding back his frustration, trying to stay focused on the battle, but this was beyond reckless. If this continued, there wouldn't be a planet left to conquer. Shoo! Before he could say anything else, Helen turned toward him, her expression blank, almost disinterested. Then, with a casual flick of her hand, a gray beam shot straight toward him. Robin's instincts screamed at him to move. Shit! He twisted his body and launched himself sideways, pushing his speed to its absolute limit. But he wasn't fast enough. The attack was already upon him. His heart pounded. Crack-um! A blinding lightning bolt, crackling with raw power, tore through the sky and intercepted the beam just inches before it could hit him. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Robin stumbled back, his breaths ragged and uneven. Ha! Ha! He exhaled sharply, his mind racing. No, this wasn't going to work. If things continued like this, the Dark Shadow would destroy the planet before he even had the chance to claim victory. Before he even had the chance to enjoy it. I have to do something. His hands clenched tighter, his nails digging into his palms. He had been watching, analyzing, calculating, but watching alone wasn't enough. He needed to act, to do something, anything. A deep, resonating hum filled the battlefield. A series of silver soul portals began to open around Robin, shimmering like liquid metal, pulsating with untamed, otherworldly energy. Chapter 1102. A series of shimmering silver soul gates began to open around Robin. Ray-arg. Fu. Hiss. A large number of silver-colored martial emperors and beastly warriors emerged from the portals. If Pythor or any Imperial Guard had been present, they would have recognized them instantly. Marshal Lunta and Marshal Snite, the three-horned, twin-tailed mammoth, the saber-fanged tiger, and many more of Robin's soul creatures had arrived. In the battle that had just concluded moments ago, Robin had completely exhausted his soul units through two primary means. The first was summoning his soul creatures. Each of them required a significant number of units to manifest in the material realm. The second was sustaining and healing these creatures during combat. During the battle, Robin had expended over 70,000 soul units to summon all his creatures. Then, he used every last reserve he had to maintain their forms, ensuring they did not perish prematurely in combat against Pythor. Near the end of the fight, his supply had run dry, which led to the disappearance of many soul creatures. Initially, he had summoned 103 creatures, including the marshals and the Treefather. But by the time the dome had been sealed, their numbers had dwindled to barely 40. Before sealing the dome, Robin had directed his remaining soul creatures to carve a path for the demon army. They had remained by the army's side, defending the control zone alongside Richard, until the dome was finally shut. And what had happened to those 40 remaining soul creatures after the dome was sealed and the subsequent chain of explosions erupted outside? Every last one of them had reverted into pure soul force, which immediately returned to Robin's soul domain. In a sudden surge, he received a replenishment of 27,000 soul units. However, he had decided to hold on to them, treating them as a final trump card in case his plan against Pythor failed, and he was indeed planning to summon them to struck Pythor before Halak showed up. Now, he had summoned his most powerful soul creatures, except for Hovenheim. That one was simply too large a target, too easy to strike down. With newfound determination, Robin called out to Helen, Lady of Blood and Destruction, what you are doing defies both reason and wisdom. No one will emerge victorious this way. Turn back and leave. I do not wish for our enmity to deepen any further. Ka-cha. Helen flicked her hand, releasing 5 gray beams that obliterated another storm cloud. Then, she turned to look at Robin and his summoned beasts with a peculiar expression. There's no need to look so surprised, Robin spoke with unwavering confidence after seeing her reaction. I am, after all, a powerful soul master. Please, calm yourself, and let us talk. Perhaps there is a future where we both exist under the same sky without conflict. Heh. A half-smile tugged at Helen's lips. I truly am surprised. Surprised that you would speak of deepening hatred between us. What was your name again? Then, without waiting for a response, she turned her gaze downward and destroyed another wave of magma chains climbing up her shadowy form. Without hesitation, she flicked her wrist once more. Shoo! Another devastating crescent-shaped beam of destruction shot toward the northern region. Rage and embarrassment found their way onto Robin's face as his expression contorted with frustration. I am the one you are fighting against a planet spirit to reach. I am the one you would rather sacrifice a fragment of your own soul to stop than let me claim victory. You would rather destroy planet Néhari than let it fall into my hands. Remember me this time, I am Robin Burton. Are you still going on about that? Helen shot him a glance filled with disdain, her voice dripping with condescension. I am not fighting the planet's spirit for your sake, nor out of some noble cause. I am simply exhausting it before my new followers arrive. My minor destruction of the planet's surface serves the same purpose. If I truly wanted to destroy this world, I would have aimed downward instead of playing around. As for you, she continued, pointing a finger at him with casual arrogance, I only want to kill you to make things easier for the rest of my forces than they come. That way, they can come and collect the resources directly without having to engage in another pointless battle. I have no interest in waiting for the results of more insignificant skirmishes here. Her lips curled into a smirk. So stop thinking of yourself as something significant. You simply don't understand how I perceive you, do you? Robin clenched his fists but spoke with unwavering confidence. Whether you acknowledge it or not, I have already thwarted your plans in the mid-planetary belt. That alone proves I have enough weight to matter. Helen chuckled, her voice filled with amusement. Oh, hee. Let me put it in a way you might understand, just so you stop your endless prattling. Imagine I was watching a beetle fight. I placed my bets on a particular beetle, let's call it Pythor. But somehow, you, an unknown, insignificant beetle, managed to win the fight instead. That loss was an inconvenience to me and annoyance, but that's all it was. She leaned forward slightly, her mocking gaze pinning him in place. Now imagine me, slightly annoyed, wondering why my chosen beetle lost and what I can do to win my next bet. Suddenly, the beetle that won the fight starts buzzing around my head, making irritating victory noises, thinking it's somehow punishing me for betting on the other beetle. If you were in my position, wouldn't you be baffled? Wouldn't you question what that tiny creature thinks it's trying to achieve? Helen shook her head in amusement before delivering her final blow. And what do you think I would do to such an annoying, delusional beetle? I might laugh at its absurdity and leave it be. Or perhaps, I'd swat it out of existence with a flick of my finger and move on with my day. Or, if I were in an exceptionally good mood, I might pretend I never even saw it in the first place and continue planning my next bet. She let out a short, mocking laugh. And then, here's what you just did. You, a mere beetle, just summoned a swarm of gnats to fight me. If I hadn't just lost my previous bet, I might have burst out laughing. Now, do you finally understand how I see you? I seem to have forgotten your name again. Robin's pupils trembled wildly, his mind reeling from Helen's words. Her cruel analogy slammed into him like a physical blow, shaking his perception of himself and the battle entirely. Kaka. Bolts of lightning of various colors rained down from the forming storm, their presence making the very sky tremble. The planet spirit voice, thunderous and enraged, roared across the battlefield. Shut up. I'd bet that when you were at his level, you weren't even half as remarkable as he is. Humph, Helen scoffed, her expression unbothered despite the devastation around her. I understand that planetary spirits seek ideal hosts and will go to great lengths to protect them if they deem them worthy, but this is just pathetic. With a flick of her hand, Helen's shadow cleaved through half of the lightning bolts as if they were nothing. The remaining bolts struck the shadow directly, obliterating large portions of it, yet she did not seem fazed. Instead, she let out an irritated sigh. Tisk. No matter. Let's see how much longer you can hold on. Her annoyance was clear. Helen turned her focus back toward the planet's surface and resumed her assault. Though her shadow had grown smaller and was now riddled with gaping holes, the resistance from Néhari's planetary spirit had also weakened considerably. The once overwhelming storm of lightning and energy chains had lost much of its strength, their numbers thinning rapidly. If things continued in this direction, Helen would eventually succeed in her plan to push the planetary spirit into a deep slumber or even destroy its consciousness entirely. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Robin remained still, his eyes shaking, not from fear, but from the weight of everything he had just heard. Then, a voice calm yet resolute reached him. Do not despair. I do not know what pit she crawled out of, but your achievements are unprecedented for someone who has yet to step into the realm of a martial emperor. Do not let her shake your confidence. A few more seconds passed before Robin processed the words and finally reacted. He lifted his head slightly, a question forming in his mind. Spirit of Néhari, why are you speaking to me directly? Isn't that forbidden before you have a recognized master? Yes, I am the planet's spirit, Néhari, the voice replied, calm yet firm. But every law has its exceptions. You have seen me interact with the shadow and heard my voice before. Clinging to the law of non-communication in a situation like this would be meaningless. Robin's eyes flickered with realization. So you can do that? Néhari, I wonder if you can ignore another law as well. There was a pause before Néhari responded, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Which one are you referring to? Robin's gaze locked onto Helen's shadow, but unlike before, there was no hesitation, no uncertainty, only something new, something dark. Hatred. Killing intent. The law that prevents me from using more than 1,000 units at a time. Chapter 1103. Can you ignore the law that prevents me from using more than 1,000 soul units at a time? Robin's eyes blazed with hatred and a burning intent to kill as he locked his gaze on Helen. Robin did not need the planetary spirit's sympathy. He had already realized Helen's position and his own within mere moments. He undoubtedly understood what she meant. He realized just how insignificant he was in her eyes, just a mere beetle in the eyes of a human. But what was wrong with that? What was the problem if she tried to recruit the winning beetle to her side? What was wrong with showing a little respect for the winning beetle? Even if he didn't fight for her, at the very least, he wouldn't kill all the other beetles she was betting on. Even if he brought her no gain, he wouldn't take away all her profits from the beetle arena. And yet, she chose to belittle him, to act as though his very existence was a joke. I will show you. I will show you exactly what this beetle can do. Robin gritted his teeth so hard that his jaw ached. His mind was made up. Whether the planetary spirit, Néhari, permitted it or not, he had already set his sights on Helen. That law. Néhari's voice trembled slightly. The restriction preventing individuals from using more than 1,000 soul units at once was one of the strictest laws enforced within the young planetary belt. Violating it could have severe consequences. But she didn't hesitate for long. Fine. I will grant you permission to bypass this restriction, but only against the shadow of the cataclysm sealing cube. I will justify it as you assisting me in defending myself from destruction and taking full responsibility. But. She paused for a moment before continuing, her voice carrying a hint of doubt. What can you even do with these 20,000+ soul units? Do you even have a soul technique strong enough to wield that kind of force all at once? Robin remained silent for a brief moment, his gaze never leaving Helen's shadow. Then, he clenched his teeth and answered, 30 seconds. He inhaled deeply, his fists tightening as he suppressed his rising emotions. Hold out for 30 seconds, just 30 seconds, and leave the rest to me. Inside Robin's soul domain, Evergreen rushed toward Robin's manifested form, her expression filled with anxiety. Owner. What are you doing out there? The shadow has momentarily forgotten about you because of its battle with the planetary spirit. It's not restraining you anymore. Why aren't you escaping? If I try to run now, there's a good chance Néhari can prevent the shadow from targeting me directly. I could retreat toward the southern regions, and from there, I might be able to escape to another planet, Robin responded calmly. His pace did not slow. His mind was sharp. But then what? Evergreen blinked, momentarily caught off guard. You heard her through my ears, didn't you? Robin asked as he kept moving forward, his steps gaining momentum. If I leave now, Helen's shadow will succeed in causing mass destruction. A large portion of this planet will be obliterated. Néhari might even be wiped out completely before the shadow disappears. How could I possibly allow that? Evergreen scoffed, flying closer to him. Allow it? Why wouldn't you? This Néhari is just a consciousness, she snapped, exasperation lacing her tone. Let them destroy each other. What's the problem? This has nothing to do with you. Her voice grew sharper, more desperate. You only need to worry if the shadow tries to kill the planetary spirit itself. If the spirit perishes completely, the laws governing this planet will collapse, and it'll become nothing more than a dead rock drifting through space. But if only the planetary consciousness is wiped out, another one will form in a few thousand years. The shadow merely wants to prevent anyone from refining the spirit during that period. That woman, Helen, wants to stop others from refining even a fraction of Néhari's power and using it against her forces. That's all this is about. Evergreen darted ahead, spinning in front of him in a frantic attempt to block his path. Robin, just leave them to tear each other apart. This is their fight, not yours. You can regroup, rebuild your army, and prepare for what's coming next. If Pythor is the strongest warrior she has, then the rest of her forces won't be a problem for you. She grabbed onto his sleeve, trying to pull him back, but Robin's steps didn't falter. In fact, they quickened. I can't, he finally muttered, his voice low yet unwavering. The option to walk away no longer exists. What? Why? Evergreen let go of Robin's silver robe, her hands dropping to her sides as she stood frozen in shock. Her voice trembled with disbelief. What could you possibly gain from staying? No matter what happens, whether you succeed somehow or fail, you will end up losing something. Robin's eyes blazed with determination as his fingers clenched into fists, his entire body tensing as if to anchor himself to the battlefield. No, you're wrong, he muttered under his breath before looking straight into her eyes. If I win today, if I somehow destroy that fragment, I will gain something more valuable than anything else. Evergreen took an unconscious step forward, sensing the weight behind his words. And what is that? Robin's lips curled into a snarl as his fury erupted like a storm. My dignity. His voice boomed across the spiritual domain, shaking with raw emotion. That arrogant bitch. That self-righteous, condescending bitch. A beetle. Me, a beetle. To hell with that. To hell with everything. Oh no, no, no. This has become personal now. His rage coiled within him like a tempest, and with each passing second, the fire inside him burned hotter. Then, with decisive resolve, he marched forward into his soul domain, reaching a point where the air itself seemed to thrum with unseen power. Spreading his arms wide, he brought his hands together with a resounding clap. Bam! The ground beneath him trembled violently as if struck by a divine force. Cracks spread outward like jagged lightning bolts, crawling across the earth and even stretching toward the sky above his soul domain. Without hesitation, he raised his hand once more and struck the air with a second forceful blow. Bam! Everything within the affected area reacted instantly. The soul creatures that inhabited that section of his domain scurried in panic, fleeing for safety. Even the smallest of insects, worms, mosquitoes, and dust mites, rushed away in a desperate attempt to escape the growing catastrophe. And then, at the center of the now empty land, another manifestation of Robin emerged. This one was different. It radiated an aura of unshakable resolve and burning fury. Then, with a third and final strike, bam! A massive wall of energy rose from the fractured ground, stretching all the way to the heavens of his spiritual domain. It was a barrier, a divide that split his spiritual world into two distinct halves. Evergreen gasped, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief as she broke into a sprint toward him. What the hell are you trying to do? Stop it, Robin. She knew what he was attempting. He was isolating nearly a quarter of his spiritual domain. If he went through with this, the consequences would be irreversible. Robin's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination as he turned to her, his voice carrying a chilling edge. I'll show her what the fuck this beetle can do. With those words, bam! Robin's eyes snapped open, returning to the brutal battlefield before him. The scene had not changed. Helen and the planetary spirit, Néhari, were still locked in a deadly struggle, their every clash shaking the very fabric of the world. 30 seconds had passed. In that time, countless things had happened, but Robin had no intention of wasting another moment to figure out the details. He lifted his hand. With a simple, deliberate motion, every single soul creature within his domain dissolved into a fine mist, their very essence breaking down into pure soul energy. Thousands of tiny wisps of light coalesced together, fusing into a dense silver sphere that hovered in the air before him. That shimmering sphere contained more than 20,000 units of soul energy. The sheer concentration of raw power was so overwhelming that even the shadow, the entity born from the Cataclysm seal cube, was involuntarily drawn to it. For the briefest of moments, the shadow's attention flickered toward the sphere. Not out of fear, but out of curiosity. Such a vast amount of soul energy, gathered in one place and floating freely in the air? That was not something one encountered every day, especially not in the young planetary belt. But its curiosity lasted only for a fraction of a second. It dismissed the sight and returned its focus to battling the planetary spirit, pouring all its efforts into the ongoing war. After all, what could 20,000 units of soul energy possibly accomplish? Even if Robin had a technique powerful enough to utilize such an enormous reservoir of energy, there was no way it could pose a real threat. Not against the shadow of the Cataclysm seal cube. Not against the 30-unit soul fragment that had belonged to Pythor. Robin took a deep breath. Then, in a voice that echoed like thunder, he roared, "Look at me." The sheer force of his shout cut through the battlefield like a blade. This time, the shadow did not turn toward him out of curiosity. No, this time, it turned out of annoyance and contempt. It regarded him as a mere insect, a creature not worth its time, a nuisance that had failed to understand its words earlier. Robin met its gaze head-on, his expression filled with nothing but pure defiance. Today, you made me realize how small I truly am compared to what awaits me in the middle planetary belt. You opened my eyes with your words. His voice was steady, yet laced with a venomous edge. His next words were spoken with a chilling finality. Let me return the favor, by opening yours with my actions. Without breaking eye contact, Robin reached toward his forehead. From between his brows, he pulled forth a second silver sphere, this one smaller but infinitely denser. And without hesitation, he threw it straight into the massive vortex of soul energy he had gathered. Chapter 1104. Grr. The tiny sphere Robin had pulled from between his brows wasn't even the size of a grape. It was small enough to be crushed between two fingers and insignificant in appearance. Yet, as it moved forward, the very fabric of space trembled in response. It quivered like the surface of a still lake struck by a sudden stone. Chaotic ripples spread outward in all directions, distorting the air. They sent waves of invisible force crashing through the void. It was a terrifying sight, one that defied common sense. How could something so small, so seemingly fragile, exert such overwhelming pressure upon reality itself? Soul force was fundamentally different from natural energy in its very essence, born of an entirely separate origin. Yet, for all their differences, the two forces also shared uncanny similarities. Natural energy accumulates on a planet's surface due to the planetary spirit's continuous absorption of primordial chaos from the surrounding void. It refines it into a usable form for living creatures. Soul force, however, was something else entirely. It did not emerge naturally from the environment, nor did it exist in a raw, untamed state like natural energy. Instead, it was born from death itself, representing the lingering remnants of once living souls and the final echoes of consciousness dissolving into the great unknown. This stark contrast made soul force seem far rarer and far more finite. It was not something that simply gathered and replenished itself within the atmosphere. It was fleeting and fragile. And yet, how many living beings had walked upon the surface of a planet since its very inception? How many creatures had been born, lived their lives, and perished across the eons? Even the smallest of organisms, such as microscopic lifeforms invisible to the naked eye, had souls, no matter how faint. Even the trees, unmoving and silent, housed spirits of their own. This realization was why scholars and sages had debated endlessly over the ages about which was more abundant in the grand scheme of existence. Was it natural energy, ever-replenishing, drawn from the boundless primal chaos? Or was it soul force, accumulated over an eternity of death and rebirth? The answer had always been elusive and frustratingly relative. No one had ever been able to say with certainty which was more widespread. No one could definitively claim which held greater power. But as Robin stood there now, his gaze locked onto the swirling mass before him, watching space itself twist and crack under the immense strain of 40,000 condensed soul force units, he found himself re-evaluating those comparisons. The sight was monstrous, terrifying, and beautiful in its own way. The air hummed with tension, thick with an unseen weight, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Helen's shadow, hovering in the distance, narrowed its eyes slightly as it observed the spectacle before it. Then, as realization struck, those narrowed eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "Have you gone insane?" Robin met her gaze without hesitation, his eyes alight with something fierce and unrelenting. He tilted his head slightly, a slow, knowing grin forming on his lips. "Yes," he said simply. Then, with a voice sharp as a blade, he added, "And why the hell not?" His presence was electric, his very aura exuding madness and defiance. "When dealing with the wise, there is no one wiser than me," Robin declared, his voice unwavering. "But when dealing with fools..." His grin widened, his eyes burning with an unholy rage. "There is no one more insane than I am." Then, without hesitation, he pointed toward the two surging masses of energy and bellowed, "Compress." The shadow's expression darkened. "Fools." A flicker of irritation crossed its face as it waved a hand towards Robin. Boom, boom, boom. Massive walls of molten lava erupted between Robin and the shadow, exploding one after the other in an attempt to intercept his attack. Amid the chaos, a voice rang in Robin's mind. "Hey, are you sure about this? Everything's going to be fine, right?" It was Néhari. The planetary spirit's voice carried a rare trace of concern. "Creating soul fragments isn't something you should be capable of at your level. Especially not one of this size. Do you even understand the risk you're taking?" Néhari had understood Robin's intention the moment she sensed the force within that compressed mass. He hadn't simply severed a portion of his soul domain and fortified it. No, that sphere contained a piece of his consciousness. This is the very foundation of creating a soul fragment. A soul fragment. Robin's thoughts briefly faltered. He hadn't even considered that, as he never read a book about how to create soul fragments and just did it. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. He didn't have time to dwell on it. Right now, his focus was divided into two critical tasks. One part of his mind was locked onto the shadow, analyzing its movements and planning his next strike. The other was maintaining control over the compression process, ensuring that nothing spiraled out of control. Yet despite his focus, pain erupted through him like wildfire. "Ah!" Robin clutched his head and let out a tortured scream. There was no pain like soul pain. His soul domain within his mind was still torn and unstable. Meanwhile, the miniature soul domain he had cast outside felt like a tiny boat lost in an ocean storm. It thrashed wildly, struggling to hold itself together. The pain and confusion from managing both domains simultaneously crashed over him like a tidal wave. It made him feel as if the end was near. This was his first time attempting something like this. Crack, crackle. Even amidst the excruciating pain, the fusion process continued. 20,000+ units merged with another 40,000, causing the misty sphere before him to erupt into a vastly larger mass. It then began to fold upon itself, shifting and changing as the once perfectly spherical shape was distorted beyond recognition. No! For the first time, Helen's shadow moved from his spot, closing the distance between himself and Robin with incredible speed. He tried to weave past the obstacles created by the planetary spirit. But crack! Chains of energy and bolts of lightning found their way toward him, blocking his advance. The silver mist rapidly coalesced, forming two massive arms, followed by two legs and a torso. Slowly, flowing garments took shape, followed by a head. Finally, as the mist settled, distinct facial features became visible. They were features that were identical to Robin's own. The colossal soul shard, now essentially a giant version of Robin, appeared almost like a soul creature, akin to creatures like Hohenheim and others of his kind. However, the difference was clear because this was not a mere construct. It was not a simple tool to be wielded. Its expressions and its movements carried a will of its own. Cough, cough. Robin spat out a mouthful of blood, then wiped the remnants from his lips and nose with a slow, deliberate motion. He locked eyes with Helen's shadow once more, and then he laughed. His voice and the voice of his colossal soul shard overlapped in eerie unison. "Now, let this insect show you his fangs." Boom, boom. The footsteps of Robin's soul shard sent waves of molten lava crashing in all directions. As it advanced, closing in on Helen's shadow, it raised its massive fist, preparing to strike. Humph! Helen pointed a single finger at the approaching soul shard. Material, energy, soul, even the very laws themselves, everything is subject to destruction. Whoosh! A concentrated gray beam shot forth, aimed directly at the chest of Robin's soul shard. But then, whoom! A golden cloak materialized over the massive entity, enveloping it from head to toe. SSH! The moment the gray beam made contact with the cloak, a significant portion of its energy was instantly nullified. However, a fraction of the beam still managed to pierce through, creating a gaping gray hole in the soul shard's chest. The corruption began to spread outward from the center, attempting to devour the entity whole, but not fast enough. What? For the first time, Helen took a step back. It seems, Robin and his soul shard spoke in perfect harmony, that your secondary destruction law isn't as powerful as you believe. A sharp grin spread across both of their faces. This battlefield now belongs to me. With that, the colossal soul version of Robin clenched its massive fist. Bang! It came crashing down, right onto the shadow's nose. Chapter 1105. Arg! The black and red shadow staggered back 2 full steps under the force of Robin's soul shard's punch. Its voice, sharp with disbelief and fury, rang out through the battlefield. Did you just lay your hand on me? It trembled with barely restrained rage. You dare lay your filthy hand on me. Watch me do it again. The colossal soul shard, mirroring Robin's will, raised its other hand, preparing for a second strike without hesitation. Helen, still in a state of shock, struggled to process what she had just witnessed. The golden cloak, what was it? How had it neutralized her destruction law so easily? She had fought countless battles across the ages, faced beings of incomprehensible power, and yet, nothing had ever nullified her abilities like this. But experience, honed through centuries of combat, forced her to suppress the initial shock and act. Shoo! Shoo! Several more beams of concentrated destruction force tore through the fabric of space, piercing the soul shard's body once more. Home! Again, the golden cloak absorbed most of the attack, dispersing it harmlessly. The remaining force managed to punch holes through the shard's form, void-like wounds scattered across its colossal frame. Helen's initial satisfaction was short-lived. Those wounds, dozens of them, should have continued to expand, devouring the shard's body until nothing remained. That was the very nature of destruction. It consumed. It erased. And yet, her eyes widened as she realized the first wound had already stopped growing. The destruction energy within it had been completely extinguished. The golden cloak, no, whatever law was woven into it, had not only neutralized most of the initial attack but was actively purging the remaining destruction energy from the other wounds as well. What is this thing? Helen hissed, frustration bleeding into her voice. Robin, standing far behind, his real body completely motionless, merely smirked. It's the master law of truth, you arrogant wretch. With that declaration, the soul shard lunged forward. Thwack! A second punch crashed into Helen's face, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Then a third. Then a fourth. Each impact rang through the battlefield like the tolling of a death knell. Boom! Boom! Each collision sent violent tremors through the air, distorting reality itself. Had the City of Hope still been standing, even a fraction of these shockwaves would have been enough to reduce it to dust, grinding it into oblivion with sheer force alone. The battlefield itself was a paradox, a spectacle of both awe and horror. Helen was not even physically present here. Her true body remained light years away, seated safely within a different planetary belt. Yet through the cursed artifact, the cataclysm sealing cube, her shadow fought in her place, manifesting her will across unimaginable distances. Robin, too, was not truly here. His body remained in place, unmoving, distant, trying not to go unconscious out of pain. While fighting only through his soul shard, a separate existence infused with more than 60,000 units of raw soul force. Neither combatant had lifted a single finger. Yet both commanded giants capable of obliterating planets. Bam! Helen's shadow suddenly leaped backward, her movements a blur as she clapped her hands together with force. A massive pulse of grey energy erupted outward, expanding in all directions like an unstoppable tide. Everything it touched turned to dust. Even the air itself disintegrated, reduced to nothingness before vanishing altogether. Ugh! Robin's soul shard instinctively raised an arm to shield itself. The destruction wave stripped away a large portion of its golden cloak, exposing the dense soul force beneath. A deep, gaping hole was blasted into its chest, the wound cavernous and raw. Shoo! Shoo! Without hesitation, Helen followed up with several concentrated beams of destruction aimed directly at the soul shard's left leg. Crack! The knee shattered. The entire leg below it was vaporized, leaving the massive figure lopsided, unbalanced. Die, you insect, Helen sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. You've irritated me more than anyone in centuries. Die knowing you've doubled my annoyance, take that as your last accomplishment. Still acting arrogant. But Robin's response was instant, seething with defiance. Then I'll make sure you remember me as the insect who broke your nose. With that, the soul shard slammed its remaining foot down. Boom! The ground beneath it split apart in a massive fissure, the force of the impact triggering a localized earthquake. Using the momentum, Robin's shard propelled itself forward with reckless abandon, hurtling toward Helen like a meteor, fist raised high. Humph! Helen sidestepped, her form a blur. This was pathetic. A clumsy, desperate charge? And with only one leg? The moment he fell, he'd be vulnerable, unable to rise quickly. She had already mapped out her counterattack. She'd land a decisive strike to the back of his head the moment he collapsed, ending this absurdity once and for all. But then, clank, clank, the very battlefield turned against her. The sea of magma surged violently, as if answering Robin's will. Chains, hundreds of them, erupted from below, slithering through the air like living serpents before latching onto Helen's legs. What? Whoosh! Without hesitation, Helen unleashed a surge of destruction energy downward, incinerating every last chain into ash. She lifted her head, preparing to continue her counterattack. But what she saw, what awaited her above, made her eyes widen in shock. A fist. A massive, unstoppable fist barreling toward her face. Oh! Bang! The soul shard's massive fist collided with Helen's shadow, sending it staggering backward, nearly toppling over from the sheer force of impact. But it wasn't over. Clutch! Before Robin's form could lose balance from its missing leg, he made a split-second decision. With both arms, his soul shard grabbed Helen's shadow under the arms, like a parent lifting a misbehaving child. Let me go! For the first time, Helen punched back directly. No more gestures. No more beams. No more commands. Boom! Her fist, wreathed in destruction energy, slammed into the soul shard's chest, punching through the golden cloak, through the condensed soul force, bursting out from the other side. But then, what? Something was wrong. Instead of the grey energy expanding, instead of the destruction law consuming the soul shard from within, something entirely unexpected happened. Growth. The condensed soul force inside the shard flared violently, forcefully locking Helen's arm inside its massive torso. Grip, grip. The soul shard tightened its hold on her shoulders, locking her in place. And then, it reared its head back. Helen's eyes widened in realization. You wouldn't dare. Thwack. Robin's soul shard headbutted her directly in the face. For a brief moment, Helen lost control of her shadow. That headbutt had created a rupture between her soul fragment and the cataclysmic seal shadow. When she finally regained her senses and movement returned to her crimson eyes, she locked gazes with Robin's soul fragment, filled with disdain and seething hatred. You dare, you filthy rodent? You dare challenge me? Do you even comprehend who I am? Do you have the slightest idea what I am capable of? Bang! Robin didn't bother responding. Instead, he yanked her face toward him again, crack, another brutal headbutt. Then he lifted his gaze to the heavens, eyes burning with intensity. Now, Néhari. Now! The sky, which had remained eerily silent throughout the battle, had been steadily accumulating energy, growing heavier with each passing second. Now, at last, it moved. Krakoom! A lightning bolt, thicker than a dozen trees combined, came crashing down from the heavens, striking Helen's shadow like a divine pillar of judgment. Boom! Ack! The shadow's eyes flickered in and out of existence, its form distorting violently. Ah! Meanwhile, Robin himself let out a guttural scream, clutching his head as pain lanced through his consciousness. The bolt hadn't just hit Helen's shadow, it had struck both of them. In those precious seconds, Néhari had infused the lightning with a unique property that specifically targeted the soul itself. Had Helen's shadow not possessed an extremely refined soul structure, reinforced by the cataclysmic seal, and had Robin's soul fragment not been shrouded in the golden mantle, both of them would have been obliterated instantly. Robin forced his eyes open, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. Then, he roared at his soul shard. Again. His shard obeyed without hesitation. Bang, another headbutt, this time with even greater force. Their massive forms trembled under the impact. Clank, clank. Dozens of colossal chains surged upward from the lava sea once more, coiling around Helen's legs, completely binding her in place. With Robin's soul fragment clutching her torso in an iron grip, one of her hands stuck deep inside its form, and her legs now fully restrained, her mobility was reduced to almost nothing. Every time she tried to use her free hand, Robin's soul fragment responded like a maddened beast. Bang, another headbutt, unrelenting. Krakoom. The sky roared again. Bang, krakoom, clank. Headbutts from a lunatic. Lightning downpours from a wretched planet in the Young Belt. Shackles of filthy, fourth stage laws binding her movements. Bang, krakoom, clank. Over and over again. Bang, krakoom, clank. And again. Bang, krakoom, clank. Arg. The shadow threw its head back and unleashed a shriek of pure, primal rage. WHHR. In that instant, the remnants of the destructive energy stored within the cataclysmic cube and the vast soul power within her fragment erupted simultaneously. Boom. Oh no. Robin instinctively tried to tear open space and escape, but the shockwave reached him first. Bang, it hurled him backward like a ragdoll, sending him flying for dozens of kilometers. Ugh, this is bad. Just before he crashed into the lava sea, he activated the golden cloak around his body. Shreyash. Blurg, cough. After several agonizing seconds submerged in molten fire, he finally surfaced, golden robes gleaming as if he were swimming through the inferno. His eyes immediately locked on the explosion site. His soul shard was gone, completely annihilated. The storm had dispersed. Sunlight pierced through once more. The lava ocean beneath the battlefield had vanished, leaving behind an abyss so deep that its bottom was nowhere to be seen. Then, a sound shook the heavens and the earth. Celebrate your little victory over this fragment while you can, you mongrel. I swear upon my name, I will not let your celebrations last long. The voice gradually faded, growing weaker and weaker, until it finally disappeared altogether. And then, Robin heard something he never thought he'd hear again. The sweet, sweet sound of silence. Chapter 1106. The Middle Planetary Belt. Planet Destra. The Throne Hall. Father, it has been months of these meetings. Won't you grant me what I seek? The son, Néhari, spoke in a pleading tone. I keep receiving reports from my dominion, and things are not going well there. The patriarch of House Destra had listened to them all from the first meeting, yet he had never granted them what they had come for outright. Instead, he convened new meetings every few days, silently watching as they argued amongst themselves, only to announce, once again, that the meeting was postponed. The head of House Destra smiled. And what is the harm in spending some time with your father? We do not gather every day, after all. Tisk. Your skin is thicker than the castle walls. His sister, Hillary, shot him a sideways glance. Just how much debt have you accumulated by now? Have you ever repaid anything from before, and yet you ask for another loan? And this time, you are requesting planetary-grade armament of the 6th tier all at once? You are simply delusional. What business is it of yours? Father will be the one to decide. Néhari snapped, clearly irritated by his elder sister's remarks. Then he turned back to the head of House Destra. Father, you have not given me what I want yet, but neither have you outright refused. Why not give me a clear answer? If you reject my request, I will stop bringing up the matter. Your sister is not wrong, the father spoke in a calm yet commanding voice. Last time, when I lent you some of my guards to defend your multiplanetary empire, your debt soared to dangerous levels. For that service alone, you committed 20% of your total planetary output for the next 30,000 years. If we calculate the remaining services, you now owe 65% of the total output of all your current and future planets for the next 220,000 years. Do you not think that is enough? If you take on a 6th tier planetary armament now, I fear you may have no resources left to continue your expansion. Whistle. Hillary's eyes widened before she let out a laugh. Wow, that is truly pathetic. Tisk. Your recent flurry of one-day marriages has certainly made your heart bolder, hasn't it? Not all of us can spread our legs to get what we want. Harry spat to the side. Did you hear that, father? Hillary pointed at her brother, yelling. Were it not for the rule forbidding combat in their father's presence, she would have attacked him already. Harry, do not speak of your sister in such a manner, the head of House Destra admonished him. If you say such things, what does that leave for strangers to say? Then he turned to meet Hillary's gaze directly. Speaking of what strangers say, has the time not come for you to put an end to these actions? You taught us to use every weapon at our disposal to expand our power. My beauty is one of my weapons. What fault is it of mine if these two clowns are envious of me? Hillary averted her gaze from her father's piercing eyes. The reputation of House Destra must be tied to destruction and pride, not these kinds of methods. His eyes gleamed with a threatening light that sent shivers through the room. Do as you please, so long as you do not stain your reputation, and mine along with it. As punishment for the recent rumors about you, I will increase your debt by 7% of the total output of your current and future planets for the next 60,000 years. Something in Hillary's mind snapped. She had just managed to rid herself of one of her previous debts, reducing the total burden to 38% of her planetary output for the next 160,000 years. She had chosen those particular methods precisely to avoid further debts that drained her dry day and night, preventing her from truly enjoying her possessions. One of her main reasons for attending today's meeting had been to use her father's influence to suppress the rumors about her within the Soul Society and the various intelligence organizations that specialized in buying and spreading news. The very thought of accruing debt simply for this request had cost her several sleepless nights. But that damned fourth brother had just saddled her with another debt, without even acquiring something in return. Hey, is that a killing intent I feel directed at me? Harry scooted slightly away in his seat before pointing at his sister. Father, do you see this? She wants to kill your son. Hillary is a good girl and would never do such a thing. Their father didn't spare either of them a second glance. This was how every meeting had gone over the past few months. Either had the fourth son's request been approved nor denied, nor had the third daughter's plea even been acknowledged. Most of the time, the siblings would clash verbally, or more debts would be imposed upon them for one reason or another, seemingly without any real purpose. If the animosity between the four siblings had cooled even slightly since the last quarter-millennial meeting, today had certainly reignited it to its peak. The father's gaze finally settled on the second son, Hadison. What about you? Have you considered making a request? A loan, perhaps? A favor? Everything is fine with me. I will simply maintain the 10% for the next quarter-millennium. You may focus on my siblings. Hadison nodded with composed dignity. Who in their right mind would willingly entangle themselves in this corrupt debt system? He had already rid himself of every last debt and, for the first time, declared that he owed nothing and would take no further loans. That was when their father had finally broken his silence, not in approval, but in fury. A new decree was issued that day. As long as the children continued using their bodies, which were innately attuned to the path of destruction, they would be required to pay a perpetual 10% of their planet's total output. That decision had enraged every sibling against their father and against the second son. Why should they be taxed 10% of all they own simply because of the way they were born? What followed was a bloodbath involving the eldest brother and all the, well, no one is allowed to speak about it anymore. But in the end, the father's decree took effect anyway. Oh, what a pity. The father mused before his expression shifted slightly. I have verified intelligence that the Centennial Empire of Volsung has been stockpiling weapons at an unprecedented rate. Moreover, they are currently negotiating an alliance with the Centennial Empire of Kadrik. I wonder why. Hadison stiffened instantly. Volsung and Kadrik were the two largest empires in his sector. The only plausible reason for their alliance was him. Such monumental news should have already been circulating within the Soul Society, intelligence agencies, and assassination networks. And yet, he had heard nothing before this moment. Of course, it never even crossed his mind that his father might be lying. It seems you have something to ponder until our next meeting. Let us reconvene in a week. All of you, remember this. Their father's gaze swept over them, his voice thick with amusement. As long as your father is here, anything is possible. You merely need to choose wisely and... Bang! A deafening sound suddenly echoed through the hall. All eyes snapped toward Helen. She had shattered the armrests of her throne. Her usually pristine eyes were now laced with crimson veins of fury as she bellowed, "The rat dared." Chapter 1107. Bam! The rat dared. Helen's outburst snapped everyone's attention toward her. Her second brother turned toward her, eyebrows slightly furrowed. It was unusual for Helen's voice to be heard unless she was directly addressed. Oh, what happened? What happened? The fourth brother, Harry, sneered. Did you receive bad news? Did the Gasan Empire finally invade your pathetic planets to put an end to your misery? No one in the room assumed Helen had directed her insult at them or their father. She might have been reclusive and reckless in their eyes, but not to that extent. Humph, it was only a matter of time. Even the third sister found entertainment in Helen's misfortune, momentarily distracted from her own troubles. Helen, realizing she had drawn too much attention, casually dusted off the remnants of the shattered armrests from her attire. Then, standing up, she gave a slight bow toward her father. There is an urgent matter I must attend to. Please, allow me to leave immediately for Destruction Pit Planet. The other three siblings stared at her, then turned to look at their father. When the massacre had occurred all those centuries ago and their father had imposed the permanent 10% tribute, he had also decreed the quarter-millennial assembly. Among its strict rules, They must attend, no matter the circumstances. They must remain until granted permission to leave, no matter the circumstances. They must not request to leave, no matter the circumstances. Just making such a request was a direct challenge to their father's authority. Their father's brows furrowed slightly. You are too clever to make such a request, my dear. What happened? I have received no reports of any major movements from the Gasan multiplanetary empire. They did nothing. Helen regained her composure and sat back down. Please, continue the meeting and pretend I never spoke. Rage burned in her chest like a volcano, but her fear of her father burned hotter. Their father's gaze slowly swept over her from head to toe. The crimson tint in her irises was visible beneath her mask. Her hands were trembling ever so slightly. The involuntary tilt of her head and the sheen of sweat on her skin gave her away. Each sign pointed to one thing, a soul wound. The three siblings turned toward Helen again, this time with deadly seriousness. As heirs of the Destra family, they could afford to lose planets, and they could afford to lose wars, but they could not afford to lose a battle. I nearly lost a shard. That is all. Helen spoke quickly, dispelling the notion that someone had actually defeated her. Please, move on to another topic. It is not a big deal. I simply overreacted. How did it happen? Their father had no intention of letting the matter go. Crack! Helen clenched her fists tightly. She feared speaking, but she feared remaining silent in front of a direct question even more. In the end, she chose the truth. It was the planet's spirit. My foolish subordinate manifested my soul shard before his death, causing the planet's spirit to mistake me for an intruder and attack. Aha! Ha ha ha! The fourth prince, Néhari, couldn't hold back his laughter. The planet's spirits are like children, always illogical, always unpredictable. The second prince nodded, seemingly convinced by Helen's explanation. Their father, however, furrowed his brows slightly. He could sense that something was missing, but he didn't press the matter further. Instead, he leaned back into his throne and waved a hand dismissively. With some rest, your soul will recover. With some training, you will regain what you have lost. There is no need for despair, my dear. Only grieve if you lose the war entirely and no longer have anything to pay your debts with. Then, his gaze swept over the rest of his children. Well, today's meeting is over. Return to your quarters, consider your requests carefully, and we shall convene again next week. Father, wait. Helen's voice rang out the moment her father finished speaking. What is it, my dear? The emperor smiled faintly, his eyes half closed in amusement. Helen hesitated for a moment. Then, with newfound determination, she asked, if I make a request, may I leave now? Her three brothers turned to stare at her in shock. Helen had never requested anything before, not once in her entire life. She barely had the resources to pay the mandatory 10% tax to begin with. Their father slowly opened his eyes, and for a brief moment, a glimmer of intrigue flashed within them. Consider your request granted. What do you desire? I need protection. Helen clenched her teeth, her body trembling slightly with rage. I plan to personally enter the young planetary belt, and I have no idea what will happen there. I need your promise of protection should they come after me. My fifth sister, attacking the young planetary belt is madness, the second prince spoke with concern. The planetary spirits will retaliate, the law of karma will hunt you down, and if the star academies catch wind of your actions, they won't let you off so easily. And for what? There is nothing in the young planetary belt to lust after. Holding a grudge against mere ants will do you no good. This is personal, Helen said firmly, her face twitching as suppressed emotions threatened to surface. She could still see Robin's wretched face sneering down at her, still hearing the insults that had been hurled at her. Their father raised a hand, silencing the second prince before he could protest further. Then, his eyes locked onto Helen's. How much destruction do you intend to cause in the young planetary belt? Helen closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath before declaring with absolute resolve. At a minimum, I will destroy one planet. At most, I will obliterate 13. Destroying 13 planets? Helen, are you? The second prince nearly jumped to his feet in alarm, but a single glance from their father forced him back into his seat. Their father remained silent, staring at Helen's furious expression for a full minute before finally nodding. I cannot determine the debt now, for I cannot predict how severe the consequences will be. Perhaps no one will come after you, in which case, you will owe me nothing. But if the situation escalates, you may find yourself indebted to me forever. And I will not tolerate disputes over the price of my protection once the favor has been granted. Helen felt a chill crawl down her spine at her father's words. Instinctively, she glanced at her second brother, who shook his head multiple times, silently urging her to refuse. But then, echoes of a voice rang in her ears. You impatient bitch. I will make sure you remember me as the one who broke your nose. When dealing with fools, no one is crazier than me. Helen's entire body tensed as those words replayed in her mind. Then, her expression hardened with resolve. She nodded, bowed slightly toward her father, then, without another word, turned and left the Destra galaxy in silence. Chapter 1108. Barely able to keep his bloodshot eyes open, Robin fixed his gaze on the pristine sky of Néhari. It was a sky so tranquil it felt almost surreal. He floated atop a sea of molten lava and burned corpses. His battered body trembled involuntarily, his neck twisting every few moments, reacting to the deep wounds inflicted upon his very soul. And yet, despite the pain that racked his being, a satisfied smile remained unwavering on his lips. Because, in this moment, he was hearing the most beautiful sound in existence. It was the one sound he had longed for ever since Richard gave the signal to start this devastating war. The sound of silence. Blup, blup, Of course, he could still hear the lava surrounding him, bubbling and occasionally bursting as trapped pockets of air escaped to the surface. But the sound was soft, almost soothing. It was nothing like the deafening roars of colossal weapons that had dominated the battlefield. He could hear the rocks dissolving into the molten abyss, TSSH, their very forms crumbling away. But to him, it was like a delicate tune compared to the ear-splitting blasts of cannons obliterating everything in their path. He could smell the pungent stench of sulfur and thick, suffocating smoke. But it was nothing, absolutely nothing, compared to the unbearable, gut-wrenching stench of Amon's rotting, colossal body. His golden cloak, which had enveloped him at all times, shielding him from excess heat and harmful cosmic laws, still provided some measure of protection. And yet, the comfort he felt at this moment was something beyond mere physical relief. It was an overwhelming, unshakable sense of peace. Flash. The golden aura of his cloak flickered, dimming slightly. Oh, that is not good, he muttered with a half-smirk. I do not have enough energy left to sustain the golden cloak. If I lose it now, I will be roasted alive. Despite the grim realization, a chuckle escaped his lips, dark, amused, yet tinged with exhaustion. Then, for a brief moment, a soft green glow shimmered at his chest before fading. The golden hue of his cloak returned to its full brilliance. Oh, much better. I have bought myself another 30 minutes, he mused. Hey! Evergreen's voice erupted in his mind, sharp and scolding. Stop burning your life force to generate energy or heal yourself. I have barely managed to restore you to 20%. If you keep this up, your body will enter premature aging. Is that what you want? To wither away like an old man before your time? Robin exhaled slowly, his eyes never leaving the vast sky. Just a little longer, just a little more. I only gave Richard and the others the order to retreat 20 minutes ago. They must all still be tending to their wounds, and terrified by the chaos that unraveled during my battle against the shadow. He lazily lifted a hand and gave a small, casual wave. It is only a matter of time before someone comes looking for me. Why not just reach out to them? There is no way they are all that busy. Someone can come and retrieve you right now. Robin's smile widened slightly. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. And waste this opportunity. Of course, he wasn't referring to an opportunity for survival. No, what he truly meant was the chance to savor this rare, unparalleled stillness. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, true silence and peace enveloped him. Finally, the planetary war that had raged on for 2 long years had come to an end. Finally, he had won the battle he had spent more than 50 years preparing for. And for the first time in decades, he would be able to sleep deeply, without overanalyzing his next move. But even then, that wasn't the only thing on his mind. All across the vast molten sea, countless silver gates flickered into existence, opening at seemingly random locations. From each gate, a semi-transparent silver net would emerge, stretching far and wide across the seething inferno. The nets would sweep through the air, harvesting something unseen before retracting back through the gates. The gates would then snap shut, only to reappear elsewhere and repeat the process. Yet, amidst this cycle, some of the gates began to falter. Their silver forms darkened, corroded, and then crumbled into ash before vanishing entirely. The minor law of ashification, a branch of the destruction path, Robin murmured, tilting his head slightly to observe the slow decay of one of the gates as it turned to ashes. That woman, the impatient one, she wielded it. What a nightmare it was to deal with. Even my golden cloak could not completely unravel it. She was using a 5th stage law. What did you expect? Evergreen's voice rang in his mind with an amused lilt. 5th stage laws don't naturally exist in the Young Belt, but she had already infused the cataclysm sealing cubes with stored energy containing the minor law of ashification of that stage. The path of destruction is terrifying, an enemy to everything physical. Even soul power becomes physical when compressed to a certain degree. Just as death is the enemy of all living things, destruction is the enemy of all that exists. A chuckle followed, light yet laced with something deeper. A part of Evergreen didn't want to leave this place either. Through her spiritual perception, she could see what Robin was gaining just by staying here. Why not derive the major law of the destruction path and spread it among your followers? That would undeniably strengthen your empire. I already possess the minor law of corrosion, and after battling against the law of ashification for so long, I could probably develop a technique to utilize it. So, obtaining the major heavenly law of destruction shouldn't be too difficult as long as I have these 2 minor laws as a foundation, Robin mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But even if I do, who could use it? Who could possibly wield such power? He shook his head. Using the minor law of corrosion already required Pythor to undergo monstrous transformations, forcing himself and his subordinates into becoming half-beasts. And to wield the law of ashification? Well, he hadn't seen that woman's true form, but judging from her abilities, she was likely a monster as well. At that moment, Robin scanned his surroundings again. More importantly, why is it still lingering in the air? It keeps destroying my gates and random sections of the lava sea. What are you waiting for? Evergreen's voice burst out in disbelief. When that woman realized the energy within the cataclysm sealing cube was nearly depleted, she detonated it. And all the energy stored inside had already been refined using the 5th stage of the minor law of ashification. Evergreen explained in a matter-of-fact tone. I fear the law of ashification from the destruction path will linger in this area for an exceptionally long time. If left unchecked, it might even turn this entire region into a forbidden zone aligned with the path of destruction. Terrifying, Robin muttered, golden eyes narrowing as he observed his crumbling gates. It can even affect soul gates to this extent. What would happen to anyone who enters this place? Not much. They would just turn to ash, that is all. Evergreen chuckled playfully. Alright, I am joking. That would only happen to those below the level of a saint, and even then, it would be random, not absolute. Look at your soul gates. You activated 40 at once, and only 3 were attacked. Anyone at the saint level could traverse this area with extreme caution and survive. Higher level individuals would merely experience some discomfort. The density of the law of ashification here isn't that overwhelming. Robin frowned, crossing his arms. Still, this is dangerous. I need to figure out a way to cleanse it. The lava sea stretched endlessly before him, a churning inferno that had long since swallowed what was once known as the Desert of Death. Leaving a hazardous zone like this unattended would be disastrous for the local population. Are you insane? Evergreen's voice burst out in disbelief. Can't you see the treasure lying in your hands? Chapter 1109. Are you insane? Can't you see the treasure right before your eyes? Evergreen's voice erupted in alarm, carrying a mixture of disbelief and urgency. Right now, you have a forbidden land imbued with the essence of the destruction path. You can compare this phenomenon to the poison sea on the poison rock planet. That sea gave birth to Deirdre the Devourer, attracted the attention of that impatient woman, and ultimately granted the planet its current significance. How can you even consider destroying such a place? No, this is even better than the poison sea. This entire region has been saturated with the 5th stage of the minor law of ashification, especially that abyss over there. Robin's eyes widened to their limits as he followed her words, turning to gaze at the gaping abyss left behind in the wake of the Shadow's explosion. Just looking at that abyss sent a shiver down his spine. It was as if it was staring back at him, swallowing light itself, whispering promises of annihilation. Evergreen continued, her voice tinged with excitement. This area was nothing more than a barren desert before, but now, having been marked by the destruction path, its value has skyrocketed. No, not just this area, the entire planet has become more significant. Future cultivators will come here, seeking to temper their bodies and souls, searching for relics left behind by the thousands of emperors and millions of soldiers who perished in this battle. Some might even develop resistance to the destruction path, while others might give birth to children with a natural affinity for it. A faint whistle escaped Robin's lips. His bloodshot eyes darted around once more, now examining his surroundings with newfound clarity. The land had been utterly ravaged by countless explosions, splitting open numerous volcanoes across the region. Rivers of molten lava surged beneath the earth, threatening to engulf everything in their path. However, whenever the lava cascaded into the abyss, it immediately turned to ash and vanished without a trace. The minor law of ashification that permeated the abyss acted as a barrier, preventing the lava from expanding beyond the sea of fire. Yet, at the same time, the constant flow of molten rock fed the law, strengthening the minor law of ashification with each passing second. Thinking about it more deeply, this place had transformed into a paradise for anyone walking the paths of destruction or fire. You are right. Robin muttered under his breath, rubbing his chin in contemplation. But won't Néhari attempt to purge the 5th stage law from the planet? Isn't that against the established rules or something? As he voiced his concern, his tone carried a hint of disappointment. Perhaps his joy at discovering such a powerful land would not last long after all. Evergreen scoffed. Nah, she wasn't the one who brought a 5th stage law here, she was a victim of it. Why should she go out of her way to remove it? If I were in her place, I would leave it alone. And judging by the fact that she has not made a move yet, I would say she is thinking the same thing. That is true. Robin's eyes flickered with renewed excitement. Then, a thought struck him. His expression tensed as he scanned his surroundings. Wait, where is she? His voice rose slightly. Néhari, can you hear me? Could something have happened to her? I have no idea if something happened to her, Evergreen admitted casually, but even if she is fine, she will not respond to you. The battle is over. She has no reason to maintain communication with you anymore. She paused for a brief moment before adding, her voice turning more solemn, that said, I would not be surprised if her consciousness did fade. If I had fought an opponent of that caliber, I fear I might have been erased entirely. When I first heard about these rules, I thought they were absolute. But from what I have seen, if I had not interfered, that shadow could have wiped out the entire planet. What is the point of rules that bind both me and Néhari in moments like that? Robin shook his head in frustration, his golden eyes flickering with discontent. Power, my owner, Evergreen replied seriously. Power gives you the ability to surpass all rules. That woman found a way to circumvent them by using a soul shard in the Cataclysm sealing cube. She did not break the rules directly. She paused for a moment before continuing with an air of certainty. And it is not because the one who set the rules cannot do anything about it, it is because they want people to find ways to bypass them. It is a system designed to encourage growth, to push everyone toward acquiring more power so they can exploit the very rules meant to bind them. It is one of the infinite means to achieve a single purpose. Seeing Robin's furrowed brows, Evergreen decided to illustrate her point. To make it clearer, let me give you an example. One of the most well-known rules prevents anyone from a higher belt from entering a planet in the young belt. Forget a cataclysm level being for a moment. If even a Nexus level cultivator attempted to enter the atmosphere of a young belt planet, they would fail. If they tried to force their way in through a spatial gate, they would also fail. But that same person could still destroy the entire planet from the outside without ever setting foot on it. Robin's eyes flickered with realization. He was beginning to understand where this was going. Evergreen's voice carried both gravity and concern. Can you imagine? That person possesses the strength to annihilate a planet but not the ability to step foot on it. Sounds ridiculous, does it not? She continued without waiting for his response. Another example, if a cataclysm level being tried to manifest in a young belt planet in person, the 5th stage resistance would immediately activate and obliterate them on the spot. The planet's spirit would not even strain itself doing so. But when that shadow or the soul shard appeared, barely a 2nd stage resistance was triggered, and the planet's spirit was left to fend for itself, utterly alone. Robin sat upright on the sea of molten lava, his expression grave. Are you saying that whoever creates these rules deliberately leaves loopholes in them? Ask the right question, Evergreen prompted slyly. You should be asking why young belt planets are protected in the first place. Robin's brows knitted together. So that we have time to grow and become stronger? That was the only logical answer. After all, that was the fundamental difference between them and the middle belt. Correct. Now, think about this, what if someone who is already strong and powerful enough wants to destroy a young belt planet, no matter what it costs them? Would the rules kill that powerful individual over a mere planet whose inhabitants might not even make a difference in the grand scheme of things? Or would they offer subtle workarounds to allow them to achieve their goal without harming themselves? Evergreen let out a playful chuckle. Do not forget, thanks to those loopholes, that impatient woman only sent a shadow that you, a local, managed to defeat. If she had no other choice, she might have come herself. Robin's fingers clenched slightly at the thought. This is the brilliance of the rulemaker, Evergreen continued, raising her hand slightly as if gesturing to the invisible forces governing the universe. She was given an opportunity to intervene as a powerful entity, while we, the inhabitants of the Young Belt, were given a chance to survive. The same logic applies to the fact that those high-level figures are allowed to interfere in the Young Belt by communicating with you through soul shards, granting you techniques, and even opening spatial gates you can use to go to the middle planetary belt. Technically, they are corrupting the Young Belt and draining its resources, but at the same time, they are also accelerating the growth of a portion of its inhabitants. Robin's expression twisted into something darker. Oh no, these equal opportunities are not equal at all. They favor the stronger side of the equation. What good is a so-called fair chance if I am not already strong enough to surpass the Young Belt myself? And what will happen if that woman returns, furious, and decides to erase this planet in her wrath? His frustration boiled over as he groaned. Damn it, Evergreen, you just ruined my peaceful mood. What a horrible conversation. Evergreen chuckled again, her voice carrying a playful yet knowing edge. Relax, my owner. That is impossible. Chapter 11:10. Impossible? How? Robin furrowed his brows slightly, his golden eyes narrowing in suspicion. Did you not just say that someone in the Nexus State realm could destroy a planet without even stepping foot on it? I have angered that woman a lot, and oh heavens, I even called her a bitch multiple times. A shiver ran down his spine at the realization. He had witnessed firsthand the devastation that mere remnants of 5th stage laws could bring when that shadow attacked. And that was not even a fraction of what a true 6th stage law wielder could unleash. If not for the planet's spirit fighting desperately to defend itself, Néhari would have been reduced to cosmic dust, its very existence erased. Evergreen, however, remained calm. She shook her head lightly and replied, that is true according to the rules. A Nexus State cultivator is indeed given certain privileges and planetary destruction is one of them. But any of them would think a million times before actually committing to such an act. Robin's breath caught for a moment. And why is that? Evergreen's voice carried an air of solemnity as she explained. Because if they do, they will have to face two things. First, the law of retribution, also known as karma. And second, the relentless pursuit of the Star Academies. Robin's lips parted slightly, but he remained silent, listening with complete focus. This was not the first time he had heard about karma. In fact, it was the very last thing Pythor had spoken about before his demise. Evergreen continued, her voice steady. First, the law of retribution, or karma, it is exactly what its name implies. When you do something evil, you must expect evil to come back to you. Betray a friend? Expect betrayal in return. Do good? Good fortune will eventually find its way to you. She waved her hand, and a faint green glow flickered through the air. Like all heavenly laws, karma has matured significantly among the inhabitants of the middle planetary belt and has become a force to be truly feared. Those who commit too many crimes accumulate a heavy aura of negative karma, which in turn attracts misfortunes to them constantly. Her expression darkened slightly as she added, it is one of the most feared laws in the middle belt, especially among the powerful. Even though every Nexus State cultivator has reached a level where they own at least one planet and have nearly achieved immortality, there is not a single true immortal in the middle belt. Sooner or later, every one of them dies. And do you know what they blame for their downfall? The law of karma itself. Every person who reaches that level of power has committed countless atrocities, sins that cannot be forgiven, and in the end, karma always catches up with them. Robin nodded thoughtfully, digesting every word. Pythor, he mentioned that the negative karma he had accumulated from committing genocide is what ultimately led him to me and resulted in his death. I thought he was just rambling nonsense in his final moments, but this. Evergreen smirked slightly. Maybe he was rambling. After all, the effect of karma in the Young Belt is weak. If he had truly gathered enough negative karma to be hunted down by it, then his crimes must have been immeasurable. She tilted her head slightly before continuing. In the middle belt, karma builds up rapidly. Whether good or bad, it takes shape around a person like an aura, influencing their fate in tangible ways. At first, it starts small: spoiled food, mechanical failures and spaceships. But as it intensifies, it begins affecting one's very cultivation progress, causing bottlenecks, regression, and eventually, even death. A dry gulp slid down Robin's throat. His expression stiffened slightly. He had never stopped to think about it before, but directly or indirectly, he had caused the deaths of billions. Evergreen's laughter chimed in his mind, playful yet strangely reassuring. He, no need to panic, owner. Even karma has loopholes you can take advantage of. You can always counterbalance bad karma by doing good deeds. I am sure you will come up with something eventually. Then, her voice took on an edge of seriousness. But let me make this very clear, Robin never even think about destroying a planet, especially an innocent one in the young planetary belt. The sheer amount of negative karma you would accumulate from such an act would incite the wrath of everything beneath the heavens. The word disaster would not even begin to describe the misfortunes that would consume you. Well, that is reassuring, I suppose. Robin scratched his head, a complicated expression crossing his face. The very law that had terrified him moments ago was now the same one bringing him relief. Perhaps that was the true intention behind its existence. Still, he wasn't entirely satisfied. His gaze sharpened as he asked Evergreen, that alone is already enough, no sane person would dare mess with a heavenly law. But what about the role of the star academies in all of this? I've heard about them a few times, but I don't fully understand their purpose. Evergreen's voice remained steady and patient as she explained. They stand at the very peak of the middle planetary belt. Some academies focus entirely on research, choosing seclusion as they strive to advance themselves in the world. Others, however, act as enforcers, carrying the heavy burden of protecting living beings from the forces of evil. She paused briefly before continuing, and these forces of evil aren't just naturally malevolent beings like the Red Plague. They also include the intelligent race's evildoers, major criminal organizations, destructive cults, and individuals who have accumulated so much negative karma that it surpasses a certain threshold. Robin blinked, his brows furrowing in thought. So, destroying a planet in the Young Belt would cause someone's negative karma to skyrocket, and that's what would put them on the Star Academy's radar? Not the act of planetary destruction itself. Evergreen let out a soft chuckle. Of course. How else do you think they would even find out about the destruction of a planet in the Young Belt? Do you have any idea how many planets are out there? Do you know how vast the planetary sectors of the Young Belt are? She shook her head. The elders of the Star Academies are not omnipresent gods. They don't possess an all-seeing gaze that detects every single crime the moment it happens. But they do have eyes and ears everywhere in the Middle Belt. The moment someone's negative karma reaches a dangerous threshold, they immediately become a target. From the Academy's perspective, it's as if the law of karma itself is marking these individuals for elimination, as if they are carrying out justice on behalf of the heavenly laws. Robin leaned back slightly, exhaling as he processed the information. I always thought that you planet spirits had some sort of direct connection with the Star Academies, like, I dunno, maybe you report things to them. A faint heat crept onto his cheeks as he scratched his head in mild embarrassment. For a moment, I even wondered if they were the ones who made the rules. Evergreen's response was immediate. Don't let your thoughts drift too far, owner. The Star Academies are just as bound by the rules as anyone else. In fact, they are probably the most fearful of them. They spend their entire lives avoiding any sort of transgression. After all, the more knowledge you gain, the more you realize just how terrifying the rules and laws truly are. Robin nodded slowly, his expression darkening. The stronger he became, the more he learned, the more he understood that the one who set the cosmic rules and heavenly laws was not an entity to be taken lightly. Evergreen's words made him re-evaluate everything. What were the true limits of the laws? And more importantly, what lay beyond them? Bang! Robin's thoughts were violently interrupted by a soft yet unexpected impact against his side. Turning his head, he found himself staring at a twisted, half-burned corpse-like figure floating alongside him on the surface of the magma sea. Well, unlike him, the extreme heat was visibly devouring this poor soul, worsening its already horrific state. Robin's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Halak, you're still alive. After everything that had happened, he was still here. A rough, hoarse voice rasped through the heated air. Oh, my apologies. Did I interrupt your weird conversation with yourself? Halak's tone was dry, edged with a dark amusement. To be honest, I have quite the headache, and I could really use a nice, cold bath. Would you mind helping me out? His voice was grating, painful even, as if his very throat had been scorched from the inside. Robin blinked before letting out a small chuckle. No need to apologize. I was just thinking out loud about some things. His voice was light, but he made no move to help Halak. Instead, he gently pushed the man away, letting him continue drifting along the molten currents. I'll be staying here a while longer. You go on ahead. Safe travels. He waved lazily as Halak slowly drifted into the distance. Don't forget to write. Chapter 1111. Will he be okay? The current is carrying him toward the abyss. If he falls in, he'll be reduced to nothing but ash. Evergreen's voice carried a rare trace of concern as she observed Halak drifting away through Robin's eyes. Robin, however, barely spared the man another glance. He'll be fine. If there's one thing more annoying than his sarcastic mouth, it's his cockroach-like ability to survive. He waved dismissively before tapping his chin a few times, lost in thought. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he turned back to Evergreen. Evergreen, do you remember? One time, you told me that I could escape from a world cataclysm. I think back then, I had around 1,000 soul units, maybe 3,000 at most. But today, his eyes sharpened as he recalled the intense battle from earlier. I used up 60,000 soul units just to suppress the shadow who was supposedly as strong as a world cataclysm. And yet, if the cube had contained even more energy, the shadow might have won. His voice lowered as he asked the critical question. So, what's the actual scaling here? Was the impatient woman's shadow way stronger than a regular world cataclysm? Maybe at the peak of the realm? Like, level 59. Robin nodded to himself as if convinced by his own logic. A power capable of shaking a planet the size of Néhari had to be at the peak of the world cataclysm stage or perhaps even half a step into Nexus state. Oh, heavens above. How did you understand my words back then? Evergreen sighed, shaking her head in his soul domain. Did you seriously believe you could fight a world cataclysm long enough until you managed to escape or he gets bored of you? Robin's confidence wavered for a moment. Evergreen continued with a hint of amusement. Technically speaking, someone with around 1,000 soul units and access to the silver domain can escape from a world cataclysm. But that's only if they have a specific escape technique or a specialized device that runs on silver soul force. That said, there's no such thing as level 59. She shot him a pointed look. Once you step past the martial emperor realm, levels stop existing. Levels are just a way to measure your foundation's solidity, but in the world cataclysm realm, foundations no longer matter. Instead, the classification changes entirely. Evergreen's voice became crisp as she listed the new terms. World calamity, low, mid, high, peak, and half-step nexus state. Robin raised an eyebrow. Yeah, just a different naming system. But at the end of the day, it means the same thing, right? His voice carried an almost challenging tone. The shadow I fought was clearly at the peak of world calamity. It wasn't a question, it was a demand for confirmation. Evergreen, however, was unfazed. Could you let me finish my explanation first? She quickly pressed on before Robin could cut her off again. The world cataclysm realm is extremely unique, because their energy core doesn't just store energy, it holds something more. She paused for emphasis. That's why it's impossible to predict the strength of a world cataclysm just by looking at their level. A low-level world cataclysm could be far weaker than expected, while another one could be far stronger. Robin frowned at this information. Evergreen smirked. There's a saying, if a soul master wants to face a world cataclysm, then every level within world cataclysm equals roughly 200,000 soul units. Robin's eyes widened slightly. Because of their unique energy gathering center, you might find a low-level world cataclysm that you can defeat with just 50,000 soul units. But you might also find another low-level world cataclysm that you can barely survive against even with 200,000. Her tone turned serious. It all depends on what's inside their energy core. That's why fighters avoid clashing with people from major clans or star academies. The difference in quality within the same level can be terrifying. Robin's expression twisted in disbelief. No way. He refused to accept such an absurd explanation. He practically shouted in frustration. I fought that shadow with only 60,000 soul units. Are you telling me that it was one of the weakest world calamities I could have faced? His breath was heavy. That woman was using the path of destruction. That has to count for something. There's no way she was among the weaker ones. Evergreen, for the first time, let out a soft chuckle. First of all, you weren't fighting her. You fought a mere shadow, one that only contained a limited amount of energy sealed inside that cube. Her smirk deepened. What made it stronger than usual was the soul shard, which contained 30,000 soul units. If it weren't for that, the shadow would have been far weaker. She paused for a second. Then, her tone dropped slightly, almost teasingly. Secondly, and more importantly, she let the words hang in the air before delivering the blow. Your 60,000 soul units weren't actually real 60,000. Robin's brain short-circuited for a moment. Ha! His hand instinctively moved to scratch his head. You are absolutely right about one thing, this woman is incredibly powerful. Her mastery of the minor heavenly law of ashification is so refined that it feels as if it were cut directly from the major heavenly law of destruction with a razor-sharp blade. You can clearly see it in her combat style, in the sheer force compressed within that cube of energy. The composition of her energy core is anything but ordinary. There is no doubt that she belongs to the elite among the elite. Even that wretched shadow of hers should have required at least 170,000 units of soul energy to subdue, at a bare minimum, for you to achieve what you did. Evergreen paused for a moment, still unable to fully wrap her mind around the situation. Then, she continued, sounding as if she were just as baffled as he was. And this is precisely why I tried to stop you from severing your soul domain. I knew you would fail, and I knew she would destroy you with one of those terrifying beams of energy. Even she dismissed you, sensing that you only had 60,000 units of soul energy. She didn't think you were worth her time and fully intended to obliterate you with a single strike, and yet, you survived. More than that, you emerged victorious. Robin furrowed his brows, clearly skeptical. And what exactly does that mean? He was unwilling to accept the idea that sheer willpower alone had saved him. Evergreen's voice turned thoughtful as she asked, Owner, do you recall our conversation about the soul force you absorbed directly from initial souls? Robin's mind instantly flashed back to the moment he had attempted to pierce through the shell of Hovenheim, shattering several of those white spheres inside his soul domain. The radiant white essence that had burst forth from them had been extraordinarily pure, dense and potent in a way that regular soul energy simply wasn't. When it seeped into the ground of his domain, it left behind a sheen of brilliance, reinforcing the very foundation of his soul domain. You told me before, Robin murmured, his voice tinged with realization, that the force extracted directly from initial souls is worth more than ordinary soul units, didn't you? Evergreen nodded. That's right. When an initial soul is refined within a soul domain, it yields two essential components. The first is soul essence, which nourishes and fortifies the domain itself. The second component consists of the spirit's memories and consciousness, which condense later into a soul creature. Most soul masters consider soul essence a rare and valuable commodity because it is usually absorbed randomly and unpredictably when processing initial souls. However, you have essentially constructed your entire soul domain using pure soul essence. Robin's eyebrows knitted together, intrigued. And that means? A small smile played on Evergreen's lips. It means that, as reckless as you were yesterday absorbing all those initial souls at once, you unknowingly crafted a soul domain that consists of approximately 90% pure soul essence. This is an unheard of ratio. She let out a small chuckle, then added, just as your adversary cannot be compared to ordinary world cataclysm, your 60,000 soul units do not equate to 60,000 units from a regular soul master. They are exponentially more powerful. Robin let out an amused huff, tilting his head back slightly. Heh, you started by promising to explain the power scale, but somehow, you've led me right back to square one. So tell me, am I strong, or am I weak in comparison to a world cataclysm? Because right now, I genuinely have no clue. With a slight smirk, he allowed himself to drift back into a relaxed position, letting the molten sea beneath him carry his body. Evergreen giggled. He, I suppose you'll have to figure that out for yourself, through experience. Buzz. A sudden rupture tore through the very fabric of space above the molten sea, as a spatial portal ripped open. From within, Richard emerged, his body covered in wounds, his form battered and bloodied, exhaustion weighing him down like an unbearable burden. Yet, despite his condition, his gaze remained sharp, his soul senses stretching outward frantically as he scanned the scene with desperate urgency. At last, his eyes landed on Robin. Father. Robin lifted a weary hand, waving lazily at his son as Richard rushed toward him. Father, are you all right? Can you still move? Richard descended rapidly, his concern evident in the sharpness of his tone. At this moment, father and son looked strikingly similar, both bloodied, both battle-worn, both bearing the marks of an intense struggle. The only true difference was the color of their hair, one golden, the other stark white. Yeah, let's get out of here, Robin muttered, patting his son's leg as he allowed him to help him stand. However, just as Richard was about to fly toward the portal, Robin suddenly stopped him. Wait, Robin said with a lazy grin, lifting a finger and pointing in a certain direction. There's someone over there who wanted to take a cold bath. Let's take him with us. Chapter 11-12. The Southern Region. Temporary headquarters of the True Beginning Empire. At the foot of a towering mountain, surrounded by dense, ancient forests and the territories of ferocious beasts, lay one of the few locations carefully chosen as a contingency refuge for the Empire. It was a place meant to serve as a last resort, a hidden sanctuary to fall back on should the Winter Eagle City be lost to enemy hands. The moment this site was selected, Supreme General Sakar wasted no time in issuing urgent orders. First, he commanded the construction of a fixed spatial portal to ensure swift evacuations if necessary. Then, he directed the placement of numerous defensive formations, preparing for the worst-case scenario where enemies might pursue them even here. But his most critical decision was the installation of multiple large-scale field hospital arrays across the area. At the time, Sakar had foreseen what such an evacuation would mean. He had stated plainly, if we ever have to fall back to this place, it will mean we are on the brink of destruction. And if that happens, what we will need more than anything else is the ability to treat the wounded. And his words proved prophetic. Ugh, the air was thick with groans of agony. Everywhere, countless demons lay sprawled across the ground like lifeless dolls, their bodies twisted in pain. They were scattered across the battlefield like fallen leaves, motionless, broken, drained of all strength. Not a single one remained standing. Not even one was fully intact or unscathed. Before this day's battle, the demon army had been a mighty force, numbering over 400,000 battle-hardened soldiers. This included approximately 400 demon emperors, beings of immense power. But now, there were barely 150,000 survivors, collapsing where they stood, barely clinging to consciousness. As for the demon emperors, the elite among them, those who had been the pillars of their forces, it would be lucky if even 100 remained alive. There were no doctors moving among the wounded, no cooks preparing food, no hands tending to the suffering. No one had the energy to care. The moment they arrived at the so-called safe haven, those still capable of standing had immediately activated the vast field hospital arrays, allowing their green light to spread across the massive encampment. And then, they simply collapsed, unable to move any further. Even those who had not suffered severe wounds found themselves lying on their backs, staring blankly at the vast sky above, their minds lost in the aftermath of battle. They were demons, creatures born to embrace battle and to thrive in bloodshed. Yet even they could not suppress the deep-rooted terror clawing at their souls. Their minds replayed the nightmare over and over again, forcing them to relive the horror they had barely survived. How were they even still alive? But strangely enough, despite their devastating losses, despite their broken morale, the demons were not the ones in the worst state. The saints and sages, the elite human warriors who had formed the mighty warlord arrays, lay strewn across the battlefield like corpses discarded by fate. They did not move. They did not speak. A quarter of them were already dead, their bodies devoid of life. The rest, they were drained beyond measure, their very souls wrung dry. How could they not be? Each warlord had been forced to battle alone against 20 imperial guards. 20. To fight such monstrous opponents single-handedly was a feat that defied belief, a battle that no one could have expected to walk away from unscathed. What had kept them moving until now was nothing more than sheer survival instinct, an instinct that had finally faded the moment they reached the sanctuary of this hidden encampment. And once exhaustion took hold of them, many simply surrendered to the inevitable. Some allowed themselves to pass away in peace, while others lay there in silence, too tired to care whether they lived or died. Even the healing arrays, designed to restore life and mend wounds, could do nothing for them. But injuries and exhaustion were not the worst problems they faced. No, there was something far worse looming over their weary hearts. They had no idea what had happened next. His Excellency, their supreme ruler, had given them one final order before they fled. Retreat. Leave the rest to me. And they had obeyed, despite the terrible weight in their chests. Since that moment, they had heard explosions that shook the very heavens. They had felt earthquakes rippling through the land. The sky had trembled, and an overwhelming, suffocating aura of death had descended upon them. It had felt as though an ancient calamity had been unleashed upon the world. From the moment they had been ordered to flee, they had felt like nothing more than ants caught in a cosmic storm. But then, it had all stopped. The explosions ceased. The quakes subsided. The air returned to silence. The world felt still once more. And yet, no one dared to move. No one dared to breathe too loudly. It was as if the weight of the unknown had crushed the very spirit out of them. Bzzzt. A sudden, piercing sound shattered the silence. An instant spatial portal had opened, right in the middle of the encampment. Ha! Every single pair of eyes turned toward it in unison. From within the gate, a tall, battered figure emerged. It was Richard. He was supporting his father with his right arm, ensuring another man remained steady. But in his left hand, he held a charred, blackened corpse, carrying it as though it were nothing more than a discarded sack of garbage. Take it easy, father. Easy now. The battlefield, once filled with the sounds of the dying, now fell into a stunned, deathly silence. The Lord, it is His Excellency. Your Excellency, what happened? Your Excellency, did we win? Commotion. A sudden wave of voices erupted all at once, as if an invisible force had struck everyone at the same time. Moments ago, the soldiers had been sprawled across the ground like lifeless bodies, drained of all strength, their spirits crushed under the weight of the battle they had barely survived. But the moment their eyes landed on him, the one they had sworn to follow, their exhaustion seemed to vanish into thin air. One after another, they scrambled to their feet, as if their injuries and fatigue had been nothing more than an illusion. Even Richard's eyes widened in shock. Before he had left, the camp had been drowning in despair, heavy with the silence of the wounded and dying. He had expected to return and find them all barely clinging to life, or worse. But now, as he watched the sea of battered warriors surging forward, their expressions burning with newfound hope, he felt something shift inside him. Calm down, all of you. Richard stepped forward, trying to regain control of the situation. His Excellency is exhausted. He needs time to rest and recover. It is fine. Robin's voice, though hoarse, carried enough weight to silence the growing unrest. He placed a reassuring hand on Richard's shoulder before taking a deep breath, steeling himself. With great effort, he straightened his back, standing tall without any support. Then, slowly, he raised his right fist into the air. In this war, the true beginning empire has prevailed. Clang, clang. The deafening sound of metal clashing against metal rang through the air, followed by an overwhelming roar of voices. Ah, long live the true beginning empire. Long live the Lord. Ha ha. The human soldiers, overwhelmed with emotion, covered their faces, their tears spilling freely. They wept, not out of sorrow, but from the sheer relief that the nightmare had finally ended. They cried because the sacrifices of their fallen comrades had not been in vain. The demons, on the other hand, cheered with wild abandon, their roars shaking the earth beneath them. Their thoughts had already turned to one thing: feasting. After all, what better way to celebrate survival than with an endless supply of food? Meanwhile, Richard stood frozen in place, his mind struggling to process what he had just heard. Did we really win? Is Pathor dead? Robin, still leaning slightly against his son for support, glanced at him with tired but resolute eyes. I will explain everything later. He exhaled deeply before shifting his weight again. Take me to your brother. I need to see him. Richard hesitated for only a moment before nodding firmly. Understood. Without another word, he led his father through the throng of celebrating soldiers, cutting through the noise and chaos like a silent shadow. After several minutes of slow, steady flight, Richard finally descended in front of a small cave nestled in the farthest corner of the battlefield's outskirts. We are here. Under normal circumstances, Richard would have reached this location in the blink of an eye. But carrying his father had slowed him considerably, not because Robin was heavy, but because Richard himself was barely holding on. His condition was dire. The fact that he was still conscious, let alone standing, was nothing short of a miracle. Creak. As soon as they landed, Robin released Richard's shoulder and forced himself to stand fully on his own again. With slow, deliberate steps, he moved deeper into the cave. But as soon as his eyes adjusted to the dim lighting, his breath caught in his throat. His body stiffened in pure shock. Caesar? Is that Amon? The sight before him was unlike anything he had ever prepared himself for. Caesar's body was completely drained of color, his skin an unnatural shade of pale. He looked almost translucent, his features frozen, his limbs rigid, as if he had been sculpted from ice itself. The eerie stillness surrounding him sent a chill down Robin's spine. He looked less like a wounded warrior and more like a lifeless specter. And then there was Amon. Robin had barely recognized him at first glance. His entire face was swollen beyond recognition, his chest torn open, revealing the gruesome sight of his shattered ribcage and exposed organs. His arms and legs were in ruins, mangled, twisted at unnatural angles, with jagged bone fragments piercing through what little remained of his flesh. Robin felt his own heartbeat slow, the sound of the cheering soldiers outside fading into a distant hum. His throat tightened as the realization hit him like a hammer. These were not just wounds. These were closer to being corpses. Chapter 11:13. Oh no. This looks bad, really bad. Robin struggled with extreme difficulty as he moved to stand beside Caesar. His eyes of truth were fully activated, scanning his son's condition from head to toe with unparalleled focus. His heartbeat slowed down dramatically, his blood had frozen in most of his veins, and his muscles had become rigid as stone. When Robin gently wiped his son's eyelids, he discovered that Caesar's pupils had turned grayish, with a large white spot right in their middle, almost as if they were on the verge of vanishing completely. In every medical sense, this body was considered dead. However, Robin could still see the unstable energy fluctuating within Caesar's life arteries, trembling in fear, and his soul domain vibrating violently, refusing to fade away entirely. The cavern they were in was under the influence of 7 overlapping medical formations, operating simultaneously like a grand battlefield infirmary. It had been infused with an enormous quantity of energy pearls, designed to serve only the highest-ranking individuals, strictly forbidding ordinary soldiers and even martial emperors from approaching. It was, without a doubt, the most advanced medical facility the true beginning empire could provide. And yet, it did nothing for Caesar. It did nothing for Amon either. Damn it. Why did he have to push himself this far? Robin clenched his teeth in frustration, his expression dark with concern. Then, without hesitation, he gestured toward Richard. Come here. I need you to use the flame of life to encircle his life artery. If we can at least stabilize it, he might have a chance. Understood. Richard responded without delay. Tossing aside what appeared to be a charred corpse he had been holding, he rushed toward his brother at full speed. Bam! Polak crashed into the ground with great force. Ugh. Much appreciated for the help, but if you are taking requests, could you get me a feather pillow? I have a slight sensitivity to hard surfaces. Shwa, Shwela. With immense difficulty, Richard conjured a tiny flame, lowering it gently onto Caesar's heart, its glow flickering as if struggling to stay alive. Robin pretended not to notice Richard's struggle, instead focusing all his attention on Caesar's unstable soul domain. He channeled every last bit of his 700 soul units into it, wrapping it entirely in an attempt to suppress its violent trembling. Shoo! At that moment, another figure entered the cave. My lord, you are here? What happened in the battle? We won. Robin replied in a matter-of-fact tone, as if it were old news, then turned toward Sakar. Where were you? We won. How? What exactly happened? Sakar took 2 steps forward, stunned by the revelation, but his gaze quickly shifted to Amon's unconscious body. His instincts immediately took over, and he stepped toward him, pressing a single finger directly into Amon's abdomen, almost as if stabbing him. All right, there you go. I will explain everything later. Robin cut him off, his voice firm. For now, just focus on helping Amon. Robin didn't need to focus too much to understand what Sakar was doing, as he was channeling a significant amount of fresh blood into Amon's body. Almost instantly, visible improvements appeared as Amon's wounds began closing at an astonishing rate. There is no need to worry about Amon, my lord. Sakar reassured him, noticing Robin's sharp gaze. For demons, their disease is blood, and their cure is also blood. That is why I left, to gather some juice for him. He continued his work, pouring more blood into Amon with one hand while realigning his bones with the other. But the real question is Caesar. What happened to him? I examined him, but I couldn't understand his condition at all. He used an excessive amount of the major heavenly law of death. Robin sighed heavily. In the technique I gave him, the instructions were clear. He was only supposed to merge 1% of the major heavenly law of death with 99% major heavenly law of fire. I even included a few advanced techniques at the end of the manual, guiding him on how to increase it safely, allowing him to use up to 3% death and 97% fire. But that boy is a genius. He must have figured out the secret behind the technique and bypassed the restrictions. He used at least 5% of the death law in that last attack, maybe even more. I wouldn't be surprised if he shattered the human limit and reached 7%. Gasp. For the first time since entering the cavern, Caesar took a deep, relieved breath and slowly exhaled. The combined efforts of Robin and Richard were finally yielding results. Seeing this, Richard's tension eased slightly. So 7% of the major heavenly law of death combined with 93% of the law of fire was enough to cause this kind of damage, father? But why? Doesn't Caesar consume the affinity enhancement elixir like the rest of us? It's not that simple. You, Richard, can freely manipulate 100% of the law of life or 100% of the law of fire as you please. The level of concentration required to achieve such a feat is immense, but it is possible. However, your brother. I gave him the major heavenly law of death. I don't know what I was thinking at the time. Robin shook his head in frustration. Every time I have to work on developing a technique for Caesar, I feel like I'm going mad. The major heavenly law of death is the natural enemy of life itself. There is no elixir in existence that can increase a living being's affinity with death. Or maybe, there is one. Poison. Robin paused for a moment before continuing, as if organizing his thoughts. The elixir that Caesar drinks is composed mostly of ingredients that enhance his affinity with the primary law of fire. As for the law of death, it only contains a slight amount of black serpent lily nectar. But that nectar merely allows him to activate the 4th stage of the law, and it does nothing to protect him from its effects. Isn't there any other solution? Richard asked anxiously. Seeing his brother in such a dire state made his heart sink, and for a moment back at the dome, he had even thought Caesar was already dead. The most straightforward solution is for him to stick to using only 1% of the major heavenly law of death, or if absolutely necessary, limit himself to 3% but finish his battles quickly. Robin shrugged. I know that's difficult, especially when he's facing opponents with a much stronger energy foundation than his own, but he has to come up with a solution. Maybe he should cultivate his soul further or master a combat style that utilizes that halberd of his. The second solution is the flame of life. If that green fire surrounds his heart and life vein, it will shield him from most of the harmful effects of the major heavenly law of death. But you won't always be there to help him, Richard. Robin tapped his thigh a few times before adding in a softer voice, don't trouble yourself over it too much. I'll think of something for him. Richard nodded repeatedly, his mind heavy with thoughts. He must have known this would happen. If it weren't for General Amon's sacrifice and my brother Caesar's efforts, we all would have died in those explosions. Even you won't be able to fight for a while, Robin pointed out, studying his son carefully. In fact, you won't even be able to sleep peacefully after the damage your body suffered from expelling such a massive amount of energy in such a short time. Then, Robin turned his gaze toward Sakar, who had been silent up until now. Hey, why did you suddenly shout and start giving orders to create the dome and clear the area of enemies? I understand that right after that, the explosions occurred, and your preparations saved everyone. But how did you know? Sakar slowly lifted his head, his expression unreadable as he faced his lord. Can't you guess, Lord? Robin's heart skipped a beat. He felt a cold chill run down his spine, though he had already suspected the answer. I can, but I'd rather hear it from you. Sakar took a slow breath before speaking, his voice carrying a weight that made the air in the cave feel heavy. I heard his voice at that moment, the voice of Jabba. Chapter 11:14. It was Jabba's voice. What? Richard's eyes widened to their limits. Even though he had never had a proper meeting with Jabba, neither in the past nor in the present, he had heard countless stories about him. His father's first disciple, the valiant general who single-handedly stood up to a warlord, the genius planner who came up with the idea of points to reward soldiers, the brilliant engineer behind the idea of using the imperial capital buildings to draw the arrays and even gave Robin the idea of the arrays themselves, the researcher who managed to acquire the Eye of Truth and the person who delivered the superior energy control technique that human emperors used to use the fourth stage of laws, and much more. Jabba was the undisputed second man of the empire. He was even higher in status than Caesar during his time, but unfortunately the secret word here is was. As for Robin, his entire body froze for a moment. His breath seemed to catch in his throat as if he had momentarily forgotten how to inhale. When the explosions had erupted in such a catastrophic manner, hundreds of scenarios had flashed through Robin's mind. Jabba had been one of them, but out of all the possibilities, that scenario had seemed the least probable to him. And yet, it was the one closest to his heart, the only one he truly wanted to believe in. Sakar continued, his voice unwavering. He sent me a short message. In summary, he told me that we needed to escape or find shelter immediately, otherwise, he wouldn't be responsible for what would happen in 10 seconds. The presence that contacted me was undoubtedly Jabba's soul imprint. A faint smile crept onto Robin's face. Ha! Then, it grew wider. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you, you fools? He would never betray me. Sakar simply watched as his lord laughed hysterically, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Richard's lips curled into a small, satisfied smile. He nodded a few times as if a weight had been lifted off his chest. He knew how deep a wound Jabba had left in his father's heart. For Robin to finally receive a sign, on a day of victory, no less, was nothing short of a miracle. This is great, but how did he pull something like that off? When I went to retrieve father, the entire area was obliterated, the ground itself had disappeared. Haha, it must have something to do with Jabba's research on blood techniques. Have you forgotten the report? He distributed a technique to some of their soldiers, making them stronger or something like that. Maybe he used a modified version of it somehow. Robin's laughter remained loud and unrestrained. If he weren't currently pressing his hand against Caesar's forehead, he might have started clapping in excitement. Richard nodded, still smiling, but then a thought seemed to strike him suddenly. His expression turned serious. But why? Why would he go through all this trouble? At the negotiation meeting, he openly insulted you, mocked mother's name, and even, yes, I nearly killed him before my battle with Pythor. At the mention of that moment, Robin's laughter came to an abrupt halt. His gaze slowly shifted toward Sakar. If it weren't for you asking me to stop, I suppose that's one more thing I owe you thanks for. There's no need. Sakar shook his head. You and I both noticed something, but for some reason, you chose to ignore it. Robin nodded knowingly. He understood exactly what Sakar was referring to. It was that small yet significant moment when Jabba had mentioned that the Overlord had entered his soul domain and read through it as if he were skimming a newspaper. That specific remark had not been the highlight of Jabba's words at the time. If he had fully sided with the empire of the Great Serpent, he would have phrased his statement in a way that glorified the Supreme Lord's power. But instead, the words he chose conveyed fear. The statement had passed over most listeners like any other phrase uttered that day, blending into the heated exchange. But for individuals like Sakar and Robin, who dissected every word with meticulous precision, it had stood out like a glaring anomaly. As for why Robin had ultimately dismissed it, I thought I was overthinking it. After he went on about my hatred for the giant race, I assumed I was just trying to find an excuse to spare him. Robin let out a heavy sigh and rested his forehead against his palm. That's what I thought as well. You wouldn't miss words, Sakar responded curtly. Sakar's trust in the Lord's intelligence had long surpassed all limits. His deep insight and meticulous way of thinking had led him to the same conclusion. The Lord was forcing himself to kill his disciple, despite having doubts about his betrayal. That was precisely why Sakar had shouted at him, to let him know that he, too, had noticed that small yet significant detail, and that he should reconsider before making such a final decision. Ha! That boy owes you his life. Robin nodded several times, his voice laced with something between amusement and contemplation. Since he chose you to deliver the message, that means he understands what you did for him. Get in touch with him and tell him to come. Let him know that I won't hold anything against him. He's free to go and do whatever he pleases once we exchange a few words. Sakar remained silent for a few moments, his lips pressed into a thin line. About that, he finally muttered. Robin's sharp eyes immediately locked onto him, his eyebrows furrowing. What's the problem? Sakar inhaled deeply before answering. Jabba's message, there was something else in it. His voice was unusually heavy. He hesitated for a second but then decided to just say it. At the end of the message, he said, goodbye. Robin's expression shifted. His eyes darkened, and his voice carried an edge of urgency. What do you mean, goodbye? He raised his voice slightly. I don't know. The imp felt like he was being interrogated. What he said, word for word, was that you, Master, were lucky to have me beside you. And then, he said goodbye. He called me Master? Robin's confusion deepened, his gaze clouded with thought. After a moment, he muttered, maybe he's planning to run away somewhere, thinking that I'm still angry with him. Just contact him and tell him to come back. He chose you to contact, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to speak to him directly. Sakar nodded and pulled out a spatial ring from the blue leather pouch at his side. He stared at it in silence for a moment before lifting his head and looking at Robin again. His soul imprint, it's inactive. Robin's breath hitched. His entire demeanor shifted as he frowned. What do you mean by inactive? His voice grew sharp, laced with disbelief. A soul imprint remains active as long as the soul exists. Even if he traveled to another planet, he might not receive messages, but the imprint itself should still be active. Or are you saying he's just ignoring it? Robin's tone turned accusing as he snapped at Sakar. But when he noticed Sakar's silence, a horrible feeling gnawed at his chest. Without another word, he hastily injected his soul sense into his own communication ring, frantically searching for Jabba's soul imprint. It was there, registered, but it was dimmed, unselectable. An eerie silence fell over the cave, suffocating and thick with an unspoken dread. Robin stared at his ring in shock, his fingers tightening around it. Sakar and Richard stood frozen, unable to form a single word. What does this mean, huh? Robin lifted the ring, first toward Richard, then toward Sakar. One of you, tell me what this means. Sakar lowered his head, avoiding Robin's gaze. There is no one more knowledgeable about the voice rings and soul imprints than their creator, you my lord. Robin's grip on the ring tightened, his voice filled with raw frustration. Even creators make mistakes. I am not a god. I don't have answers to everything. He shouted, his voice echoing through the cavern, trembling with restrained emotions. The temperature within the small cave fluctuated wildly, one moment unbearably hot, the next chillingly cold. Sakar and Richard swallowed hard, their throats dry. Neither of them dared to voice the obvious truth, fearing it would be like throwing oil onto an already raging fire. Robin remained still for a long moment, the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him like an iron shackle. Finally, he took a slow breath and removed his hand from Caesar's forehead, shifting his gaze toward Richard. His voice, though calmer, carried a heavy finality. His soul domain has stabilized. His life force has also steadied. Let the field hospital formations do their work, and go to the lava sea to gather life energy from there. I have a short trip to make. With that, he stood up, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Richard and Sakar stood in silence for a long moment. The situation took many turns during their short conversation, and now they could only obey their orders and hope for the best. In this dark moment, Halak raised his head ever so slightly and muttered, "Hey, what about that pillow?" Chapter 11:15. After an hour. Somewhere near the lava sea, KRSH space tore open as Robin emerged from the rift. His blood-red eyes shut tightly for a moment as he stretched his spiritual sense to its absolute limit. When he opened them again, his teeth clenched in frustration. Not here either. As those words left his mouth, Robin raised his hand and made a slicing motion once more. KRSH. A new spatial rift formed before him, though this time, it was barely the size of a clenched fist. Before he could force it any wider, his body suddenly plummeted from the sky. Without an energy shield to protect him, his battered body was assaulted by the sheer force of freefall. The air resistance alone was torture in his current state. Then, with a faint green glow flickering at the center of his chest, whoosh, he managed to stabilize himself midair. What the hell do you think you are doing? Stop burning your life force every time I replenish even a fraction of it. Your body is deteriorating. It is weakening at an alarming rate. Just rest for a moment and absorb energy naturally from a pearl. Evergreen's voice rang sharply in his mind, filled with concern. Shut up. Robin snapped back at her, his voice hoarse with strain. Then, KRSH, he tore another rift in space and leaped through it successfully this time. Once again, he closed his eyes, extending his soul sense outward, searching and scanning. But after a few moments, his lips moved in an agonized whisper. Not here either. Not here either. You won't find him like this. Your search range has become ridiculously small because of your injured soul. On top of that, you barely have more than 700 soul units left. If you keep scanning the eastern sector like this, you will never be done. Evergreen's worried voice echoed through his thoughts. She was terrified that he would once again resort to using his life force. Who even told you he would be here in the first place? She didn't need to hear his answer. She already knew he was here searching for Jabba. As soon as Robin heard Sakar's words, he had left immediately, heading straight to this place, the battlefield. He had tracked the direction in which Jabba had last been seen leaving and followed it. With every bit of progress he made, he would use his soul sense to sweep the area, desperately searching for any trace of him. His throat felt dry as he finally spoke, his voice barely more than a rasp. The battle lasted about an hour and a half. That is not nearly enough time for him to have gotten too far from the battlefield. Besides, he intervened at the last critical moment, right before we would have lost completely. That means he was watching us the whole time. If he had been watching, that means he wasn't running away the entire hour and a half. That means, Robin's crimson eyes flickered with certainty. That means he is still closer to the battlefield than we thought. And what if he just used an instant spatial portal? Have you forgotten that those exist? Evergreen folded her arms, her tone exasperated. Or better yet, what if he deliberately took this path as a ruse and then simply turned in a different direction? You are wasting your time and energy. Robin shook his head, his gaze sharpening. Back during the Safe City battle at the start of the war, I destroyed one of his direct surveillance arrays with ease, from an immense distance, no less. Knowing that, do you think he would risk using an instant spatial portal right after hearing Sakar scream for me not to kill him? No, he is smarter than that. He wouldn't use something that could put him in danger. Robin clenched his fists, his voice filled with conviction. That is why, until he disappeared from sight, he didn't use a teleportation array. He exhaled sharply, his expression darkening. I am certain he is still somewhere around here. Robin pointed ahead of him before muttering under his breath, his voice so faint it was barely audible. At least, that is what he would do if he wanted me to find him. What? Why would he want you to find him? If he wanted to meet you, he would have just come back himself. Evergreen's confusion was evident. You wouldn't understand. Robin gritted his teeth. His gaze swept his surroundings once more before he sighed, shaking his head. I really can't keep this up at this pace. If I continue like this, I will need a whole day just to cover the necessary area. Whoosh. Robin descended swiftly and landed atop one of the tallest trees, folding his legs beneath him as he sat down. Then, he closed his eyes. Within his soul domain, Robin's eyes snapped open, revealing the vast silver world before him, a world teeming with chaos, a world brimming with life. The soul hunting he had done before Richard's arrival had yielded tremendous results. His domain was overflowing with playful white orbs, more of them than there were blades of grass on the ground. But something was off. Unlike their usual carefree nature, these initial souls lay scattered, as if parched and exhausted. The air felt dry, and the earth beneath them cracked. All of this was a clear sign. The soul domain was suffering from an extreme depletion of soul energy. Having only 700 soul units within a domain that could house 137,000 was akin to a drought of catastrophic proportions. Robin's emotions were caught between reassurance and dread. But regardless of his worries, he had to act. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand to grasp one of the initial souls. Pa! Evergreen leaped forward and slapped his hand away. What do you think you are doing? She snapped. Robin frowned and took a step back. What does it look like I am doing? He ignored her and lunged forward again, reaching for another one. I need to replenish my soul units quickly so I can expand my search range. Wait! Evergreen seized his wrist once more, stopping him in his tracks. 700 units already give you a good enough search range. The reason you can't use even a quarter of it is because of your new and old soul injuries. She pointed ahead. Robin followed her gaze, and his breath hitched. There, at the far end of his domain, lay the scar he had carved out for the shard. That entire region had faded to a dull, sickly hue as if one of the very walls of his soul domain was on the verge of collapse. It was an expected outcome, but now that he was seeing it for himself, it sent chills down his spine. That wasn't all. The silver ground, which once stretched endlessly in a pristine, polished state, now felt hollow and fragile. The newly expanded territory stretched endlessly before him, yet it was utterly desolate. Not even a single blade of grass had managed to sprout, and there was no sign of life in sight. The once fertile and vibrant landscape had been replaced with nothing but lifeless black patches and a seemingly infinite number of deep, jagged craters as if the very foundation of this world had been torn apart by some unseen force. The air was eerily still, devoid of the faint whispers of energy that used to dance through his domain. Even the sky above, once a vast, shimmering silver expanse, now bore ugly fractures running across its surface, like the webbed cracks of shattered glass. Those dark blemishes were unnatural, like the stains of a creeping infection, spreading inch by inch with every passing moment. It was as if the very essence of his domain was on the verge of crumbling apart. And then there was the Greenland sun, his anchor, his source of stability. Once, it had radiated an unwavering green brilliance, casting a steady warmth over his domain. But now, it was dim, dull, and sickly, reduced to a mere ghost of what it once was. Its light flickered weakly, struggling to hold its form, as if it, too, was being swallowed by the growing decay. Robin clenched his teeth so hard that his jaw ached. His fists tightened at his sides as a sense of foreboding settled deep within him. Is this because I expanded my domain too quickly? His voice was low, almost a whisper, yet laced with frustration and self-reproach. At first glance, his vast soul domain still seemed grand, still seemed powerful, but now, with a closer look, the truth became painfully clear. It was breaking apart, cracking, dying. Of course it is. And you haven't even seen the worst of it, Evergreen huffed, crossing her arms as she shot him a glare. At this rate, heart specters will start appearing soon. Robin's expression darkened instantly. You ignored my warnings, she continued, her tone sharp with reprimand. You left your domain in a miserable state, worse than miserable. If it weren't for the Greenland sun, this entire place would have already collapsed. And even now, it's hanging by a thread. That sun is barely keeping everything together, and tell me, how much longer do you think that will last? She let out a heavy sigh, relief flickering across her features when she noticed that Robin had finally stopped moving. Instead of taking a moment to fix what you broke, instead of stabilizing yourself and your domain, you want to push it even further toward destruction? You want to make things even worse? Robin exhaled sharply, his gaze clouded with emotion. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, then slowly opened them, the weight of her words sinking in. You're right, he admitted, his voice strained. I've been neglecting my body and my soul. I should have been more careful. He inhaled deeply, trying to steady himself. Then, in a blur, his hand shot forward, seizing one of the passing initial souls. Without a second thought, his fingers closed tightly around it, and crushed it in his fist. But I have to find him. His voice rang out, filled with unwavering determination. Chapter 11:16. Half an hour later. Crack! The space tore open once more, this time dangerously close to the ground. The tear rippled like a wound in reality, raw and unstable. From its jagged edges, Robin stumbled out of the rift, his body barely responding to his commands as if it no longer belonged to him. His knees buckled the moment his feet touched solid earth, and he lurched forward, catching himself on his hands just before his face hit the ground. His fingers dug into the dirt, bloodied and shaking. His eyes, wide open, refusing to blink, were no longer mere orbs of vision. They had become pools of pure crimson, like liquid blood swirling within his sockets. Every tear that escaped them was not made of water but a thin trickle of red that painted his cheeks. Not long ago, he had ignored Evergreen's desperate warnings, brushed them aside like an annoying buzz in the background, and destroyed several initial souls anyway. The act had been reckless, but necessary in his mind. The result? His soul reserves had surged, forcefully increasing to nearly 1,500 units. But instead of soothing the aching thirst of his spiritual domain, the influx of raw power had only worsened the situation. A violent tremor shook his already fragile soul domain. The force from the shattered souls did not integrate properly. Instead, it turned into dark, gaping holes across the spiritual landscape. But Robin had no time to care. He forcefully dragged his awareness back to his body, only to realize that even opening his eyes had become a struggle. His ears barely registered any sound. Huff, huff. Struggling for breath, Robin extended his soul sense. Huum. This time, his range expanded several times over, piercing through mountains, valleys, and layers of earth far into the distance. Just before his scan reached its maximum limit and he prepared to retract it with a sigh, he sensed something. There was something off about one of the mountains. It was hollow on the inside, large enough to house dozens of people. But this was not a natural cave, as there was no entrance. The anomaly stood directly in Jabba's escape path, with no deviation to the left or right. And if Jabba had continued flying at the same speed, that exact spot would be 1 hour away from the battlefield. Robin slowly glanced down at his trembling hands. He had already burned his life force multiple times, leaving him with only 10% remaining. If he drained even a fraction more, the risk of death would skyrocket. He had one teleportation left. Every rational thought screamed at him to use it to return to the cavern to his kids, to reunite with his people, to rest. But, crack! Robin took a shaky step forward into the spatial rift. The sheer determination burning within him right now, if divided among the entire empire, it would be more than enough to fuel them all. No matter what it took, he had to know what happened to Jabba. Crack! Boom! Robin collapsed onto his hands and knees the moment he emerged from the spatial rift, his breath ragged and uneven. His chest rose and fell violently, struggling to pull in air. Ha! Ha! His right hand shot up, grasping at his heart as if trying to keep it from shattering inside his ribs. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony, his nerves burned like molten fire, and his mind, his very consciousness, teetered on the edge of oblivion. Physically, mentally, he had reached his absolute limit. Ha! Ha! And yet, despite the overwhelming exhaustion, despite the pain threatening to drag him into the abyss, he forced himself to lift his head. His movements were slow, jerky, like a puppet with its strings tangled. His vision swam, but he needed to see. Where was he? This space, this should not exist. A massive hollow inside a mountain with no natural entrance, no cracks or tunnels leading inside. By all logic, it should be a suffocating void, sealed away from the world. He had prepared himself for the crushing lack of air. He had expected to feel his lungs tighten the moment he stepped through the rift. And yet, he was breathing freely. The darkness should have been absolute. A sealed chamber deep within the rock should be blacker than the bottom of the ocean, drowning in eternal night. And yet, there was light. A soft, steady glow illuminated the chamber. Robin's blurry eyes instinctively followed the source of the glow. Mounted along the cavern walls, evenly spaced, were lamps. Not ordinary lamps, but those containing moon worshippers' stones, rare, precious gems famed for their gentle, natural radiance. For a moment, he simply stared. Then, with excruciating effort, he dragged his gaze downward. Even the mere act of lowering his neck sent fresh waves of pain through his spine, as if his very bones were protesting against movement. Ha! 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 A sharp intake of breath. Something was beneath him. Not just stone, but drawings. Deeply carved into the cavern floor were intricate, interwoven patterns. They were not random, nor were they decorative. Each line, each curve, and each angle had meaning. Every section was deliberate. The grooves had been etched with precision, then filled with a distinct blue ink. Robin's pupils shrank. No doubt about it. These are law patterns. His breath hitched again. His heart pounded, though whether from exertion or realization, he could not tell. With immense difficulty, he rubbed at his eyelids, forcing his bloodied eyes to focus. He needed to see more. Fighting against his failing body, he scanned further across the chamber floor. His vision blurred, his mind struggled to process shapes, but the patterns continued. the entire cavern was covered in them. Every single carved symbol contained a law pattern. And at the four corners of the chamber, pits had been dug into the ground, filled with energy pearls. This was not just an inscription. This was not just a ritual carving. This was a fully integrated array. Robin's lips parted slightly, his breathing shallow. This array, his voice barely reached above a whisper, it contains traces of the superior energy control technique? A thin, weak smile tugged at the corners of his cracked lips. The superior energy control technique. A brilliant innovation. A technique created by Jabba, a method capable of striking unstable particles in the bloodstream, forcing a reaction that resulted in an internal explosion. Later, Robin himself had modified it, allowing human martial emperors to wield fourth stage laws with relative safety. This was Jabba's signature technique, one of his greatest achievements. And now, it was woven into this array, seamlessly integrated, its presence undeniable. There was only one conclusion. Jabba was here. His eyes flickered, struggling to stay open. This is the place. The place where he triggered the explosion. The place where he wiped out the Pythor army. No doubt about it. But where was he? Robin's bloodied eyes darted around the cavern, his vision clouded by fatigue and injury. His exhausted mind struggled to interpret what he saw. Red phantoms danced in his periphery, hallucinations born from exhaustion, or something else? But one thing was clear. There was no trace of Jabba around. No footprints. No shattered remains. No lingering presence. No signs of life. Robin's breath hitched. Where did he go? Maybe he finished his mission and left. Didn't he already say goodbye to Sakaar? It is only natural he would not stay in the same place. As long as you haven't found his corpse, it is possible he simply chose to disappear on his own. Evergreen's voice echoed in his mind, calm, unshaken. She could see through his eyes, and experience some of his pain. Huff, huff. Blood seeped continuously from his eyes, dripping from the corners of his lips. His body shook violently, barely managing to keep itself upright. Even his arms, his last source of support, were beginning to give out. At this point, even if he sacrificed more of his life force, he would not be able to move. Maybe, his voice cracked. But why didn't he return to me? His head drooped lower. We would have welcomed him as a hero. His teeth clenched. And what about the severed communication link? His fingers dug into the stone floor. Do not try to console me, Evergreen. His breath was shallow and unstable. A dreadful thought clawed at the edges of his mind. I fear that he might. Khoo. Khhh. A violent cough tore through his throat, cutting him off. Blood splattered onto the stone beneath him. Chapter 1117. Modern sound rings operate using a system called soul imprints. A person can collect soul imprints from friends and those they wish to communicate with through something known as soul imprint cards, another invention of Robin. This allows for effortless mental communication at any time and from any place, as long as both individuals remain on the same planet. However, if the other party leaves the planet, messages can still be sent but will remain undelivered until both are once again on the same celestial body. Severing a communication channel or being unable to select a soul imprint for contact is theoretically possible in only one scenario: if the imprint is no longer viable, if it has ceased to exist. And when someone's soul imprint disappears, it signifies only one thing: death. Hey, why are you underestimating your disciple? He is still a truth chosen and has achieved remarkable feats. Perhaps he found a way to manipulate the ring or even alter his own soul. The sound ring is merely an old invention of yours, something you created ages ago, even before reaching Néhari. Did you not only have a first-stage green truth eye back then, just like him? Why assume something this minor is beyond his ability? Evergreen's voice carried skepticism. You have a point. While his expertise lies in blood research, he is intelligent enough to tamper with something like the sound ring. Robin admitted with some difficulty, nodding slightly. Good, then can you relax now? He clearly stood on your side. He obliterated your enemies at the most critical moment. He could not have known you had a spacetime technique capable of killing Pythor like that. This means he genuinely intended to save you and wasn't simply choosing your side because you appeared to be winning in the end. Evergreen continued, pressing her advantage. Besides, you have found the place where the attack was initiated. The fact that his corpse is not here means he is alive. Is that not enough for you? What more could possibly concern you? Taking the opportunity, she urged him further. Now, sit down, please. Start gathering natural energy and restoring your soul force, even if only for initial recovery before returning to your empire. Once you are there, you can search for him alongside your people, with a clearer mind and on a much larger scale. At this moment, Robin's appearance was horrifying in Evergreen's eyes. He looked like a mummified corpse that had just crawled out from the depths of the earth. Fine, Ka. You are right. Robin coughed violently before forcing out a weak chuckle. For once, you actually sound like a wise planetary spirit. Ha. Most likely, he is fine. With great difficulty, he forced himself to sit down. Then, struggling even more, he retrieved 2 energy pearls from his ring and grasped them tightly in both hands. Slowly, he closed his eyes and shut off all his senses. After a long battle, after a series of emotional shocks, after an exhausting search, Robin finally accepted that he deserved to rest. 7 days later, Robin's eyes finally fluttered open, this time shining with a crystalline clarity. Though his soul domain remained unrepaired, he had carefully replenished it with soul force once more, this time through natural means, without the reckless destruction of any initial souls. With deliberate grace befitting a king, he rose to his feet. Every fracture in his bones, every tear in his muscles, had vanished without a trace. The body reinforcement tattoo and the Phoenix Vitality tattoo had worked in perfect harmony over the past 7 days, healing him from the inside out. With the steady supply of energy from the pearls, the two tattoos had outperformed even the most advanced battlefield medical arrays. Even his energy gathering center, the focal point of his cultivation, had stabilized at level 23. Robin had taken the time to repair the few remaining flaws within it using the foundation modification technique, ensuring that he could now absorb energy from the surrounding environment and from pearls with ease, without needing to burn his own life force again. Robin exhaled deeply, his breath steady and calm. The exhaustion had faded, his complexion had regained its radiance, and vitality now coursed through his veins. Evergreen had successfully replenished the lifeblood energy within him before any permanent damage could take hold. Satisfied that he was now in a proper state to face others once more, Robin began dressing himself with practiced ease. He draped a pristine white robe, embroidered with elegant golden patterns, over his shoulders. With swift, practiced movements, he tidied his hair, ensuring an appearance befitting of his station. Today, he would return to his people, to his children, to his army. He would witness what had transpired in his absence and, more importantly, formally declare the establishment of the true beginning empire with the dignity it deserved. Evergreen had been right all along. As long as Jabba was still alive after uttering the word goodbye, that was enough. As long as he hadn't died within this hollowed-out chamber, then there were countless ways to interpret that farewell. Perhaps he had modified his ring and chosen seclusion, or perhaps he had departed for another planet using some unknown method. Who could say for sure? That was something Robin would investigate in due time, calmly, methodically, and with the full resources of his empire. Sooner or later, he would find him. Robin cast one final glance around the chamber, this time taking in every minute detail he had previously overlooked. Jabba, I don't know where you are, nor do I fully understand what happened to you, but I will, He raised his head slightly as he muttered those words, his gaze shifting upward, and then he saw it. Something unusual. Though the lighting was dim, Robin's enhanced vision immediately picked up the shape of a human figure. But it wasn't a statue. It resembled one, but it wasn't. The figure was locked in place, its body rigid as stone, pointing downward toward the formation carved into the ground. Its eyes were wide open, frozen in a look of shock and urgency. Its mouth was agape, as if caught mid-scream. Its expression was a twisted mix of determination and regret. Robin's breath hitched. His pulse quickened. His gaze locked onto the face of the petrified figure for a few long, silent moments before he finally whispered, Jabba. Chapter 11:18. Jabba. The name escaped Robin's lips, but hearing it aloud struck him like a bolt of lightning. His body tensed, and he instinctively took a step back. However, he quickly swallowed hard, forcing himself to regain composure. Forcing himself to smile. Jabba, why are you sitting like that? How long have you been here? That statue, if it could even be called that, was not made of stone. It wore real clothes. Its skin was tan, showing every natural imperfection and texture of human flesh. Even the fine lines and pores were visible. It looked completely real. The only reason Robin had mistaken it for a statue was its unnatural stillness. Jabba's body was utterly motionless, and his wide-open eyes were void of any trace of life. Anyone who laid eyes on him would instinctively feel the same conclusion. This was not a person anymore. This was a lifeless figure. Even after several seconds, Jabba did not respond. Are you still mad because I tried to kill you earlier? Robin muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Come on, you can't really blame me for that. Your actions weren't exactly helping your case either. What did you expect me to do after you stood against me in front of everyone like that? How was I supposed to know you weren't just acting? No response. Robin clicked his tongue in frustration but continued speaking anyway. Alright, fine. Now I know you were trying to infiltrate their ranks and set them up for destruction. But seriously, why didn't you give me any clues? Why didn't you just talk to me? Tell me what you are planning. I would have figured out a way to help you. Why are you still pointing at me like that? Robin's brows furrowed slightly. You're being irrational now, Jabba. At the very least, acknowledge that I defended you. I never ordered your execution after you refused to join the battle for the safe city. Still, nothing. Robin's jaw tightened. His irritation boiled over. Do you have any idea how many times I stood up for you? How many times I told everyone to leave you alone? His voice carried an edge of frustration now. Still nothing? Alright, fine. Now you deserve a good beating. Finally losing his patience, Robin jumped forward, landing beside Jabba. He raised his hand, aiming to smack the back of his head, but the moment his palm made contact, a massive resistance surged against him. Then, boom, Robin's body catapulted across the chamber at terrifying speed, slamming violently into the far wall. His back crashed against the rocky surface, embedding him into the stone. Dust and debris rained down around him. What the hell was that? Robin lifted his head slowly, his gaze locking onto Jabba once more. He hadn't moved an inch. His expression remained the same. A cold chill ran down Robin's spine. His thoughts, the ones he had desperately tried to suppress, finally forced their way to the surface. The worst possibility. The one that had been staring him in the face all along. No. Robin refused to accept it. He swallowed his fear and stepped forward again, this time more cautiously. Instead of reaching out with his hand, he knelt beside Jabba and extended his soul sense, scanning him with his soul sense. Robin's soul sense failed to make contact. There was something, an invisible force, encasing Jabba's entire body. A protective barrier. Not a normal one. A powerful, unseen energy that completely repelled any form of external influence. What the hell is this? Robin's mind raced as he tried to comprehend what he was dealing with. After a few moments of silent contemplation, he stepped back several paces. Then, Huam! A silver rift tore open beside him, shimmering with ethereal light. From within the portal, a colossal sword emerged, its blade humming with condensed soul force. Without hesitation, swoosh! Robin swung the blade, aiming directly for Jabba's arm. Buzz. Bam! The moment the sword made contact, it shattered instantly, crumbling into a fine silver dust that was rapidly sucked back into the portal from which it came. At the same time, thwack! Robin was hurled backward once again, his body slamming against the cavern wall with violent force. A shockwave rippled through the air. But fortunately, this time, there were no serious injuries. Robin had expected this. When he first touched that barrier, he could tell it was incredibly strong. But what truly shocked him wasn't its durability. It was its reaction. For the briefest of moments, a surge of purple energy erupted from the barrier, illuminating the entire cavern in a brilliant, otherworldly glow before vanishing just as quickly. What the hell? Robin's breathing was heavy as he stared at Jabba, his expression twisted in disbelief. And then, a golden radiance flickered in the depths of the cavern. Robin had activated Truth's Eye, at 100% capacity. And what he saw left him utterly stunned. A thin layer of something purple enveloped Jabba's entire body. A strange, almost ethereal substance. And in this state, even if Jabba wanted to move, he couldn't. Robin narrowed his gaze, focusing even further, his Truth's Eye piercing through the purple layer, revealing what lay beneath. And what he saw shattered every assumption he had. Jabba's organs, his energy core, his lifeblood, and even his soul domain, they were all bound in chains. Thick, intricate chains. Each one wrapped tightly around his most vital points, as if locking him in place, as if sealing him away from reality itself. What the hell is this? What is this? Robin's voice cracked with frustration. His mind was racing. That purple energy, what the hell was it? It wasn't like anything he had ever seen before. It wasn't natural energy. It wasn't soul force. So why the hell was it sealing Jabba like this? But you already know, owner. A familiar voice echoed in his mind, Evergreen. That's indeed soul force. Robin's breath caught in his throat. It's the power of the royal purple grade. To achieve it, one must possess over 1 million soul units. Once that threshold is crossed, a fundamental transformation occurs. This level of soul force is far beyond the white initial grade or the silver weapon grade. Give up now. You won't break the seal with brute force alone. Plus, that technique is ancient. Strength alone won't be enough. Robin's fingers clenched into fists. Royal purple soul force? His voice was a whisper. Why? Why was Jabba sealed like this? What was this kind of power even doing in the young planetary belt? How could some? Robin's thoughts abruptly stopped. Something clicked in his mind. His breath hitched. Wait. His pupils shrank. What the hell is going on here? It's exactly what you're thinking. Evergreen's voice was laced with amusement. Robin's eyes widened, and then he screamed. That impatient bitch. His voice echoed through the cavern, raw with frustration. Did she plant something inside Jabba's soul domain when she came to Néhari? His voice was rising. His thoughts were unraveling. And why the hell is her soul force purple? Wasn't it supposed to be black and red? The Overlord. When he had said she had browsed through his soul domain like a newspaper, had that been his clue? The color of one's soul can be manipulated, Evergreen explained. It has nothing to do with its grade. You'll learn more about that later, along with the circumstances in which a soul's true color is revealed. As for whether this seal is connected to her, well, there's no other explanation. There is no one in the young planetary belt who has reached the royal purple soul grade. And since Jabba has never left the young belt for the middle belt, at least, as far as you know, she's the only possible culprit. Robin gritted his teeth. Evergreen continued, her voice calm, analytical. According to what you see, he's not dead. He's simply sealed. His entire body has been locked in place using a specific technique, one designed to last for hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years? Robin's voice wavered as he took slow, hesitant steps forward. His gaze was fixed on his disciple. His trapped, frozen disciple. His helpless disciple. Jabba had activated that formation, and at that exact moment, the seal had activated. It was automatic. A reaction preset to trigger under specific conditions. Robin's mind raced, sorting through every detail. This reminded him of something. The Oath Tablet. A formation that activates instantly when someone breaks a sworn oath. Jabba never left things to chance. The moment the Overlord left Néhari, Jabba must have scanned his own soul domain over and over again, making sure there were no intrusions. It wasn't difficult to find something foreign inside one's own soul domain, not if one searched carefully enough. Especially if the foreign object was made from a completely different type of soul force. Robin exhaled sharply. He couldn't begin to imagine what Jabba had found inside himself. But judging from what happened, it was clear that he had realized immediately that it was not there to help him. Whatever that thing he knew it would activate under certain conditions. And he was right, the moment Jabba attacked the Serpent Empire's army, it was triggered. Chapter 11:19. Robin stared intently at his disciple's face, a face full of regret and determination. He stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. It felt as though every door in existence had been slammed shut in his face. But I don't understand something. Why did he wait until the very last moment to act? Evergreen spoke after giving Robin a moment to process things on his own. She wanted to pull him back to reality, to prevent him from getting lost in his thoughts. As far as you know, the army of the Great Serpent Empire learned this technique quite some time ago. If he had detonated them back then, it would have been over. everything, even Pythor, would have been reduced to dust. Robin let out a bitter chuckle and shook his head. Who among us truly wants to sacrifice themselves if there is no need? His eyes remained fixed on Jabba's motionless body. He gambled that I would win, even despite his betrayal. It's clear now. This technique, this formation, was his absolute last resort. He wouldn't have used it unless the situation became utterly desperate. So when he came here? Evergreen murmured. He really was running from me, Robin admitted, his voice laced with understanding. If I had one on my own, I doubt I would have ever seen him again. At least, not until he had repaired his soul domain and got rid of that seal. He sighed. But I failed to meet his expectations, and in the end, he had to step in regardless. Robin gestured toward Jabba's petrified body. I bet he had no idea what the seal was for, he speculated, his voice dark with realization. He probably thought that whatever was inside his soul domain would kill him instantly. When he told Sakaar goodbye, he truly meant it. He activated this formation fully expecting to die. Honestly, your disciple is just like you, a walking contradiction. Evergreen chuckled. What do you mean? Robin asked as he continued to scrutinize Jabba's body with his eyes, searching for any weakness in the technique. The impatient woman wasn't controlling his mind when she planted the seal in his soul domain. They spoke, exchanged words, and afterward, he became a follower of the Great Serpent Empire. Evergreen analyzed. You could say he was simply afraid. He didn't want to lose his life, so he submitted to her. He lashed out at you during the meeting, condemning your decision to exterminate his people, yet he never actually raised his weapon against you or your followers. She continued, not only that, but he left, intending to escape, to survive, rather than be forced into an action that would kill him. And yet, he returned. He threw himself into the fire, willingly sacrificing his own life to end the war. So tell me, Robin, do you think he did it for Néhari? Or was it for you? Robin remained silent. He understood what Evergreen was trying to do. She wanted him to analyze the situation without letting his emotions cloud his judgment. But he was already doing that. He was already asking himself if he would have done anything differently had he been in Jabba's position. After another 10 minutes of deep thought, Robin let out a heavy sigh and deactivated his Eye of Truth. It's useless. This technique is far too complex. It's like an impenetrable fortress. I can't see any weaknesses. A third stage Eye of Truth won't be enough. Maybe if I reached the fourth stage. You should calm down and put this matter on hold for now, Evergreen advised. That seal was designed to keep him alive in a suspended state. If you were to break it now, he'd probably continue screaming, thinking he was about to die, only to open his eyes and find you sitting there. His soul, his life energy, everything has been completely frozen. It's as if he's been placed inside a time capsule. When he finally wakes up, it will be in the future. Robin clenched his fists. But why a seal? He asked the question that had been gnawing at his mind. Sealing Jabba had cost the impatient woman far more soul energy than simply killing him, perhaps even more than what it would take to craft a powerful soul shard. What was her reason? What was she planning? Isn't that an easy question to answer? Even if he disobeyed her orders, he is still a truth chosen, after all. Evergreen laughed, her voice laced with amusement. By sealing him like this, she can send someone to retrieve him for her and take him to the middle planetary belt. Or perhaps, she simply plans to wait until this planet advances to the middle planetary belt and then seize him herself. In this state, he won't age, and no one can harm him. He's a prize waiting to be claimed. Waiting tens of thousands of years for Jabba. Robin furrowed his brows. Why go to such lengths? Aren't chosen of truth the most common users of master laws? Most common users of master laws simply means they exist in greater numbers compared to other master law users across history. But do you know how many clans or families have a master law that can be inherited? Evergreen smirked and then shook her head. 0. She continued, master law users are always solitary figures. They never pass down their laws. If one does exist, they inevitably become one of the strongest figures of their era, assuming, of course, that any even appear in a given era. As for the truth chosen, the master law itself selects them, which is why their numbers are relatively higher. Yet, even then, they are still incredibly rare. Finding one is among the most difficult tasks for someone like the impatient woman, as most of them prefer to keep their abilities a secret and live in isolation. Evergreen waved a hand dismissively. So naturally, Jabba would be treated as a treasure. I wouldn't be surprised if she sends more empires to seize control of Néhari just to ensure she gets her hands on Jabba's body. In fact, even if they fail and she only manages to claim his body after tens of thousands of years, it would still be worth it to her. After listening to Evergreen's reasoning, Robin stared at Jabba's frozen face once more. She was right. Jabba's actions were contradictory, but they made sense when viewed from the right perspective. He had wanted to separate himself from Robin, to spread his wings and carve his own path. But instead, he had been thrown into the harsh reality of the world, forced into submission by a figure he never could have imagined encountering in his worst nightmares. And so, he had struggled every day, caught between two choices: to die or to betray everything he once stood for. In the end, he had chosen death. Or rather, something that was neither life nor death. The seal wasn't something Robin could see through. Not yet, at least. But in this state, at the very least, nothing would be able to harm him while he waited. Someday, somehow, he would free him. After several more minutes, Robin slowly reached out his hand until it was just a breath away from the violet barrier surrounding Jabba. He clenched his fist tightly, then withdrew his hand and let it fall to his side. I never accepted your apology for what you said about my wife, Robin muttered, his voice quiet yet firm. I'll make sure to punch you myself later. His eyes flickered for the briefest moment before he turned away, sliced open the space before him, and disappeared without another word. Chapter 11:20. Buzz. A spatial rift suddenly tore open, crackling with energy, and from within, Robin stepped out with calm, measured steps. His hands were clasped behind his back in a relaxed manner, his expression unreadable. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings as he let out a thoughtful hum. This was the very cave where Richard, Caesar, Amon, and Sakar used to gather. It was their sanctuary before Robin had left them behind in search of Jabba. But now, there was nothing here but silence. It looks like I arrived too late, Robin murmured to himself, a faint smile forming on his lips. Yet, there was something oddly reassuring about this emptiness. The infirmary being abandoned meant only one thing: they had all recovered enough to leave. That was a good sign. Satisfied, he turned slightly, already preparing to tear open another passage through space. But just as he took his first step forward, a voice suddenly called out from the side. You, brother, over here. Robin stopped mid-step and turned his head slightly. His gaze landed on a familiar figure, Halak. Oh, you are still alive. How reassuring. Robin's voice held no surprise, only mild amusement with a smile on his face. Of course, he had noticed Halak the moment he arrived. He had simply chosen to ignore him. Halak had suffered unimaginable torment in the battle against Pythor. Among all the warriors who had fought that day, only Amon could compare to him in terms of sheer physical damage. The difference, however, was crucial. Amon's body was entirely composed of blood, allowing him to regenerate with relative ease. But Halak was different. For someone like him, even a full week wouldn't be nearly enough for recovery. By the end of his brutal fight with Pythor, Halak had been reduced to little more than a shattered husk. His entire body had been mutilated beyond recognition, his skin flayed, his flesh riddled with gaping holes, as though his very being had been torn apart from the inside. Not a single muscle remained unscathed, not a single bone intact. And, of course, there were his arms. Or rather, what was left of them. They had been completely obliterated when he had dared to punch Pythor's core crystal with sheer brute force. Yet, despite all this, Halak had refused to fall. The only thing keeping him upright in those final moments was the sheer force of his own unyielding pride, the unshakable belief that he was the strongest, that he could not be defeated. And as if his suffering wasn't already enough, the battle had taken a devastating turn when the Shadow appeared. The ensuing clash between Robin and the Shadow had turned the battlefield into utter chaos, and Halak, already battered beyond reason, had been dragged into the destruction. He had been submerged in molten lava multiple times, forced to swallow the searing heat until his very insides burned. The fact that he was still alive now? That was nothing short of a miracle. I see you've improved. Congratulations. Robin chuckled, his sharp eyes taking in Halak's condition. Though he was still clearly injured, the once deathly pale hue of his skin had begun to regain a faint blue tint, and the gaping wounds across his body had started to close. Halak, however, was in no mood for congratulations. Fuck you, he snapped, his voice filled with frustration. Your damn kids left me behind again. That white-haired brat of yours refused to speed up my healing. I didn't even get a pillow. I've been sleeping on a stone. Robin burst into laughter. Ha, that's only natural. You're not part of the Empire. The fact that they even let you recover here, inside an infirmary meant exclusively for my kids and supreme generals, is already an exception. You fought alongside us, sure, but that doesn't make you one of us. You made that clear yourself, didn't you? He then tilted his head and asked, by the way, do you know where they went? Halak let out an exhausted sigh, his head still resting against the rough stone surface. Moving too much still hurts. I don't know exactly where they are now. They left 2 days ago, he muttered. But I overheard the white-haired brat talking about heading to the lava sea, and those 2 damned red-skinned dirt eaters went with him. Robin raised an eyebrow. The demons too went there, huh? That made sense. It was only natural for them to venture into the lava sea. They were scavengers, always on the hunt for any useful remains or corpses left behind. And what about Caesar? Has he recovered? Yeah, he woke up 3 days ago. Left for planet Jura. Halak paused for a moment, then added with a smirk. Someone from the new planets came looking for you, some kind of issue, apparently. But, of course, you were too busy relaxing, plucking flowers or whatever the hell you do in your free time. So, your black-haired brat went in your place. Robin didn't react to the teasing, but Halak wasn't done. He slowly lifted his head, just enough to look Robin directly in the eyes. Tell me, did you find that Jabba guy? He asked, his voice carrying a hint of genuine curiosity. He seemed like a good giant. None of your business. Robin waved a dismissive hand before turning away, already in the process of opening another spatial rift. You can go back to whatever you were doing. Wait. Halak suddenly called out, raising his incomplete arm as if reaching for something just beyond his grasp. His next words were quieter, almost hesitant. What am I to you? He asked. Where exactly do we stand in our relationship? Stop saying weird things. What if someone hears you? Robin turned sharply, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. This creature. He had no sense of proper wording, no restraint, no filter. Secondly, he continued, crossing his arms, what do you even mean by what am I to you? You're a citizen. A citizen? Halak's burned eyebrows furrowed, confusion flickering in his weary eyes. Of course, Robin said matter-of-factly. You live on Néhari, my personal domain, and as long as you refuse to be part of the military establishment, that makes you an ordinary citizen, a commoner. Then, his piercing gaze locked onto Halak's, and a slow, dangerous smile spread across his face. Unless You have a different opinion? Halak closed his eyes, resting his head back against the hard stone beneath him. After a moment, his voice came out quieter, as if the weight of reality had finally settled in. Citizens have no opinions. They listen. They obey. Good. I'm glad you understand. Robin's voice was firm, final. He was about to turn away, to step through another rift, but something made him pause. He stood still for a moment, looking down at the ground. A memory surfaced, the instant when Pythor had lunged at him, desperate and furious, even after Robin had ripped his heart out. In that moment, Robin still possessed 20,000 soul units. He could have defended himself with ease. But Halak hadn't known that. Despite his shattered body, despite having nothing left to give, Halak had thrown himself into the fray, using the last remnants of his strength to shove Pythor away. Robin exhaled slowly, rubbing the bridge of his nose before turning back to Halak. Listen, there's something Jabba was right about. His voice was quieter now, edged with an honesty rarely heard from him. I despise the Néhari giants with all my heart and soul. Halak lifted an eyebrow but said nothing. You, as a race, are creatures driven by two things, lust and betrayal. It's in your blood. It's woven into your very nature, no matter how much you try to hide it. If that's what you think. Halak shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Then, after a short pause, he lifted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. But you're different, in a way, he admitted. At least when it comes to lust, you're still a virgin. You've spent your entire life chasing power, never once distracted by women or any other pleasures of the flesh. And as for betrayal, his gaze turned sharper. Even though you annoyed me back when I ordered you to bring reinforcements during the Safe City battle, and you refused, you were only following the terms of our agreement. And up until now, I haven't seen you commit outright betrayal, even though you've had plenty of chances to do so. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or be offended by the virgin comment. Halak smirked, but before he could make another sarcastic remark, Robin interrupted him. I'll give you one last chance. His tone shifted, turning authoritative, commanding. Work for me. Halak raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Serving under my command will not diminish you. Power, glory, authority, everything you desire, you will have. Even that so-called divine tattoo of yours, I can refine it and enhance it. I can unlock your body's full potential and place you on the battlefield where you truly belong. Under my guidance, you will ascend to heights beyond your imagination. For a rare moment, Halak looked genuinely contemplative. He exhaled deeply and muttered, almost to himself, I do want to break through, it's been a while since I have. Robin clicked his tongue in irritation. Tisk. Forget it. He waved dismissively before tearing another rift into space. Think about it and come find me if you agree. If not, that's fine too. Find a place to live out your days in peace. Then, his voice dropped slightly, his words carrying the weight of an unshakable decree. But forget about the Northern Edge Mountain. It's no longer yours, in either case. Buzz. With a single step, Robin vanished from the cave. Left alone in the dimly lit space, Halak let out a dry chuckle, his usual sarcastic smirk returning to his lips. All I asked for was a damn pillow, you bastards. But slowly, his laughter faded. His features darkened, shifting from amusement to quiet resentment, then to something colder. Something heavier. Then, piffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1121. Planet Jura, near the Imperial capital. Why hasn't the capital been rebuilt yet? We need to hold a proper coronation ceremony for His Majesty, the planetary emperor, the ruler of 13 planets, and yet, not a single palace is fit for the occasion on the surface of the 13 planets. Damn it, there isn't even one city worthy of such an event. Caesar's voice thundered through the war room, his frustration evident as he gestured angrily toward the blueprints spread out before him. These were the plans for the new imperial capital, grander and far larger than its previous incarnation. The remnants of the research and development team had merged the laws of light, darkness, and earth, along with all the laws Robin had entrusted to them, creating several new formations. These formations were carefully integrated into the city's foundation and architecture, following the unique construction methods pioneered by Jabba. But for now, all of that remained nothing more than ink on paper. The process was still in its infancy. At this moment, the rune masters and divine blacksmiths were only just preparing the city's foundation. Your Highness, a weary voice replied, calm yet carrying the weight of exhaustion, we can begin construction today if that would satisfy you. However, the city's defenses would be, at best, on par with the old ones. The speaker was a silver-haired man with dark circles around his eyes, an eerie contrast that made him look like he existed in both his 20s and 60s simultaneously. This was Alfred Marley. Hey, kid, if you think you can get the job done faster, then go ahead and take over yourself. Just don't bother me and young Marley here. A hearty laugh broke the tension as Billy stepped forward, ruffling Caesar's hair playfully. And don't you dare try to pull rank on me with that Supreme General card. Ha! Uncle Billy. Caesar gently swatted Billy's hand away, rubbing his forehead. Then, after a deep breath, he asked, realistically speaking, when can we finish the city and hold the coronation ceremony? Does it even matter that much? Billy stretched lazily, finding himself a chair and plopping down into it. If you ask Robin, he'll probably just tell you to forget about it. With a knowing smirk, Billy leaned back and added, to him, it's just a formality. Honestly, I doubt he'd even show up if you organized the event. Caesar, however, shook his head, his expression unwavering. This time, it's not about what we want. He has to be crowned as a victorious emperor in a proper ceremony, before everyone, with a grand military parade to mark the occasion. Without another word, he grabbed several reports from the table and tossed them in front of Billy. Take a look at these. Billy raised an eyebrow as he picked up the reports, flipping through them with patient curiosity. Meanwhile, Caesar shifted his attention back to Alfred. Alfred Marley was the young prince of the Marley family, rulers of the Black Sun Kingdom. Once upon a time, he had followed Caesar around like an eager pup, seeking to master the perfected major law of fire. But those days of youthful enthusiasm were long gone. The burden of managing planet Jura had drained the fire out of him, especially during the People's Movement crisis, which had exhausted him both mentally and physically. And yet, despite it all, he was still the longest-standing caretaker of the planet, the one with the most experience in governing its people. Alfred, Caesar finally spoke, his tone serious. Tell me, what do the people of the ancestral continent truly think of His Excellency? And don't sugarcoat it. I want the unfiltered truth. The ancestral continent housed 90% of Jura's population. More importantly, it was Robin's place of origin. No matter how many planets he conquered, no matter how vast his dominion grew, he could never truly rule over other worlds while his own people resented him. Winning the loyalty of foreign planets was one thing, but if his homeland rejected him, that was a problem far greater than any military conquest. One can never truly know what's in people's hearts, Your Highness. Alfred's voice carried a slight weariness as he answered, but all indicators suggest that His Excellency's public image has improved significantly. He let out a small sigh before continuing. It has been nearly 30 years since the Great Demon Massacre. That means those born after the incident have now grown up and even started families of their own. In other words, we now have 2 entire generations who have never known anything but peace and prosperity under the Empire. They have witnessed His Excellency and his armies defending the world from invaders time and time again. That alone has done wonders for his popularity among them. Caesar nodded, considering the point carefully. And if we set those 2 generations aside, what about the older ones? Alfred didn't hesitate in his response. Most of those who harbored deep hatred for His Excellency were the same ones who rose up during the People's Rebellion, and every last one of them was killed, thanks to the Crimson Arrows. As for those who didn't join the rebellion, they either feared making a move or chose to look forward to the future His Excellency is building. In either case, there's nothing to worry about. Even if some of them still despise him deep down, they won't dare act against him, especially after witnessing what the Shadow Swords did to those marked with the red arrows. A small chuckle escaped Theo's lips, a faint hint of pride evident in his expression. Caesar and his generals had personally slaughtered millions of Crimson Arrow insurgents on the battlefield, but those who hid like rats in the shadows, the Shadow Swords dragged them out of their holes, shackled them, and executed them publicly in the city squares. The executions were carried out based on the severity of their crimes. The lesser offenders faced beheading or hanging, while the worst among them were burned alive. From the corner of the war tent, a figure who had remained silent all this time finally spoke up. I agree with Alfred on this, Peon spoke finally. His voice was calm but firm. We can put the issues of the ancestral continent behind us. Time has a way of burying old grudges with each passing generation. Caesar's head snapped toward his brother. And what exactly are you doing here? He pointed an accusing finger at Peon, his voice rising in irritation. You still haven't secured full control over your own planet. Your report is riddled with gaps and inconsistencies, and yet here you are, talking to me about old grudges on the ancestral continent. Peon's expression darkened. He clearly didn't appreciate the remark. I brought the chieftain of the locals personally to meet with father. He shot back defensively. How was I supposed to know you'd be here instead? If I had let him speak to you instead of father, we'd already be knee-deep in a war right now. Then let there be war. Caesar straightened, his eyes sharp with challenge. Do you think I'm afraid? Tisk. This idiot only ever thinks about fighting. Peon muttered under his breath before turning to Richard. Talk some sense into him, will you? The locals are seeking peace, and he's standing here talking about war. Richard merely raised his hands in surrender. Don't look at me. I'm probably worse than he is when it comes to these things. Who the hell are you calling an idiot? Caesar's patience snapped as he rolled up his sleeves, taking a step toward Peon. Do you need me to remind you who the elder brother is? Before the situation could escalate any further, a deep, hearty laugh rang through the tent. Haha. Now, gentlemen, let's all calm down. These are small matters, after all. We are here to find solutions to these problems, and everything will be solved. General Raiden suddenly appeared between them, his usual grin stretching from ear to ear. Supreme General, he asked playfully, when exactly are you planning to meet with the Dwarven chief? Get lost. Caesar pushed him aside, annoyed, as though he were a father shooing away a troublesome child. Why do you all keep popping up one after the other? Buzz. A sudden crackle of energy rippled through the air, and a voice chuckled from behind. Haha, the atmosphere here is truly lively. Chapter 1122. Your Excellency. The atmosphere inside the massive war tent shifted in an instant, as if an unseen force had swept through the space. It demanded absolute attention and discipline. Every single individual present snapped to their feet without hesitation. Their movements synchronized to perfection as they executed a crisp and practiced military salute. The sheer weight of authority and respect in the air was almost suffocating, a force so tangible that it could be felt pressing against the skin like an unseen pressure. It wasn't just about protocol, there was genuine reverence in the way they stood, their backs straight, their gazes unwavering. A brief silence followed, heavy and expectant. Then, oh, you are all here. Robin's sharp, discerning gaze swept across the tent. His golden irises flickered with a subtle glint of curiosity as he scanned the faces of the gathered warriors. Finally, his eyes landed on a figure standing calmly amidst the ranks. It was a white-haired youth, his posture relaxed yet exuding an aura of quiet power. Robin's gaze narrowed slightly. I was told you were in the sea of lava. Richard stood with an air of ease that contrasted starkly with the formality around him. He let a small, knowing grin stretch across his lips. I was, he admitted, his tone light, almost amused. But I only stayed there for about half a day. I absorbed energy until my entire body reached its absolute limit, then used that power to push myself forward to level 47. At the same time, I managed to fully heal both Amon and Sakar. He stretched slightly as if recalling the sensation. After that, he smirked, his eyes glinting mischievously. I replenished my reserves once again until I was completely full, then I left. His grin widened, and with it came an unshakable confidence, an aura so potent that it almost crackled in the air. This is the first time I have ever felt myself reach the very limit of my storage capacity. Honestly, it is an interesting feeling. Flash. For the briefest moment, Robin's golden irises flashed with power as he scanned his son, and what he saw was breathtaking. A brilliantly glowing green flame burned fiercely within Richard. Its radiance was so pure, so condensed, that it seemed almost otherworldly. The sheer density of life energy coursing through his son's form was staggering. It wasn't just an impressive display of power. It was something beyond natural limits. It was the kind of energy that could, in theory, breathe life into millions of things. Robin exhaled, his lips curling into an amused smirk. It seems like you are the one benefiting the most from this war, huh? Richard, unfazed, merely lifted his shoulders in a lazy shrug. I wouldn't say that for sure, he mused, his tone light. Sakar and Amon are in high spirits over there. They are acting as if they've stumbled upon a divine treasure trove. He leaned back slightly, his eyes gleaming with something akin to amusement. The amount of corpses, severed limbs, and shattered bodies floating within and around the sea of lava is staggering. It's more than enough to allow them to rebuild a demon army even stronger than the one they lost. A heavy silence followed. The warriors inside the tent exchanged looks, some shifting uncomfortably at the grim reality his words painted. They had all been witnesses to the sheer devastation that had unfolded over the past 2 years. The scale of carnage was unlike anything Néhari had ever seen. And yet, and it doesn't stop there, Richard continued, breaking the silence. They have already started organizing patrols using the remaining forces they have left. There was an edge to his voice now. Their mission. His gaze flickered around the tent, taking in the expressions of those listening. To scour the eastern, central, western, northern, and even southern regions in search of every fallen soldier or mortal they can find. A pause. Even the ones that have long rotted away. Even those who perished in battles fought years ago, no corpse will be overlooked. A low whistle broke the silence. Robin's brows lifted slightly. The demons will have their hands full for quite a while, then. It was an undeniable truth. Over the course of the 2-year war, the world of Néhari had witnessed the deaths of billions. And now, if Sakar executed his plan efficiently, even retrieving just a quarter of those corpses would provide his people with a near-endless source of sustenance for centuries to come. That was the Red Plague. A catastrophe that had wiped out entire armies. A disaster so immense that one of the 3 biggest demon kings had fallen. And yet, now, in the aftermath of that apocalypse, the survivors were celebrating. Because, given enough time and resources, the demon army would inevitably undergo a catastrophic resurgence. Father, where have you been? Caesar's face finally lit up, the tension that had weighed on him for the past several days easing just a little. His voice carried a mix of relief and lingering concern. We were starting to worry about you. Robin, standing tall as ever, took a step forward, his piercing golden eyes narrowing as he reached out, grasping Caesar's face with both hands. He examined him closely, his gaze sharp and calculating. Worry about me. His voice carried a note of disbelief. You were half dead just a week ago. Caesar chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, I know. It's just the usual side effects of pushing my limits with high concentrations of the death law. He waved a hand dismissively, as if it were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Every time I push my boundaries, something like this happens. It wasn't anything serious. His eyes flickered slightly as he recalled something, then he added, Richard told me about what you two did to my life vein and soul domain. That shortened my recovery time by several weeks. Robin remained silent for a moment, his golden eyes scrutinizing Caesar for any lingering damage. Once he was sure his son was truly fine, he exhaled, shaking his head before making his way to the largest seat in the war tent, a seat Caesar had occupied just moments ago. Lowering himself into it, Robin crossed one leg over the other and sighed in exasperation. Stop pushing your limits, and things like this won't happen again, he said, his tone carrying the unmistakable weight of authority. It's obvious you reached the 7% threshold, and that's extremely dangerous. You won't be lucky every time. A flicker of confusion passed over Caesar's face. What do you mean by the 7% threshold? He asked, a curious smile forming on his lips. Robin gestured for everyone in the room to sit down before turning his gaze back to his son. Listen carefully, my son. His voice took on a more serious tone. I designed your technique so that you would naturally use only 1% of the death law at all times, and in critical situations or powerful techniques, you could push it to 3%. Even that is enough to put immense mental and physical strain on you. He leaned forward slightly, his faint golden eyes unwavering. At that level, the worst you'll experience is a dark aura surrounding you, and maybe a deep depressive state after intense battles. It's an unfortunate side effect, but with your level of willpower, it's not something that would drive you to, say, suicide, for example. Robin's voice grew heavier. But beyond 3%, every additional 1% pushes you dangerously close to the brink. The symptoms become more severe, and your body struggles to cope with the sheer proximity and intensity of death, the very force it is meant to fear. Then, with a grave tone, he added, "According to my research, 7% is the absolute limit for the human body. If you reach it, your body will experience what happened to you in that cave, your functions will spiral into chaos, your system will collapse, and you might die, or survive, if someone intervenes in time." His voice dropped to a near whisper. "But if you go beyond 7%, you will sink into a bottomless abyss. Your body will wither and die instantly, just like your enemies do when exposed to your death flames." A heavy silence settled over the room. Caesar raised a single eyebrow. Raiden, who had been listening attentively, tilted his head and asked with childlike curiosity, "Even if he built his foundations using the death flame law, Your Excellency? Shouldn't building one's foundations with a certain law make them immune to its effects?" Robin shook his head. "That's relative." His tone was calm, but firm. "Take you, for example. You have an exceptional affinity of 95% with the lightning law. Even before establishing any foundations, you were already nearly immune to it." He crossed his arms. "But what if you chose to build your foundations with the fire law instead? Your affinity and resistance would increase, yes, but only up to around 70% at most. If you overused it past a certain point, you'd start burning yourself. For most fighters, that's a minor issue, something they can endure or mitigate." A brief pause. Then Robin's gaze darkened. "But death doesn't offer second chances. If you push it too far, there is no coming back." The warriors in the tent nodded solemnly. Accidents on the battlefield were commonplace. They had all seen comrades fall due to overextending themselves. Robin turned his sharp gaze back to Caesar, his tone even more serious now. "Son, to be completely honest, I have no idea how to increase a living body's affinity for death. But I will think of a way to let you carry the life flame within you as a counterbalance, to protect your life vein if you ever act recklessly and try to reach 7% again." His expression softened slightly. "If you don't want to take that risk, we can always modify your foundations again and introduce another law, perhaps win this time. It would strengthen you without causing any dangerous side effects in the future." A moment of silence passed. Then, Caesar scratched his head awkwardly. "Father." Robin's gaze narrowed slightly. "What?" There was a brief hesitation before Caesar finally spoke. "I was using a 7% concentration of the death law throughout the entire battle." Silence. His next words hit like a lightning bolt. "I even used 10% twice, once in my final attack against Marshal Sirbal to kill him, and another when Sakar ordered the annihilation of the dome." Robin's fingers clenched around the armrest of his chair. His golden eyes locked onto his son, his expression unreadable. The entire tent seemed to hold its breath. "And then," Caesar continued, his tone disturbingly casual, "honestly, if I hadn't already been exhausted and injured, I think I could have pushed it to 12% for my last attack." Chapter 11:23. Shimmer. The golden glow returned to Robin's eyes, his sharp gaze meticulously scanning Caesar from head to toe. His piercing scrutiny made everyone in the war tent uneasy, their breaths unconsciously hitching as they observed in silence. Seconds stretched into what felt like hours before Robin finally deactivated his ability, exhaling slightly as he shook his head. "I cannot detect any changes in your body, but that makes sense. How could a living body possibly adapt to death in the first place?" His words carried both confusion and intrigue, a rare combination coming from a man who had mastered countless laws and dissected their workings with unparalleled precision. Yet, this was something that even he couldn't comprehend. Caesar glanced around briefly, noting the tension in the air before his gaze settled back on his father. There was a moment of hesitation before he finally asked, "What do you mean, father?" Robin's expression remained unreadable, but his voice was firm, carrying an underlying weight of disbelief. "You surpassed the 7% threshold. That was not supposed to happen. Your body should have collapsed under the sheer pressure of the death law. And yet, somehow, you are still standing. That can only mean one thing: your body is adapting to it." The silence that followed was thick with shock. Even the most battle-hardened warriors present exchanged uncertain glances. Richard, however, merely chuckled and reached over to give his brother a hearty pat on the shoulder. His casual demeanor stood in stark contrast to the tension that filled the room. "Is not that normal, father? My big brother uses it all the time. Maybe he is just getting used to it." Robin's gaze snapped toward him, his golden eyes narrowing. "Getting used to it? This is not some new cooking recipe that you dislike at first but eventually grow to enjoy." His frown deepened as he turned his attention back to Caesar. "When you used that 10% for the first time, did anything happen? Did you feel any changes in your body? Any warning signs?" Caesar frowned slightly, recalling the moment of the battle. His mind sifted through the chaos, piecing together fragmented memories. "I do not remember much. I blacked out for a few seconds, and when I came to, Marshal Sirbal was already dead, and then I went to help Sakar." Robin's expression darkened, his mind racing through possible explanations. His gaze dropped slightly, and his fingers rhythmically tapped against the wooden table as he processed this new information. The weight of uncertainty was not something he was accustomed to. He had always prided himself on knowing, on understanding. Finally, after a few long seconds, he exhaled, his voice carrying an edge of frustration. "I do not know what to say. I have no idea what is happening to you. This is not something logical that I can analyze or explain. Unfortunately, if you choose to continue using the death flame, you will have to figure this out on your own." His golden eyes locked onto his son's, their intensity unwavering. "But my offer still stands. If you want to extract the death law from your foundations and replace it with another, it is possible. You will suffer for a few years during the transition, but after that, you will be free from this unpredictable risk." Caesar swallowed, his thoughts swirling, but there was no hesitation in his response. His voice was steady, unwavering in conviction. The death flame merged law was your gift to me. It gave me my strength, my position, my very identity. It has become a part of who I am. I will not abandon it now. Robin's sharp golden eyes studied him, searching for any trace of doubt. There was none. After a long pause, he finally sighed. He reached out and lightly tapped the table, signaling a shift in focus. All right then. Now, what do we have here? The table was covered with a massive blueprint, a meticulously detailed map of the future imperial capital. The design was nothing short of grand, featuring multiple colossal walls, each layer built for both defense and splendor. The innermost wall enclosed only the imperial palace and its vast, carefully curated gardens. Nothing major, father. Caesar let out a long breath, pushing aside the thoughts of the death flame for now. We were just discussing ways to accelerate construction in time for the coronation ceremony. Robin raised an eyebrow before letting out a short chuckle. The coronation ceremony? Who has time for that? Billy, who had been silently reviewing the reports Caesar had handed him, finally placed them back onto the table with a composed expression. His voice was calm yet carried undeniable authority. I am afraid I am siding with your son this time. His tone was respectful, yet firm. You need a grand ceremony and a massive military parade. In fact, I would even suggest expanding the city's scale further. Robin laughed, shaking his head in amusement. Bigger than this? It is already nearly the size of Hope City. Once completed, it can house 5 million people with ease. His golden gaze flickered with curiosity as he turned back toward Caesar, an amused smirk playing on his lips. What exactly is going on? Nothing too significant. Caesar took 2 steps forward, grabbed a stack of reports, and placed one directly in front of Robin. This is from Planet R1. The negotiations that Arrow initiated are still at a standstill. The arrival of Old Gu, along with King Volpe and King Xianxia, managed to prolong the discussions and stop further wars for the moment, but that is about it. According to their accounts, a battle was about to break out between the locals and Alexander's forces upon their arrival. Nothing truly progressed after that. Robin furrowed his brows. Why is this dragging on for so long? Caesar scoffed. They want us to completely withdraw from the planet while establishing friendly relations. He let out a sharp huff before tossing another report onto the table. This one is from Planet R2. Peon reports that the locals are highly skilled craftsmen, excelling in manufacturing unique weaponry. They have developed their own underground escape networks, allowing them to disappear at will, which explains how they have managed to survive so far. Allegedly, they want peace as well, but their list of demands is extensive. In addition, they have practically encircled our army there. A battle could erupt at any moment. Robin's brows knitted tighter. Then why are you here? His eyes shifted toward Peon. That is exactly what I have been saying. Caesar threw his hands up in frustration. Peon waved dismissively. The locals will not make any moves until negotiations completely collapse. Besides, their leader and his son are both here with me. What could they possibly do? Caesar locked eyes with Peon for a brief moment before sighing and placing a third report on the table. This is from Planet R3. General Elizabeth successfully eradicated the remnants of the Great Serpent Army and destroyed nearly half of the native forces, capturing both their queen and her granddaughter. However, the remaining forces have scattered across the planet and continue to cause persistent trouble while being hunted down. There is no hope for a peaceful resolution in sight. Robin's expression darkened as he picked up this particular report, visibly intrigued. Elizabeth did all that. Theo, ever calm and measured, finally spoke up. According to first-hand accounts from the Shadow Sword station there, she had every reason to act as she did. His voice held a solemn undertone as he continued. The Shadow Sword suffered severe losses in the Battle of Hope City. Many of our finest perished, including my right hand, Charles Burton. Despite this, I have gathered every surviving Shadow Sword I could and deployed them to Planet R3. Robin's fingers slowly rubbed the bridge of his nose as he processed the news. So Charles is gone. A moment of silence settled over the room. Charles had played a crucial role in the war. It was thanks to his timely intervention, alongside thousands of valiant Shadow Swords, that the Demon Emperors and 4 warlords had been rescued and transported to the Dome. Without the Demon Emperors, Sakar and Caesar would not have been able to hold the skies. Without the warlords, Richard would not have been able to defend the ground. Without Charles's heroic sacrifice, the entire battlefield would have collapsed. Robin extended a finger and pointed at the courtyard of the Imperial Palace on the map. Here. I want a memorial built for Charles and every Shadow Sword who fell in that battle. Theo bowed slightly, gratitude evident in his expression. Thank you, Father. Their families and comrades will deeply appreciate this honor. A tribute from the Emperor himself, this was the highest recognition a soldier could receive. With a decisive thud, Caesar placed another report on the table. Here is Planet R4, also known as Planet Gutta. His tone carried an unmistakable hint of irritation. While Volpe and Xianxia remain obedient, the common folk see us as nothing more than a convenient marketplace. Instead of viewing this as a relationship of subjugation they should be grateful for, they have started treating our traders as mere merchants, as if they are simply buying everything with their own money. There is no respect for the empire. General Victoria raised an eyebrow. But they are buying everything with their own money. Caesar exhaled sharply. Because we allow them to. He gestured toward the report. We only treat them this way because Father told us to, not because they are equal to us. They need to know this and show the respect due, or if Father willed, we can just take everything we want. Then he appeared to remember something and looked into Robin's eyes. Oh, and by the way, Devas the Transcendent has finally crawled out of his den. Chapter 1124. Devas the Transcendent has finally emerged from his den. It seems that he detected a temperature fluctuation caused by one of our formations in the village near his lair. In response, he left his den to destroy it. No casualties were reported during his furious outburst, but his sudden and violent movement was enough to send waves of terror through the region. The inhabitants, fearing further retaliation, have abandoned their homes and relocated near the abyss at the very edge of the frozen half of the planet. This is the first time he has been seen in a long while. From what we can tell, he did not appear to be particularly pleased with what we have been doing in his territory. Robin's brows furrowed deeply, his fingers tapping against the table as he considered the implications of this report. This was, without a doubt, the most pressing issue presented so far. The movement of a beast king was always a matter of grave concern, especially one as dangerous as Devas. A creature wielding the merged law of permanence frost could not be underestimated. Such beings were unpredictable and possessed power beyond conventional reasoning. If Devas had finally emerged from isolation, there was no telling what further actions he might take. Before Robin could dwell on it further, Caesar abruptly placed another report on the table with a loud thud. This one is from planet S1, also known as the Dwarves' World. They have completely ceased all labor, and their leader has personally stepped forward with a list of demands. Robin's expression shifted from concern to outright disbelief. Didn't you all claim that they had lost their sense of self after enduring thousands of years of mistreatment? That they had become no more than machines, endlessly toiling without a voice or will of their own? And now, out of nowhere, they have decided that they have rights and grievances to voice. Among all the worlds under his rule, the dwarves' world was the last place he had expected trouble. They had always been an obedient, tireless workforce, shaping and refining metal without complaint. Caesar scoffed, crossing his arms as he shot an annoyed look toward one of his subordinates. Humph, this is all because of that soft-hearted fool, Ryden, as he treats them far too well. The moment the ruthless overseers and merciless enforcers were no longer present, their suppressed voices finally found the courage to rise from the depths. Not giving Robin a chance to fully process this, Caesar retrieved another report and slammed it onto the table with another thud. And this is from Poison Rot Planet. Our campaigns against the 7 neighboring worlds have forced many of the soldiers there to flee, and as a result, they have started returning to their original lair. Almost every single day, at least 1 or 2 ships arrive, carrying displaced individuals seeking refuge. Some of these arrivals were completely unaware of the ongoing war, many of them were explorers on long-term missions, only to return and find their homeworld became ours. Robin narrowed his eyes, already sensing where this was going. The newcomers have caused continuous disruptions. They have launched multiple assaults on our prison camps in an effort to free their captured comrades. Others have gone so far as to fire upon our forces with their ship cannons, openly engaging in hostilities. Of course, our forces have successfully repelled every attack and captured the intruders each time. However, the frequency of these incidents has led to an unintended consequence: daily uprisings among the prisoners of war, particularly the Duergar captives. What is more concerning is that even the human laborers have begun to lose respect for our rule. They no longer see us as an unshakable force and have even dared to send envoys to negotiate with our military while we are still in the middle of battle. Robin inhaled deeply, his fingers tightening into a fist. The thought of prisoners openly rebelling and outsiders treating them as equals in negotiations was an insult to the Empire's authority. As if to pile on the weight of the situation, Caesar dropped 3 more reports onto the table in rapid succession. The resounding thuds echoed through the chamber. These reports cover planets S2, S3, and S4. The situation there is not much better. While they do not house as many prisoners of war, only a few thousand Duergar humans, they are home to hundreds of thousands of human laborers working in our mining operations. And now, every single one of them has ceased their work entirely. They have organized large-scale protests, outright refusing to continue laboring under our rule. They are demanding our withdrawal from their worlds. Robin's brows shot up in mild amusement, and before he could stop himself, a dry chuckle escaped his lips. So, let me get this straight, every single one of the 9 planets that once belonged to the Great Serpent Empire is now facing some form of rebellion or resistance. Is that what you are telling me? Caesar's expression remains serious, his golden eyes unwavering. It is not just them, as the unrest extends beyond those planets. The inhabitants of the ancestral continent on planet Jura may fear you, but they do not love you. Outside of their borders, the people of the other continents know nothing about you except for the massacre that brought them under your rule. They see you as nothing more than a conqueror who subdued them through sheer military force. While the newer generations are slowly beginning to lean toward our side, the truth remains that our supposed homeland is still not fully ours. Robin's gaze darkened slightly. Meanwhile, Caesar continued, the people of Greenland still hold a deeper loyalty to the 4 kingdoms than they do to us, the so-called empire that we claim to be. Their sense of identity remains tied to the old world rather than our rule. And, of course, there is no need for me to even mention the situation on Orphan's Blood Planet. Arrow's influence there is absolute, and the people do not recognize your authority at all. To them, you are irrelevant. Robin exhaled slowly, his eyes scanning the room as he took in the gravity of the situation. He could feel the weight of countless battles, decisions, and conquests pressing down on his shoulders. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. Is that so? Across from him, Theo silently nodded, confirming the truth of Caesar's words. I suggest we mobilize the army and crush all these fools under our boots. General Martin had heard enough. I strongly support that, just give me an army in 2 weeks. General Victoria smirked, clearly in favor of the idea. Silence. Caesar furrowed his brows and took a deep breath before speaking again. There is a serious problem within the empire, father, a problem that, if left unresolved, will keep us locked in endless internal conflict. He clenched his fists. And that problem is that we are not a real empire. He then raised his hand and began listing points one by one. We do not have a properly crowned emperor, and we lack an organized government. We have no institutions to support or regulate the people, as all we have is an army and generals. Even the organization we created to oversee the people is nothing more than a military faction, the Shadow Swords. Look at us, for we are discussing the fate of 13 planets among ourselves, a mere handful of war generals who know nothing but bloodshed. I fear that we are still just an army that happened to seize land, rather than true rulers who have made that land our own. Richard nodded in agreement. I see no flaw in my older brother's words. Strangely enough, I agree with him as well. Billy glanced at his nephew as if re-evaluating his perception of him. Robin rubbed his forehead for a few moments before exhaling and looking at his son. And in your view, what is the solution? There was no point in arguing against Caesar's words, as the empire truly was nothing more than an army. But that was not because Robin had intended it that way, it was because he had never had the time to build anything else. Ever since he proclaimed the empire's birth on the Great Green Hill, he had found himself thrown into war after war. There was simply no opportunity to focus on the people beyond finding ways to recruit them. In my view, we must separate the military from governance. Caesar's tone was firm as he spoke. We must stop relying solely on intimidation and fear as our primary tool of rule. Each planet must have its own appointed governor, and a government must be formed using the planet's own people to handle all civil affairs. This government will remain under the watchful eyes of the governor and the Shadow Swords. Even law enforcement, the police, must be composed of the planet's own inhabitants. General Marant frowned. But isn't that exactly what we did with Greenland? And yet, you yourself said that they hold no allegiance to us. Caesar pointed towards the palace's grand schematic. That is where the concept of coronation comes into play. We need a grand, extravagant ceremony, one so magnificent that all the planets witness the awe-inspiring majesty of their ruler. Using one of the research and development team's latest inventions, we will record this ceremony in its full glory and replay it during every major event and festival. Following that, we will hold an annual military parade. The official reason will be to introduce the people to their military's power and the latest technological advancements, but in reality, it will serve as an unspoken warning to those who dare to plot against us. He then crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. Additionally, I will be borrowing His Excellency's concept regarding Orphan's blood planet. On every world under our rule, we will establish imperial cities, highly developed, state-of-the-art cities that showcase the very best that the empire has to offer. Only in these cities will the people find the finest technology, the greatest scholars, the most advanced weapons, and the most intricate arrays. These cities will be filled with statues of His Excellency, along with legends of his heroism and the army's glorious victories. They will be constructed at the highest possible standards, leaving a profound and unforgettable impact on anyone who beholds them. These cities will be the very heartbeats of our empire's worlds. He then placed his hand firmly on the table, his voice carrying an air of finality. Through this approach, we will etch love and respect for the empire into the hearts of the people without them even realizing it. The resentment they feel toward an outside force that conquered them through brute strength will gradually fade, for we will no longer be seen as mere invaders, we will be the providers of prosperity, of beauty, of opportunity. The people will come to associate the empire with greatness, and in time, they themselves will desire to enlist in our military, not out of fear, but out of pride. And after a few short decades, we will finally have a true homeland. A place where every citizen will gladly lay down their life for His Excellency, with a smile on their face. Chapter 1125. Clap, clap. Robin nodded a few times, his expression unreadable, his piercing gaze scanning the room. I don't see any major issues with this proposal. Does anyone have any adjustments to make to your Supreme General's plan? The room remained silent for a moment, tension hanging in the air like a storm waiting to break. Then, General Martin raised his hand, his expression firm and unyielding. I don't mind separating the military from governance. In fact, I can see the benefits of such a system. However, we cannot afford to completely remove our military presence from these planets. We must establish military cities and massive training centers across all colonized planets to ensure that our forces remain vigilant and ready to defend them at a moment's notice. Without a structured military presence, we leave ourselves vulnerable to rebellion, external invasion, and even internal power struggles. Caesar lowered his gaze slightly, deep in thought, his brows knitting together. He tapped his fingers on the table before nodding. That doesn't contradict my plan. We can incorporate this into the structure I suggested. Military cities can be maintained, but they should also serve an additional purpose. We can allow civilians and children to visit these cities on designated days, creating a sense of connection between the people and their protectors. If we can intertwine the military with daily life in a way that fosters admiration rather than fear, we can ensure long-term stability. Alright, but let's not go overboard with this soft approach. The only planet that truly requires this level of careful handling is Jura. We must still enforce our laws and maintain order through strength, not through sentimentality. Richard, arms crossed, did not seem particularly fond of Caesar's idealistic vision. His voice was sharp, laced with skepticism. Empires are built on power, not on goodwill. If we start letting our grip loosen, we invite defiance. Robin, observing the debate unfold, gestured towards Caesar. Your brother is talking about a long-term strategy, something that will yield results not today, not tomorrow, but over the course of decades. Stability isn't achieved overnight. Richard scoffed, shaking his head. Fine, but what happens until it yields results? He motioned towards the countless reports scattered across the table, the weight of their implications pressing down on everyone in the room. Are we supposed to ask these planets, these rebellious factions, to sit quietly and wait until love and patriotism magically fill the air? Until they suddenly decide they want to be part of our empire? That's wishful thinking. Heh, he's got a point. Robin chuckled softly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Caesar let out a frustrated sigh and rubbed his forehead, as if battling a headache. Fine, I understand his concern. I acknowledge that force will be necessary, this time. But mark my words, as time passes, as generations change, these incidents will become less frequent. We are at the beginning of an era. We must think beyond immediate solutions and consider the future we are shaping. Robin nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. But Richard was unmoved. He shook his head, his voice firm. You're fooling yourself if you think this is temporary. You'll need to use force 2 years from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now. There will always be those who resist. There will always be those who despise authority, who refuse to submit willingly. And those people, you know as well as I do, only understand one thing: violence. There will always be a portion of the population that needs to be crushed underfoot before they fall in line. Robin's nodding continued, his expression unreadable. That also has a ring of truth to it. Would you get serious for once? Caesar nearly shouted, grinding his teeth in irritation as he glared at his father. Robin simply looked at him with a satisfied smile, then scanned the entire room with his usual composed expression. Slowly, he stood up and took a step closer to Caesar, gently ruffling his son's dark hair before placing a firm hand on his head. His touch was both reassuring and dominant. Then, he spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable weight. I understand how you all feel. For the first time since the founding of the true beginning empire, we no longer have any real enemies threatening our existence. And so, all of you, great warriors, seasoned generals, have started using your minds to think about these internal matters. Instead of strategies for war, you are discussing policies and governance. Instead of battle formations, you are debating the future of our administration. That, my dear generals, is actually a beautiful thing. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle over them before his voice dropped lower, more serious. But, do not forget Pythor's warning just days ago. Do not forget that there are other planetary empires out there. Powerful ones. Ruthless ones. And if even one of them received the orders to attack us in this state of weakness, do you really believe they will hesitate to act? A heavy silence filled the room. Caesar and Richard exchanged glances. Only they had been present at that meeting. The others had no idea what had been discussed that day. Robin exhaled slowly, his voice deep and firm. I don't know if Pythor's words were true at the time, but I do know this: I fought against a shard of their overlord's soul. And, believe it or not, I won. Even though it was just a shard, that woman was an impatient, arrogant, and dangerously powerful being. If she has followers, if she has other empires at her will, then she will most likely send them to us. He took another step forward, placing his other hand on Richard's head, then pressed both of their heads down slightly, his grip firm but not painful. While you two stand here arguing about how to deal with insignificant rabble, there are armies preparing to march against us. There are forces beyond our current understanding watching, waiting, and assessing us. The demons are the only ones taking this matter seriously, searching through Néhari for corpses to get their army strong again, while the rest of you are here playing games. The entire room tensed. For the first time, realization dawned on the generals' faces. None of them had been present during that fateful meeting. This was the first time they heard about the potential looming threat hanging over their empire. Listen up, everyone. I will not spoil this period of peace for you, but do not sink too deeply into it. Robin finally spoke with a serious tone, his words cutting through the air like a blade. His usually relaxed demeanor had been replaced by one of absolute authority, and everyone in the room instinctively straightened their backs. I will give you 1 month. Within this 1 month, all internal issues must be resolved one way or another. No delays, no excuses. A heavy silence settled over the room as the weight of his words sank in. Then, without hesitation, he pulled out a scroll, swiftly writing something on its surface with decisive strokes before sealing it with his personal insignia. With a calculated motion, he tossed it onto the table, the scroll landing with a soft thud. This is a direct decree from me. It can be used to summon Arrow to intervene in any negotiations or disputes. If any race or some kind of power refuses to comply after his involvement, eliminate them immediately. No exceptions. His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. After finishing his decree, Robin turned to Pion and Theo, his expression softening slightly. He placed a hand on each of their heads, ruffling their hair in a rare show of affection. From this point forward, I entrust both of you to handle the Empire's immediate affairs. Pion, you will take charge of strengthening the military in preparation for the inevitable war. Chief Research and Development Officer Zara will assist you in this task. The army must reach an unprecedented level of power, stronger than ever before. His gaze then shifted toward Theo, his tone equally resolute. Theo, your task is no less critical. You will oversee the recruitment and training of more shadow swords, enough to maintain absolute control over the 13 planets under our rule. I expect efficiency and discretion. The Empire must be fortified from within as well as from without. Then, with an air of solemnity, he turned toward Caesar. Once this harsh month has passed and everything is settled for the short run, I expect you to begin implementing your long-term vision. Draft a list of potential planetary rulers and government structures. Build whatever cities you deem necessary and use our treasuries as you deem fit. You are responsible for shaping the future of the Empire. He paused momentarily, his eyes narrowing. That is, if the Empire has a future after the war that looms on the horizon. Finally, Robin's piercing gaze fell upon Richard. And you. Return immediately and continue refining planet Jura as you were commanded. What are you doing here, lingering when there is work to be done? The four of them, Peon, Theo, Caesar, and Richard, exchanged glances before bowing their heads slightly in unison. Understood. Their voices rang out with conviction, their loyalty to Robin unwavering. Robin then shifted his focus to the rest of the generals in the room. His gaze swept across them, lingering on each individual as if assessing their resolve. All of you, listen well. The coming period will be a race against time. There is no room for hesitation, no room for failure. I am counting on you to support my children so that we may overcome this crisis together. Understood. The generals responded in perfect synchrony, their voices filled with unwavering determination. As one, they fell to one knee, bowing their heads in a sign of absolute loyalty and submission. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Robin's lips. He gave a small nod before reaching out to pick up the dossier on Planet Gutta from the table. Handle the rest. I'll be taking this one. Where are you going? Caesar asked swiftly, his eyes narrowing with concern. Robin exhaled deeply, allowing a brief moment of weariness to surface in his otherwise unshakable demeanor. I'm going to rest for a bit. I think I've earned it, don't you? A hint of amusement laced his voice as he stretched his arms. Call me when the time comes for the coronation. I'll be there. Then, with a sudden whir, a spatial rift cracked open beside him. The very fabric of reality trembled as space itself split apart. In the blink of an eye, Robin stepped through the shimmering void, disappearing without a trace. For a brief moment, there was only silence. Then, with an impressed nod, Raiden pointed at the fading remnants of the spatial rift and clapped his hands together slowly. His Excellency always has such dramatic entrances and exits. How does he do that? Billy scoffed, crossing his arms with a smug grin. Humph, it's in the blood of the Burton family. His confidence was palpable as he leaned back in his chair, propping his feet up on the table. Unfortunately, his bravado was short-lived. Crack! The chair beneath him gave way, sending him crashing unceremoniously to the ground. A small chuckle escaped someone's lips. Billy's head snapped up, eyes blazing with indignation. Who laughed? Who dared to laugh? His voice boomed through the room as he scanned the faces around him, daring someone to own up to it. Meanwhile, Caesar took a deep breath before clapping his hands together firmly, refocusing the room. All right then, you've all heard the boss orders. We will begin immediately. Big brother. Richard's voice cut through the air, interrupting Caesar mid-sentence. His tone was calm, yet carried a sense of quiet finality. I can't stay any longer. I'm heading back to continue refining Jura as father commanded. But before I go, I have a small request. Caesar turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Of course. What is it? Richard's usual half-lidded gaze met his brother's, a small smile playing on his lips. Planet Jura, don't make any plans for it. Leave it to me. I will handle its problems in my own way. His voice was even, yet there was an undeniable certainty behind his words. Alfred can remain as the planet's governor, and I'll send him instructions from time to time. But I don't want any interference. Caesar's expression hardened slightly as he furrowed his brows. Are you sure? Won't you be too busy refining the planet's spirit? Do you even have any administrative experience? Richard slowly opened his eyes, his gaze steady. His smile remained unwavering. I have my own methods. Chapter 1126. Planet Gutta, the space portal in the southern hemisphere. Buzz. Robin took a slow step out of the spatial portal, his hands casually clasped behind his back, his posture relaxed yet commanding. His sharp eyes scanned his surroundings, absorbing every detail with calm precision. The first thing that caught his attention was the ruined village sprawled within his field of vision. The devastation was evident. Scattered remnants of arrays lay in disarray, shattered beyond repair. Faint traces of lingering energy flickered on the ground, whispering of the quick battle. Broken thermal barriers, once mighty and impenetrable, now stood frozen and lifeless among the wreckage. The entire scene bore silent testimony to the brutal events that had unfolded here. Yet, something was off. There were no bodies, not even a drop of blood could be found on the ground, leaving behind nothing beyond a ghost town suspended in an eternal moment of ruin. Beyond this desolate expanse, an eerie emptiness stretched into the unknown. The sky churned with swirling dark clouds, twisting sluggishly in a slow, unending vortex. The air carried a dense, bone-chilling fog that thickened the atmosphere, obscuring the horizon like a curtain of shadows. He could see nothing beyond the city as if the world itself had ended at that point. The ground beneath his feet was another enigma. A strange, semi-solid ice, neither fully frozen nor fully liquid, existing in a peculiar state in between. After a long moment of silence, Robin knelt down, his fingers brushing against the strange ground. He scooped up a handful of what could only be called earth and slowly rubbed it between his fingertips, feeling its texture. This was no ordinary ice. It had been forged over countless millennia by the relentless onslaught of permafrost tempest storms, compacting and condensing into this bizarrely structured soil. This place reminded him of other exceptional planetary terrains he had encountered before. Like the blood-soaked soil of Orphan's blood planet, steeped in the ominous laws of bloodthirst and chaos, it was now being excavated and repurposed to fortify the true beginning empire's city walls while yielding vast quantities of precious minerals. Or the energy-saturated land of Néhari planet, a world overflowing with pure, unrefined power. When Robin first stepped foot on that planet, he immediately understood its significance. The dirt there alone carried enough energy to rival the crude energy stones from Jura. In fact, calling those energy stones was an insult to the very concept of energy. they were barely more than scraps. The raw soil of Néhari, on the other hand, was potent enough to activate entire spatial portals. And now, this place, the frozen land of Buddha, held its own secrets, a resource waiting to be unlocked. If the Research and Development Division were to conduct a proper study, they would undoubtedly uncover groundbreaking applications for this unique substance. Amidst the eerie silence and the heavy, suffocating air, Robin closed his eyes for a moment. He took a deep breath, allowing the sensation of the environment to sink into his very core, then exhaled slowly. Exactly as the reports described. The law of frost ruled supreme here, binding every inch of this land in an eternal embrace of ice and stillness. And woven intricately within its fabric was another profound force, the path of time, flowing densely through the atmosphere like an unseen river. This was a natural training ground for any cultivator seeking to attune themselves to these two formidable laws. Here, one could sharpen their affinity toward frost and time simply by existing. But Robin's moment of contemplation was abruptly cut short. Bam, bam. The sudden sound of footsteps crunching against the ice shattered the stillness. Robin remained perfectly still as several figures encircled him in a loose formation, their presence aggressive and hostile. They were humanoid in shape, yet their heads bore distinct fox-like features, their eyes gleaming with suspicion and hostility. In one fluid motion, their weapons were drawn, their tips aimed directly at his throat. "Who are you?" one of them barked, his voice sharp and demanding. "Whom?" Robin finally opened his eyes, his gaze unwavering. His expression was unreadable, neither alarmed nor defensive, merely mildly interested. "A human emerging from a spatial portal. Who else could I be?" His tone was casual, almost dismissive. "Obviously, I am someone from the true beginning empire." Then, as if something suddenly irritated him, a flicker of annoyance passed through his expression. "Is this how you treat envoys from the empire?" His voice turned sharper. "Is this how you uphold the sacred agreement your king himself swore to honor?" His words made some of the warriors hesitate, but their leader, the one wielding a long, intricately designed spear, remained unfazed. "Don't spew nonsense," he snapped. "We explicitly warned the Empire's merchants to avoid using this portal at all costs, lest we provoke the wrath of Devas the Transcendent any further." The name sent a ripple of unease through the surrounding warriors. "If your people wish to enter our territory, you were instructed to come through the Great Serpent Empire's portal in the northern hemisphere, not here." He took a step closer, the tip of his spear hovering dangerously close to Robin's neck. "So tell me, outsider, why have you come through here? Are you not one of them? Or are you deliberately provoking Devas the Transcendent just to drag us all into another disaster?" Oh, the slight irritation in Robin's eyes suddenly shifted, twisting into something else. Mockery. A slow, knowing smirk curled at the edge of his lips. "I see. So it is my fault, then?" His response was so casually condescending that it immediately infuriated the warriors around him. "You bastard. Wait." A sharp, commanding voice cut through the tension, halting the imminent confrontation. A female warrior emerged from the crowd, her gaze locked onto Robin with widened eyes. "You fools, do you even know who this is?" she snapped, her voice laced with urgency. The spear-wielding warrior scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Who could he possibly be?" he muttered, still glaring at Robin. "He is just a saint at level 23. Whoever he is, the spear-wielding warrior wouldn't let him go today without a suitable punishment." They were lucky, very lucky, that Devas the Transcendent had chosen to spare them, allowing them to flee rather than be utterly obliterated. To provoke him again? That was nothing short of suicide. "Back off." Without hesitation, the fox-eared girl grabbed the armored guard by his breastplate and flung him backward like a sack of garbage. "Sandria, I am your uncle. What do you think you are doing?" The guard was utterly baffled. To be thrown aside so effortlessly, for the sake of an outsider, was unthinkable. But his outrage never found voice. His words caught in his throat when, gasp, she dropped to one knee. Then, with a resounding voice that cut through the freezing air, she declared, "Sandria pays her respects to His Excellency, the Supreme Victor, the Conquest Emperor, Robin Burton." Gasp, gasp. The remaining guards immediately threw down their weapons and followed suit, falling to their knees in submission. Even the uncle, still dazed from being tossed aside, scrambled upright and took the proper kneeling posture, his mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Technically speaking, they were not vassals of the true beginning empire. There was no obligation to kneel before anyone. But this was the same man who had utterly annihilated the Great Serpent Empire. An invincible existence. Kneeling before him felt like the only correct choice. Robin regarded Sandria for a moment, his gaze unreadable. Then, he reached out and lightly patted her head. "Good girl." His tone was neither condescending nor overly affectionate, simply acknowledging her perceptiveness. Then, as if none of this mattered, he casually turned away. "I am going to have a chat with Devas for a bit. You all may stand down, my lord. I do not think that is a good idea." Sandria kept her voice low, but the strain in her tone was undeniable. Devas the Transcendent was not someone to be provoked lightly. Robin, however, simply waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, relax. Will he be more troublesome than Crexus the Purifier? Or Durger the Devourer?" He let out a deep chuckle, full of quiet confidence, and began walking toward the depths of the frozen wasteland. A single cold sweat droplet slid down Sandria's forehead. In this freezing land, she actually felt herself break into a sweat. The moment Robin disappeared beyond the swirling fog, one of the warriors finally found the courage to whisper, "That is him? That is Robin Burton? Ha! Not as terrifying as the stories make him out to be." "You idiot, was his conquest of the Great Serpent Empire also just a story, then?" The discussion was cut short when another guard turned sharply toward Sandria. "Sandria, What you did was reckless. No one is allowed into the den except for you. What do you think Devas will do? Shush! Sandria slapped her palm against his mouth, silencing him at once. Did these fools even understand who they were talking about? Many of them had never set foot on Jura or Greenland. They had never heard the full stories about that man. It was said that Crexus the Purifier had sworn allegiance to him and fought under his command during the Poison Rock Planet conquest. It was rumored that he had subdued Durger the Devourer with only a few words. And both of those beings were supposedly on the same level as Devas the Transcendent. After a tense moment, Sandria finally exhaled and stood up. Let us go. We need to move away from this area. She then took off, flying northward without another word. The rest of the warriors exchanged uneasy glances before quickly following her lead. It didn't matter if the rumors were exaggerated. What mattered was the simple truth. Robin was a planetary emperor. Devas was a king of beasts. Whatever was about to happen in that den was far beyond their ability to interfere. Chapter 11:27. Inside the lair. Robin advanced calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. Ever since he had entered that massive opening in the mountain, he had been descending continuously. The passage was vast, immensely wide, but so dark that its end was completely obscured. Robin had to rely on his soul sense to navigate freely between the mounds of filth and scattered bones along the way. The deeper he went, the heavier the air became, filled with an icy chill that gnawed at his skin like tiny daggers. At last, the descent ceased, and Robin found himself in what appeared to be an enormous cavern, its ceiling soaring at least 100 meters high. The air inside was thick with an ancient presence, and the ground beneath him was smoother than expected, as if worn down over countless years. The space was massive enough to house an entire fortress, but only one thing resided within. A colossal beast, curled upon itself, its massive tails coiled beneath its chin as it lay in a deep slumber. Inhale. As the enormous fox took a breath, Robin immediately felt a powerful suction force, as if the air itself was being drawn toward the creature. His clothes fluttered slightly from the pull, and he instinctively braced himself. However, the beast did not exhale. Instead, it slowly opened its eyes, two radiant blue suns that shone with an ethereal glow. Its gaze locked onto Robin in complete silence. Hello there. Robin raised his right hand and waved toward the fox, his tone casual and unbothered. The creature's massive eyes remained fixated on Robin for a few more seconds, as if assessing him. Then, without a word, it simply closed them again and rested its head back onto its tail. Inhale. All right. I will just assume that means you consider me a friend. Robin chuckled to himself, then turned his attention to his surroundings, taking a slow stroll around the cavern. Despite Devas' colossal size taking up more than half the space within the lair, there was still plenty to observe. The cavern walls were layered with strange frost-like formations, but unlike regular ice, they pulsed with a faint luminescence, giving the entire chamber an eerie glow. The floor was littered with old remains, bones of creatures he could not immediately identify, their sizes ranging from the tiny to the absurdly large. Then, his gaze landed on something far more interesting. Whistle. Robin let out a soft whistle as he spotted three towering mounds beside Devas. One hill was composed entirely of beast crystals, shimmering with raw energy. Another mound was stacked with ice energy pearls, radiating an intense chill that made the air around them shimmer. But the third mound, it was filled with materials Robin had never seen before. Strange ores, herbs emitting faint auras, and peculiar artifacts scattered among them, each exuding a presence of power. Those three mounds alone could fill the treasury of an entire empire. Oh, what is this? Robin crouched slightly near an item within the third mound and extended his hand. It looked like coral, but unlike any he had ever encountered before. Its transparent blue color was mesmerizing, and its aura was captivating. But that was not what drew Robin's interest the most, it was what was happening inside it. Tiny, shifting specks of golden light floated within the coral-like structure, moving in slow, rhythmic patterns. Time itself seemed distorted within the object as if the space inside existed on a different temporal scale. Just as his fingers were about to brush against its surface, "Do not touch anything." Devas' deep, rumbling voice filled the cavern, cutting through the silence like thunder. The language Devas spoke was unfamiliar, but thanks to his activated instant translation soul technique, Robin understood him immediately. His hand froze in place, but he did not pull away just yet. "Come on, big guy, do not be like that, I am a friend." Robin grinned. "It is not every day I find an object linked to the path of time." "I am not your friend," Devas stated coldly. "What does he want?" "Who?" Robin smirked. "I can smell the scent of a powerful beast on you," Devas muttered. "Is it the beast king from that other planet where humans arrive daily? Are you his servant?" The massive fox yawned, baring his fangs before resting his head again. "Speak your purpose, I wish to return to my slumber." "Oh, I wonder if you are smelling Crixus or Durger. Maybe I should bathe in the fountain of youth to rid myself of their scent." Robin chuckled, started smelling his armpit. Crixus was a level 49 Beast King, and Durger was a level 50 Beast King. Both of them were undeniably stronger than Devas, who was only at level 48. Perhaps that was why the fox was showing a bit of restraint. Robin waved a hand dismissively. "In any case, no, I am not a servant to any beast, I am human." Then, Devas used one of his three tails to lazily scratch between his ears. "Humans are servants. Is not that your purpose?" "Of course not. Who told you that?" Robin laughed. "You have it all wrong, big guy. If anything, you are the one bound to humans, not the other way around." "What? You cannot grow stronger unless a human surpasses your level first," Robin explained, his tone playful yet firm. "How can you witness something like that and still believe you are the main character?" Devas opened one eye slightly, as if pondering those words for the first time. "Ha! I had never noticed that before. Then he shut his eye again, his tail flicking slightly. An interesting piece of information. Pass my regards to your master. You may leave now. Robin raised an eyebrow. Wait, you really did not know that? Do not you communicate with the spirit of this planet? The spirit of the planet, the spirit of the planet, oh, that annoying voice? Devos the Transcendent appeared to sink into deep thought, his massive, glowing blue eyes flickering slightly as he recalled something. We do not talk much. It has only asked for my help once or twice, and that was it. Why? Does the voice speak to your master often? Robin suddenly let out a chuckle, his shoulders shaking slightly before he placed a hand over his eyes and burst into full laughter. Ha ha ha. Devos tilted his massive head slightly, his ears twitching ever so slightly in mild curiosity. When they told me you destroyed the village near your lair because of my arrays, I imagined all sorts of things. A proud, untouchable ruler, a terrifying force of nature, an ancient beast with wisdom beyond human comprehension, but I never thought I would find this. And what exactly did you find? Devos asked, his tone dripping with boredom. Robin grinned mischievously, his eyes gleaming with amusement. A giant, stupid pup. For a moment, there was silence. Then, Devos' deep, rumbling voice responded, completely unbothered by the insult. If that is what your master believes, then so be it. Robin scratched his head, watching the massive beast's indifferent demeanor. Despite his overwhelming power, Devos did not act the way Robin had expected a beast king to behave. He was not arrogant, nor was he particularly aggressive, just indifferent, as if everything around him simply was not worth his attention. Still, Robin was not done yet. Without a word, he extended his hand once more toward the strange coral-like object resting atop one of the treasure piles. Clatter. Robin immediately turned his head, instinct screaming at him, only to meet those vast, luminous blue eyes. This time, they were not lazy or indifferent. They were piercing, sharp, and utterly devoid of mercy. The temperature in the cavern plummeted instantly. A suffocating killing intent poured forth like an avalanche, freezing the very air itself. The once soft, pristine white fur of the massive beast bristled, standing on end as though charged with static energy. His enormous fangs, previously hidden, now gleamed in the dim light, razor-sharp and coated in a mist of frost. Even a messenger must know his limits. Robin's lips curled into a wide grin. Haha, now this is more like it. I cannot fight someone who has already surrendered. His voice was filled with excitement as 10 small soul portals suddenly materialized around him, humming with an eerie force. From each one, a grand silver sword emerged, gleaming with an unnatural brilliance. Devos' expression did not change, but his gaze flickered ever so slightly. The Beast King had never seen such a technique before. He did not know what it meant to fight a soul master, nor did he fully understand what these weapons were, but he could feel it. He could feel the danger radiating from each of those swords. Every single one of them carried enough concentrated energy to wound him, something that few beings in existence could claim. So, you are not just a mere messenger, then. Devos' deep voice rumbled through the cavern. Did the Beast King from the other planet send you to test me? Without waiting for an answer. Crack. Devos slowly rose to his full height. His pupils expanded, consuming the entirety of his glowing blue eyes. His fangs, already enormous, extended further, their edges coated in an ethereal frost that made them gleam like polished steel. The cavern trembled as his massive form loomed over Robin. Towering dozens of meters high, with a body stretching over 60 meters from snout to waist, Devos exuded an overwhelming presence. His 3 colossal tails rose behind him, each one nearly matching his own body in length. And at the tip of each tail, 3 massive spheres of ethereal frost began forming. Each one pulsed with an eerie glow, their translucent surfaces distorting as if containing entire frozen worlds within. Come on then, test me. Robin's breath hitched for a fraction of a second. Even though he had faced terrifying opponents before, merely standing before Devos in this state made him understand why the beast was given the title Transcendent. The sheer pressure he emitted was immense, comparable to the time Robin had stood before Durger, another beast king. But logically, that should not be the case. By all accounts, Durger was 2 levels above Devos. This meant Devos should have been weaker in comparison. And yet, Robin clenched his fist. The law of corrosion was a minor law under the fundamental path of destruction, just as the law of permanence was secondary to the fundamental path of time. Normally, such laws weren't supposed to be as powerful as their fundamental counterparts. But Devos had another advantage, frost, a complex law that merged with permanence, creating a dangerous synergy. With that in mind, Robin could not confidently predict the outcome of a battle between Durger and Devos. Beast Kings really are incredible entities. Robin let out a deep sigh, shaking his head at the overwhelming presence before him. Then, with a simple motion, dozens of additional soul gates burst open, filling the cavern with their ominous glow. One by one, they unleashed an army of silver swords, until a total of 100 blades hovered in the air around Robin, each one brimming with 1,000 units of pure spirit energy. Silence. Devos' glowing eyes flickered again. Slowly, he glanced left, then right, as if re-evaluating the situation. Then, without a word, he closed his mouth, let out a faint exhale, and dispelled the 3 massive spheres hovering above his tails. The immense pressure in the cavern lifted. With the same laziness as before, Devos lowered his massive body back to the ground, curled his tails around himself, and rested his chin on the soft fur of his own tail. All right, you have made your point. Chapter 1128. Ha! Robin raised an eyebrow before waving his hand casually, causing all the swords to return to his soul domain. Seems like you have some intelligence left in you after all. Some people are not worth provoking. A simple yes or understood is enough. I learned that lesson the hard way when I met that woman. Devos spoke in a calm, almost indifferent tone as he curled his long, fluffy tail around himself. Go ahead, take what you want, and then leave. I won't stop you. Robin crossed his arms, tilting his head. That woman. Do you mean the soul shard of King Bulb's overlord? His interest had been piqued. He had heard of an event in the past, when a white soul shard descended upon this world and had an unusual encounter with the Beast King. Shortly after that, the native inhabitants of this planet acquired the knowledge to construct spatial portals and were given a racial upgrade device. It was an event that reshaped the balance of power on this planet. If that is what you call her, then yes. Devos responded flatly, his tone betraying neither admiration nor resentment. Oh, Robin's lips curled into a smirk. Can I ask you about her, or would that be crossing the line? Devos let out a long sigh, his piercing blue eyes narrowing. Ask whatever you like. He flicked his tail lazily before adding, if she had wanted to kill me, she would have had to pay a heavy price. A mere soul shard alone held enough force to be the equivalent of 40 of those swords you wield. As for you, Devos glanced at Robin briefly before resting his head on his front paws. You could probably kill me without too much effort. I may be prideful, but I am not stupid enough to keep secrets when my life is on the line. Ha ha ha. Robin burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the cavernous chamber. He was finally starting to understand this so-called transcendent Beast King a little better. When Devos first awakened as a Beast King, he did not rise into a world of conquest or war. He found himself ruling over a barren, frozen wasteland. The few remaining beasts on this planet were not his subordinates, as they were simply struggling to survive the hostile environment. Unlike other planets, where intelligent creatures sought to slay the Beast King for power or glory, the beings here worshipped him instead. He had no grand enemy to fight, no great kingdom to rule, no goal to strive for. The only task he had ever been given was by the spirit of the planet, which had pleaded with him to freeze the southern hemisphere to maintain planetary balance. Decades passed, then centuries, then millennia. Solitude could kill even the mightiest of spirits. It could dull the sharpest of minds and shatter the strongest of wills. At some point, Devos had stopped caring. He sought neither conflict nor power. His only moments of entertainment were when Sandra, his devoted attendant, groomed his fur and cleaned the remnants of blood sacrifices from his cavern. Not because he was lazy, nor because he was arrogant, but simply because he was bored. A glowing white radiance descending from the heavens? A human with an immeasurable soul force? Why should he fight them? He had nothing to protect. Interesting. Then tell me, Devos, what exactly do you know about that woman? Robin asked, his smirk widening as he took a step forward. Not much, Devos admitted, his deep voice carrying a hint of indifference. She claimed to be a planetary empress from someplace called the Nine Paths Planetary Empire. She wanted me to become one of her army commanders and said she would wait until I ascended to the mid-planetary belt or something along those lines. Devos lazily licked his massive paw before rubbing it over one of his ice blue eyes. As a token of goodwill, she offered to provide me with an army of mutants, creatures modified and enhanced by her empire. She asked me to grant them my blood, saying that it would strengthen them. And, in return, she wanted me to train in commanding that army for the remaining 2,000 years that I have left in the young planetary belt. Robin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, and what did you say to her offer? Devos exhaled deeply, his breath forming a mist of frost. Understood. What else was I supposed to say? Robin blinked before laughing again, clapping his hands together. You have a good sense of humor, Devos. You would get along well with Halak if you ever met him. The massive beast's ears twitched, and he narrowed his glowing eyes. What does sense of humor mean? I am being serious. What was I supposed to say? I listened, did as she asked, and then went back to sleep. Every now and then, I fill the blood pool so she does not come back and bother me again. Simple. Robin chuckled softly, his fingers brushing against the surface of an ancient, dust-covered artifact as he resumed his search through the third pile of resources. His voice carried an amused yet knowing tone as he spoke. I have to admit, I like the sound of that title, Commander of Armies, as it has a certain ring to it. But let us be real here, do you really think that woman is giving you such a grand role out of kindness? She is not recruiting you just for your presence, she is after your blood. And not in the slow, occasional way you have grown accustomed to. No, she is going to drain you dry to mass-produce more of those transformed creatures. Your blood holds the key to granting humans an instant affinity for both frost and time. Even if I doubt that woman possesses a law from the path of time, just the power of frost alone will be more than enough to forge an army of terrifying warriors under her banner. He paused for a moment, tapping his fingers against the artifact as his gaze darkened in thought. Frost. It was a power misunderstood by many. Unlike ice, merely a product of manipulating the water path, frost is something far more insidious, far more dangerous. It was not just about freezing things solid, it was the act of draining energy and heat, stripping objects of their very vitality until they became nothing but brittle husks. The temperature would drop so low that molecules themselves would slow, condense, and bond together in an unnatural, suffocating stillness. If an ordinary ice-based attack were to encase a human in a thick, frozen shell, frost would go far beyond that. It would crystallize even the bone marrow within, turning their entire body into a delicate, fragile structure. That structure would collapse into dust at the slightest touch, crumbling apart with the gentlest breath of wind. That was why the law of frost must be feared. It is insidious, absolute, and leaves no room for resistance if received directly. Even Robin himself had struggled to classify it. Was it merely a minor law derived from some unknown path? Or was it something more, something fundamental? A core law belonging to an entirely distinct, unique path of its own? He still had not reached a conclusion, but for now, he leaned toward the former. That is what I thought too, but what does it matter? Devos finally exhaled, his deep, almost velvety voice reverberating through the cave, both weary and indifferent at the same time. I just hope she takes what she wants from my blood and handles the whole war business on her own. I have no interest in any of that. Robin stopped his rummaging and turned toward the massive fox, raising an eyebrow. My dear, furred friend, what makes you so sure she will only take a little, as she does now? You do not seem to understand the scale of what is about to happen. Look at Volp and the others, as they were directly transformed by your blood, yet their numbers remain incredibly few compared to the time that has passed. Almost 1,000 years, and how many of them exist? That woman, on the other hand, is not looking to create a slow, gradual transformation. No, she wants an instant army. That means she will not be taking your blood drop by drop, she will be draining an entire decade's worth of it in a single sitting. And another thing, Robin continued, his smirk deepening as his voice took on a sharper, almost taunting edge. You say you hope she will lead the army herself? That is almost cute. Do you honestly believe she is going to let you laze around, eat whenever you want, sleep whenever you please, just like you do now? Ha! Maybe I do not know everything about the Middle Belt, but I do know one thing for certain, the wars there never stop. Those so-called planetary empires are constantly locked in battle, always conquering or being conquered. And you will not just be a bystander in all of this. Robin leaned slightly forward, his piercing gaze locked onto Devos. You think your blood being drained is the worst part? Oh no, my friend, you will be forced into every single one of those battles. Why? Because your mere presence enhances the warriors who carry your blood. You make them stronger, faster, more resilient, and once the battle is over, you will be dragged back to camp, drained of even more blood, and then shoved back onto the battlefield again. Rinse and repeat, over and over. For a long moment, Devos said nothing. He simply lifted his massive paw, scratched the side of his head twice, and then slowly lowered it to cover his eyes. Chapter 1129. Robin chuckled at Devos' reaction, though he had somewhat expected it. It was clear that not all beast kings were the same. Each one had their own distinct personality, shaped by their instincts, experiences, and perhaps even the very lands they ruled. Crixus the Purifier was the conqueror type, a ruler who thrived on expansion and dominance. He was always pushing forward, always leading waves of beasts to assert his control. His territorial ambitions and relentless offensives made it clear. He was born to rule through force. Durger the Devourer, in contrast, was more of a guardian hoarder, preferring to stay curled around his treasures, defending them with unwavering determination. His unyielding endurance and the sheer number of armies stationed around the Poison Sea spoke volumes about his obsession with keeping what was his. And then there was Devos the Transcendent. He was different. Rather than seeking conquest or guarding material wealth, he preferred isolation, watching from a distance, uninterested in unnecessary conflicts. But perhaps that was not entirely by choice. Maybe his solitude and detachment were not mere personality traits, but rather the result of his circumstances, a path he had been forced to take rather than one he had chosen. Robin did not press the matter further. Instead, he turned his attention back to the piles of treasure surrounding him. Carefully sifting through the various relics and artifacts, he examined the shimmering fragments of transparent coral before spotting 3 particularly intriguing relics, each exuding an aura tied to the path of time. A satisfied grin formed on his lips as he swiftly secured them within his spatial ring. He clapped his hands together, dusting them off. All right then, time to leave. That is it? Diavos tilted his head, his large ears twitching in confusion. Yeah, what else do you expect me to do? Robin raised an eyebrow. When I first heard that you attacked the neighboring village because of my arrays, I came here ready to fight. I was prepared to put you in your place and make sure you understood that my interests were not to be messed with. But now that we have talked, it seems like you actually have some common sense. He paused, then narrowed his eyes slightly. You are not planning to throw another tantrum and start wrecking things again, are you? Devos let out a heavy exhale, his large tail flicking lazily behind him. I have to freeze the entire southern hemisphere. Do you have any idea how much energy that takes? If not for the law of permanence anchoring my energy in the atmosphere and allowing it to linger, I would not even be able to manage it. And now, those damn thermal devices have appeared, greedily siphoning off the energy I am spreading. It is ridiculous. The massive fox huffed, sounding more like an overworked employee complaining about his impossible workload than a feared beast king. If you want me to stop, fine. I will stop. Let the planet burn for all I care. Robin slowly dragged a hand down his face. If Devos did stop, the balance of the planet would be thrown into chaos. The rising temperatures would boil the seas dry, turning the planet into a molten wasteland. All right, Robin sighed. I will have my research and development team work on alternative methods to provide warmth without interfering with your freezing process. That sounds fair? Devos blinked, surprised by how quickly Robin conceded. Then, as if suddenly realizing that his problem might actually get solved, he perked up. Hey! His voice rumbled as Robin prepared to leave. You seem like a reasonable guy. Got any advice about that woman? The deadline she gave me is getting real close. For a beast king, 1,000 or even 2,000 years was nothing. Devos could take a nap, and by the time he woke up, centuries would have passed. That was the nature of beast kings and tree fathers, ancient beings with lifespans beyond mortal comprehension. Some of them had been alive long before energy cultivation was even a concept. Take Durger, for example. He had existed for over 1,000,000 years, despite the fact that energy cultivation had only been around on Poison Rock Planet for less than 400,000 years. I am a kind person? Well, thank you for your generous trust. Robin burst into loud laughter. It had been a long time since he had heard those words, and hearing them now felt almost nostalgic. And what exactly do you expect me to do for you? He shook his head with amusement before his expression turned more serious. You have gotten yourself tangled with a major figure. The only solution I can think of is smuggling you off Good planet before it ascends to the middle planetary belt. But honestly, that would only bring me unnecessary trouble with that woman. Why would I risk my own neck for your sake? Davos' large, ethereal eyes blinked slowly as he tilted his head. Why do you fear her? You seem strong too. His tone was calm, his gaze almost innocent, as if he truly could not comprehend why Robin was unwilling to confront her head-on. Robin's lips curled into an amused smirk before he let out another hearty chuckle. Oh, you sly fox. You want to pit us against each other while you sneak away to some other planet, find a nice quiet spot, and go back to your nap. Not happening. He waved a finger mockingly. But after a moment, his smirk shifted into something more contemplative. That being said, I will not say it is completely out of the question. The matter is still open for negotiation. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. So, tell me, what exactly do you have to offer me? You should know by now, I do not do favors for free. Davos remained silent for a long moment, as if weighing his words carefully. When he finally spoke again, his voice was calmer, more measured. I have no land, no followers. Even my treasures, you just took the best one I have. And considering how little interest you have shown for the rest, I doubt they hold any real value to you. His sharp eyes gleamed slightly as he rested his chin back against his large, thickly furred tails. So, tell me, what else do I have to offer, aside from myself? Robin's smirk deepened, his expression shifting into something far more predatory, calculating, almost ruthless. Now, we are talking. 2 days later. Skyrock Planet. The Imperial Palace's slave quarters. Ah, I still cannot believe His Excellency actually did it. A human guard clutched his head with both hands, pacing back and forth in excitement. His expression was a mix of disbelief and awe. He conquered the Great Serpent Empire using only the demon army, the very same army that had been destroyed in the shadow attacks. You are still talking about that? Another guard, leaning casually against the wall, let out a small chuckle. He adjusted his helmet slightly, covering his eyes to shield them from the harsh sunlight. And besides, the demon army did not fight alone. You are completely disregarding the other forces that took part in the battle. Forces? What forces? The excited guard stopped in his tracks, turning toward his colleague with a frown. You mean the Shadow Swords? Sure, they made a great sacrifice, but, of course, they were important. The lounging guard cut him off, smacking his thigh with a gloved hand. But I am talking about His Excellency and his sons. The first guard's eyes widened in realization. Oh, you are right. The Supreme General of the First Army and the Crown Prince, with the two of them around, the Empire will be safe, even if His Excellency is not present. His face lit up with absolute pride, his chest puffing out. Bang! The heavy iron door suddenly slammed open, sending a loud echo through the chamber. A third guard rushed in, panting heavily, carrying a large metallic tablet in both hands as if it held the greatest treasure in the universe. Have you seen the leaks yet? He practically shouted, his excitement barely contained. Leaks? What leaks? Even the lounging guard immediately threw off his helmet and stood up straight. Look at this. The newcomer fumbled with the device for a second before activating it. Instantly, a floating image materialized in front of them, projected clearly in mid-air. In the image, an awe-inspiring aerial battle was taking place, an epic clash of power and might. At the center of it all was General Sakar, Supreme Commander of the Second Army, locked in combat against hundreds of martial emperors, alone. His blade gleamed under the twin suns of the battlefield, moving so fast it left streaks of light in its wake. The raw power radiating from his figure was overwhelming, and the sheer number of enemies he was holding off single-handedly was nothing short of legendary. Whoa! Both guards' jaws dropped in unison, their eyes practically sparkling with admiration. Where did you get this? Supreme General Caesar ordered some images from the final battle to be leaked to the public in response to overwhelming demand. The third guard grinned triumphantly. They are even putting together a full film covering the entire war. I cannot even begin to imagine how incredible it will be. He swiped the tablet again, revealing another image, and this one was somehow even more breathtaking. This time, the scene depicted Crown Prince Richard standing tall and imposing, gripping a marshal by the throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground as if he were weightless. Under his foot, another marshal lay crushed beneath him, utterly defeated. And behind Richard? His Excellency himself, seated calmly before Pythor, locked in a silent, intense stare down. It was an image of absolute dominance. A single still frame that exuded such power, such control, it was as if the entire fate of the battlefield had rested in that very moment. One of the guards began tearing up, overwhelmed with sheer emotion. His hands clutched his head, his whole body trembling from the sheer excitement surging through him. If someone had told him to charge into battle right then and there, alone, he probably would not have even hesitated. Ah, if only I had been there. His voice echoed through the chamber, filled with nothing but pure, undying loyalty and admiration. Chapter 1130. Look at this. Look at this. The newcomer eagerly switched to the next image, his excitement practically radiating off of him. This time, the image displayed a colossal fiend, so massive that its towering figure seemed to pierce the sky itself, with its head nearly swallowed by the clouds. In the breathtaking scene, the behemoth had lifted its massive foot, preparing to stomp down upon an army of warriors, who appeared as insignificant as ants in comparison. From below, countless attacks surged upward like streaks of light, bombarding its thick hide, but despite the concentrated assault, they barely managed to reach the creature's knee. A wave of disbelief swept through the guards as they took in the sheer scale of the being in the image. Whoa! This monster is actually fighting for our side," one of them exclaimed, struggling to process the scene before him. "By the gods, is that Amon, the Demon King? I never believed the survivors when they talked about his transformation. I thought they were exaggerating. But now, looking at this." The guard who had been trying to sleep earlier now looked as though he wouldn't be able to close his eyes for days. His jaw hung open as he scrutinized the image, his gaze flickering between admiration and sheer horror. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he scratched his head, furrowing his brows. "Wait a minute, where exactly did these images even come from?" The question caused the excitement in the room to momentarily stall as the others pondered it. "Haven't you heard of the light preservation device?" One of the guards turned to him with an incredulous look, as if amazed at his ignorance. "It's one of the newest innovations from the research and development team. The very first thing they developed after His Excellency handed them the light disc and granted them permission to study the principles of that path. It's an incredible device, simply pointed toward an event and boom, it captures an image exactly like this one, as if it were a perfectly crafted instant painting." The explanation seemed to leave the skeptical guard even more baffled. "Wait, you're telling me something like that actually exists, and no one thought to mention it to me?" His reaction was a mix of astonishment, excitement, and even a tinge of pride, as if the mere existence of such technology made their empire's brilliance undeniable. "Of course, it exists, but the production cost is still incredibly high, so for now, they're only crafting them for the shadow swords, specifically those assigned as scorekeepers. These guys roam the battlefield, capturing images to review later and ensuring merit points are awarded fairly. Who would have thought they'd end up immortalizing moments like these?" The newcomer beamed, flipping through the images with renewed enthusiasm. Suddenly, a hesitant voice broke through the excited chatter. Excuse me," came a weak voice from behind one of the locked doors. It was barely above a whisper, but in the sudden silence, it carried across the room. "Could you, please, check if there's an image of Pythor himself fighting? I'd like to know how he was killed." A hush fell over the small gathering. For a moment, it seemed as if the guards might actually consider the request. "Of course, there are plenty of images of Pythor against His Excellency." One of the guards had already begun scrolling through the images when something clicked in his mind. His expression twisted instantly into one of irritation, and his head snapped toward the door. "Hey, what business do you have with this, prisoner? Get back to whatever you were doing." Bam! Without warning, the guard slammed his armored fist against the small viewing window of the door, producing a thunderous noise. From the muffled thud on the other side, it was clear that the prisoner had been startled badly, perhaps even knocked off balance. The guard grumbled before turning to his comrades. "Come on, let's go outside and enjoy these in peace." The mention of watching the final battle without distraction reignited their excitement, and the other two immediately sprang to their feet. "Haha, let's go," one of them cheered. "If there really are images of His Excellency's fight against the tyrant, I don't think my heart will be able to take it." Behind the locked door, the prisoner groaned, a mixture of frustration and pain leaking into his voice. "Ugh." His trembling fingers clutched at the rusted metal stake embedded deep in his chest, the constant ache a painful reminder of his situation. His teeth clenched as he muttered, "If it weren't for you, you damned piece of scrap, how could I be treated like this?" That part of the palace had once been a dormitory for the human laborers, or, more accurately, the slaves. The rooms were small and cramped, their doors sealed shut except for a tiny slit, allowing just enough air for survival. To the untrained eye, it resembled a mortal prison, though the quality of the cells was so poor that the structure itself seemed as if it could crumble with the right amount of force. And yet, for those locked inside, escape was nothing more than a distant dream. The irony of fate decreed that this place would indeed be used as a prison, but not for ordinary criminals. Instead, it housed high-ranking officers and war prisoners who had been implanted with the sealing nail. Once the nail was embedded in them, their strength was reduced to levels weaker than that of mere mortals, making any attempt to escape completely futile. The once great warriors, strategists, and commanders of enemy nations were now nothing more than powerless prisoners, trapped in dimly lit, cramped cells with walls damp from condensation. At that moment, as the prisoner struggled to push himself against one of the rough, cold walls for support, his body screamed in pain. His muscles were weak, his breathing heavy, and every movement sent sharp jolts through his limbs. Just as he finally managed to prop himself up, a voice suddenly echoed through the small, enclosed chamber. "You look like a complete wreck." The words were spoken in a calm yet amused tone. "Who's there?" The prisoner's head snapped around in alarm, his heart pounding in his chest. His vision darted across the dimly lit room, searching for the source of the voice. In his current state, even a teenage commoner could easily end his life. A soft chuckle rang out from the darkness. "Relax, it's just me." From the shadows, a figure slowly stepped forward. The dim lighting barely illuminated his face, but the presence he exuded was unmistakable. It was Robin. His golden eyes gleamed with mischief as he studied the man before him. "You really are a mess, my irritating marshal." The prisoner let out a dry, tired laugh, though it was clear it took effort. "Tisk. Was all this dramatic flair really necessary just for a lowly prisoner like me?" With great difficulty, Marshal Harrows managed to prop himself up against the cold, damp wall. His once imposing figure now looked frail, his dark blue hair unkempt, and his usually sharp, calculating eyes had lost some of their usual intensity. He fixed his tired gaze on the man standing before him. "What's the victorious emperor doing in a place like this?" Robin's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Oh, so, the news has reached you." The agreement between them had been simple. When Robin captured Harrows, he promised to throw him into prison, only to later release him after he had slain Pythor and destroyed the Great Serpent Empire. The plan was for Harrows to join his ranks once the dust had settled. Harrow scoffed, letting out a weak chuckle. It would be harder not to hear about it. 10 days ago, on the very day of your victory, news spread like wildfire as your army paraded through the streets, celebrating. Then, the information started trickling in, piece by piece. Every day, I've been forced to listen to songs of your triumph ringing in my ears, day and night. And now, epic battle leaks have begun making their way through the empire. He leaned his head back against the wall, letting out a slow exhale before adding, I have to admit, the gradual release of details builds up anticipation and excites your soldiers, while simultaneously crushing the morale of your enemies. I wouldn't have done it any better myself. Robin smirked, folding his arms. Then I suppose I should thank Caesar and his new governance methods. He said he had a long-term plan for conquering our planets without military force, and it seems he's executing it in every aspect of life. Harrows lifted his head slowly, his tired eyes locking onto Robin's. What are you doing here? I thought I wouldn't see you for another century at least, if ever. You've already won, haven't you? And from what I've heard, you did it with only half your forces. What could you possibly want from me now? Robin chuckled, nodding knowingly. Oh, don't say that. The ocean always craves more water. I always want smart subordinates. Then, his tone shifted slightly. But to be honest with you, I really did plan on leaving you in prison for a few years, to make you truly appreciate the value of freedom when you got out. Robin crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly before adding, but something changed. Harrows let out a weak laugh, his expression unreadable. Then I suppose I should be thanking whatever it was that changed your mind. Robin's grin widened. Would you believe me if I told you it was a beast? At that, Harrows's expression hardened, his narrowed eyes searching Robin's face for any sign of deception. Robin continued, his voice light yet deliberate. At first, my plan was to eliminate the Beast Kings entirely. They are unstable elements, a parallel force within my planets that I could not fully control. But then, out of nowhere, Crexus the Purifier appeared, and submitted. Harrows's gaze darkened. Robin took a few slow steps to the side, the sound of his boots lightly echoing against the stone floor. And that gave me a crazy idea. A moment of silence passed before he continued, his voice carrying a sharp edge. I immediately acted on it by forging a strong relationship with Durger the Devourer. Even then, it was still just an idea, a cruel idea I discarded soon after. Robin finally stopped moving and turned to face Harrows directly. But then, when I spoke to Devos the Transcendent, that idea resurfaced in my mind. I couldn't make a decision on my own, so I came here to ask you. Harrows's brows furrowed deeply. Me? His voice was laced with confusion. Why the hell are you asking me? Go consult your own men. What does this have to do with me? Robin waved a hand dismissively, his golden eyes unwavering. They wouldn't understand. Just like I didn't at first. It would seem too harsh for them. But you half-serpent, will give me an objective answer. Then, Robin's expression turned dead serious. His golden eyes locked onto Harrows's as he spoke his next words. What do you think about me creating an army of artificial demi-humans? Chapter 1131. You want to turn your army into artificial demi-humans. Harrows raised an eyebrow in surprise, his mind accelerating rapidly as he processed all the possible implications of such a decision. Well, I suppose this was somewhat expected. The third cultivation path has always been known for its exorbitant cost. But to be completely honest, I didn't anticipate that you would adopt the second cultivation path so soon. Your men, the very soldiers who have fought alongside you in countless battles, used to call us monsters on the battlefield. If they discover what you're planning, how do you think they will react? The four major paths that humans had devised as a means to escape the overwhelming restriction imposed by the Emperor's domain were as follows. Soul Force, a method that involves deep soul refinement, allowing the user to transcend physical limits. Transformation into a demi-human, a controversial path that involved altering one's very being, fusing human essence with that of a beast or another entity to enhance physical and mystical capabilities, giving them long-term affinity towards a certain law. Temporary drugs, an artificial shortcut to achieve the immense power of the fourth stage of the laws for a limited time, but it is very expensive and carries severe risks for the cheap ones. Energy Path Foundations, a complex system of cultivation that seeks to create a stable and special energy foundation within the individual but has many shortcomings. Over time, it became increasingly evident, through long and brutal conflicts, that the true beginning empire had deliberately chosen to pursue the third path despite its overwhelming cost rather than resorting to the seemingly easier second option. From an external perspective, this decision was met with laughter and ridicule from the Great Serpent Empire's marshals and generals. To them, it was utterly absurd that an empire would willingly spend an enormous fortune simply to match their strength. After all, temporary drugs were nothing more than borrowed power, and their effects could dissipate at any moment. Many of the so-called martial emperors of the true beginning empire had suffered tragic fates, dying helplessly when the effects of their enhancements wore off in the middle of combat, leaving them vulnerable before their enemies. But from an internal perspective, it was an entirely different matter. Deep down, a fracture was forming in the hearts of the Great Serpent's commanders. There was an undeniable truth that gnawed at them: their enemies were achieving the same levels of power while still retaining their original human nature. It was a source of both bitterness and envy. Their planetary emperor had chosen to pay an enormous price to ensure that his followers remained pure and independent, refusing to let them succumb to monstrous transformations or tainted enhancements. Stop. What nonsense are you talking about? Robin interjected, his voice laced with clear disgust. I have no intention of corrupting my men by turning them into half-beasts. That is beyond disgusting. I am striving to build a noble army, not one that has been twisted into something inhuman. Who told you I would ever do such a thing? I will follow the third path for now, but only as a temporary measure until I find a true, permanent solution. No human under my command will ever be forced to undergo such a transformation. Alright, I apologize. I didn't mean to call you disgusting. You understand what I'm trying to say. Robin waved his hand awkwardly, shifting his gaze away as if slightly embarrassed. Then, regaining his composure, he continued, anyway, this is the conclusion I've come to. The Golden Caesar army composed of the warriors of Jura and Greenland must remain noble and untarnished. It is the true and purest symbol of the empire. I cannot allow that symbol to be stained by transformations that rob people of their humanity. To do so would be a direct betrayal of the empire's core principles. But then I realized something. I still have another army. That second army is different. It is a force that represents the underworld, a force of filth, greed, and endless hunger. It is an army that embodies hostility toward life itself. And yet, despite everything, that army is now an undeniable part of the empire as well. Robin turned his piercing gaze toward Harrow's once more. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. So, I thought to myself, if I already have two armies, then why not create a third? Please, explain further, Harrows responded, his brows knitting together in a mixture of concern and curiosity. You just said that you refuse to turn humans into half-beasts. But at the same time, you are speaking about forming another army. What exactly are you trying to say? Are you suggesting that there are still survivors from the Great Serpent Empire's military forces? Do you expect me to take control of them on your behalf? You do realize that such a thing would be impossible, don't you? The Great Serpent Empire had once commanded a military force of approximately 4 million soldiers and more than 4,000 martial emperors. According to the songs sung by the soldiers on the streets, every last one of them had either been killed or captured. But in reality, a large enough number of them still remained to form a third army, a force that could shake the balance of power once more. However, the real question was, how was Harrows supposed to bring them under control? Was he expected to pat them on the head like unruly children, tell them to obey Robin, and assume they would simply fall in line? That was absurd. These weren't fresh recruits waiting for orders, they were hardened warriors who had fought to their last breath for a cause they believed in. They had watched their empire crumble, their leaders fall, and their comrades either die or be taken captive. These men were filled with rage, grief, and desperation, not exactly the kind of emotions that made people docile and obedient. However, as Harrows contemplated this challenge, a thought struck him. He absent-mindedly stroked his short, trimmed beard, his mind piecing together a possible solution. Perhaps, he murmured, if you gave me a sufficient quantity of your oath tablets, I could. No, that won't work. Robin's voice cut through Harrow's thoughts like a blade. He immediately shook his head, his expression filled with a mixture of annoyance and conviction. I already have an enormous number of your people as prisoners. In fact, there are nearly 1 million of them stranded on Orphan's Blood Planet. But let me make one thing absolutely clear. Robin's golden eyes flashed coldly. They will be held accountable for their crimes. I have no intention of letting those filthy wretches become part of my army. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off an unpleasant thought. Besides, do you really think I can build an entire army based solely on oath tablets? Do I look like I'm desperate for manpower? Do you think I lack soldiers so much that I need to force mercenaries into serving under me? Robin scoffed, then shook his head again, this time with disdain. No, what I want is true followers. People who are loyal to me not because of an oath, but because they believe in my cause, because they see me as their rightful leader. His voice grew stronger, more unshakable. If I can't have that, then I don't want them at all. Harrows felt his patience wearing thin. He let out a slow, steady breath, his brows furrowing in clear frustration. You don't want to create new mutants, and you don't want to keep the existing ones either. His voice was sharp now. I give up. What do you want, Robin Burton? Robin paused, as if carefully choosing his words. During my conversation with Pythor, he told me about the law of karma, about how entire civilizations have been cursed into oblivion for committing racial extermination. Later, I spoke with a planet spirit, and it confirmed the same thing. Robin tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Even though the entire Dirger's human race is made up of warriors who deserve death, I don't want to dirty my hands with their extermination, nor do I wish to invite a storm of bad luck upon myself because of you. Then, a slow, confident smile spread across his lips. So, I've decided. I will cleanse most of you and start anew. Robin lifted a hand, pointing directly at Harrows. His words were both a command and a decree. And you are going to help me do it. Harrows did not speak. His instincts told him to object, to push back, but he knew better. He would listen until the very end. Let me explain my perspective first, Robin began, his tone shifting slightly. The path of destruction is a ruthless path. Just by using it, it burns away the Dirger blood inside your bodies, stripping you of the very essence that makes you what you are. Robin took a step forward, his boots pressing into the dirt. He could see the flicker of confusion in Harrow's eyes, but he continued. And your biggest problem is that most of your army only has a 1/100th of a single drop of Dirger blood in their veins. As for your martial emperors, they might have several drops, but even that wasn't enough. This resulted in a shallow transformation, barely enough to give them a weak affinity toward the minor law of corrosion. And once their meager Dirger blood was burned away, that affinity vanished. Robin paused, letting his words sink in before he delivered the final blow. In the end, all it really did was alter your outward appearance, nothing more. Then, with deliberate slowness, Robin turned on his heel and began walking in the opposite direction. His voice remained steady, but there was a sharp edge to it. This has already been proven ineffective. Your army was fragile, overly dependent on weapons. Your common soldiers feared using the law of corrosion, because if they did, they would burn away the last traces of Durger blood in their bodies and die. Even among your martial emperors, those who used the law of corrosion multiple times in a row eventually lost the ability entirely. Some of them even dropped dead on the battlefield. Robin narrowed his eyes. The only exceptions were Pythor, the marshals, and the Imperial Guards. They were the few who received enough Durger blood to alter their bone marrow enough to continuously produce more Durger blood after burning it. They could fight without hesitation. They could reproduce, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. And that is why they were the true backbone of your empire. Robin's voice rose slightly, his tone sharp with conviction. Now imagine this, what if your entire army was like the Imperial Guards? Like the marshals? What if every single one of them had a bone marrow transformation, allowing them to wield the law of corrosion freely whenever they wished? Robin's golden eyes blazed with intensity. Do you really think I would have been able to win against an army like that using only my demon legions? No. In fact, Robin let out a short, sharp laugh. Would I have even won at all? He shook his head, his confidence unwavering. Pythor had no ambition. He wanted to maintain a strict hierarchy, ensuring that he alone remained at the top. He didn't want to grant everyone this power, because that would mean losing his absolute control. Even the marshals, those who were granted this privilege, were all his trusted companions from the past. Or, they were like you, someone intelligent and ambitious, but too afraid to take the next step. Harrows looked down, his jaw tightening. He felt the weight of Robin's words pressing down on him. It was brutal, but it wasn't wrong. Robin exhaled, his voice lowering, but the fire in his words remained. That's when I realized something, his golden gaze locked onto Harrows. I don't have that problem. I don't care about rigid hierarchies. And my ambition? It goes far beyond merely lording over a handful of subordinates. A dangerous gleam flickered in his eyes. So why not build an army, where every single soldier is transformed to the bone using Durger blood? A legion of marshals. Chapter 1132. Why don't I build an army entirely composed of individuals who are completely transformed to the core using Durger's blood? An entire army of marshals. What? Harrow's eyes widened to their absolute limits, his mind struggling to process what he had just heard. He couldn't even begin to imagine the terrifying implications of such a force. That's impossible. First of all, where do you think you'll even get the blood for this? Do you seriously believe that Durger the Devourer will just hand it over to you? Stop underestimating him. He's not just any creature, he's a beast king, one that walks the path of destruction. Robin let out a confident laugh. That day when I captured you, I also had a conversation with Durger. We reached an agreement, and as a result, I managed to obtain 30 entire pools of his blood. Each one of those pools contains more blood than everything you and your people have been able to extract from Durger in the past 10,000 years combined. Then, he fixed his piercing gaze on Harrows, his voice steady and unwavering. With just one of those 30 pools, I can recreate an entire force, 4 million soldiers, 4,000 martial emperors, 10 marshals, and Pythor himself. Harrow's eyes went wide again, his thoughts racing at impossible speeds. It was hard, no, impossible to fathom that Durger had willingly sacrificed such a staggering amount of blood. What about the candidates? He stammered, struggling to find his voice. If you don't want to transform humans, and you refuse to use the existing Great Serpent army, then who exactly are you planning to use? Robin casually scratched his eyebrow, as if he had already thought this through long ago. That question held me back for quite some time, he admitted. At first, I considered opening voluntary enlistment for humans, letting those who were willing take the transformation dose. But I quickly discarded that idea. It would make me feel powerless, in a way. I would feel that I failed in my mission. So I put it on hold. Then, I happened to hear Caesar discussing long-term strategic plans. He spoke about how, after several decades, new generations would be born, generations that wouldn't carry the burdens of the past, that wouldn't dwell on old grudges, but would instead look forward to the Empire's future. And that was when I had a realization, why not? He took a step closer to Harrows, lowering his voice slightly, as if sharing a secret. Listen carefully, Harrows. Those 30 pools of blood hold enough power to completely and permanently transform 1,000 individuals to the very marrow of their bones. Do you understand what that means? It means I can create 1,000 true marshals. Harrows swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. A battalion of 1,000 marshals. The thought alone was overwhelming. You will be the one to choose those 1,000, Robin continued, his tone leaving no room for argument. They will come from among the prisoners of your own kind. I want 95% of them to be female, and only 5% to be male. Each and every one of them will swear an unbreakable oath upon the oath tablets, and I will keep those tablets with me to ensure their loyalty. After that, they will be subjected to the racial upgrade device once more. But this time, they will undergo a true transformation to the very essence of their being. Robin's expression darkened slightly, his voice carrying an unusual weight. But let me be clear, I do not intend to use them in battle. That is not their purpose. Harrows furrowed his brows. Then what exactly do you plan to do with them? Robin suddenly smacked his thigh, his voice firm and resolute. I want them to breed. Excuse me. Harrows practically shouted in shock, his brain stalling at the sheer absurdity of the statement. I want them to breed day and night like rabbits, Robin declared without the slightest hint of hesitation. Those 1,000 individuals will be the ancestors of the future generations. The generations that will be born fully transformed, the same way the Imperial Guards were born from Pythor himself. These men and women, They will be the foundation of my army. Harrows felt as if something had just exploded inside his head. Robin didn't want to transform new humans. He didn't want to use the existing military forces. No, he had set his sights on the generations that didn't even exist yet. And what exactly is my role in all of this? Harrows asked with a mix of disbelief and bitter amusement. Am I supposed to manage this grand-scale breeding operation? Hand out aphrodisiac to the males maybe? He let out a dry, sarcastic laugh. Given Robin's plan, each male would have an entire harem of at least 20 females. This was madness. I'm not going to lie to you. For the time being, yes. Robin shrugged, as if what he was saying was the most natural thing in the world. But give it 15 years, and by then, you'll have the first generation of fully transformed beings. Their numbers will surpass even those of the Imperial Guards. And they will be yours to mold, to shape, to educate. You will teach them that I eradicated their tyrant ancestors, that I wiped out the oppressive forces of the past, and that I granted them the opportunity to live. Your job will be to ensure their unwavering loyalty to the true beginning empire, and then, once their loyalty is secured, you will make sure they reproduce as well. Year after year, decade after decade, the numbers will grow. Soon, you'll find yourself ruling over tens of thousands of Imperial Guards. Harrows remained silent. The Imperial Guards were a legendary force, their power undisputed even within the mid-planetary belt. There were only 500 of them, yet their presence alone was enough to shift the tide of any battle. Just imagining an entire army composed of such beings was enough to send a shiver down Harrow's spine. An entire race originating from just 1,000 individuals, he muttered, barely able to process the sheer scale of what Robin was proposing. This would take centuries. Robin, however, didn't seem concerned in the slightest. No problem, he said with an easy wave of his hand. I'll bring you more blood. Just tell me, how many do you want as a starting point? 2,000? 3,000? Harrow's eyes widened in disbelief. You can actually do that? He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Of course. Robin smirked confidently. I have something Durger the Devourer desperately wants. A knowing glint shone in his eyes. As long as he possessed the corrosive energy pearls, Durger would never refuse his requests, no matter how outrageous they might seem. Robin took a step forward, lowering his voice slightly, as if letting Harrows in on a well-kept secret. And you, Harrows, if you do your job well, if I see that you are truly committed to my cause, I will personally ensure that you receive enough blood for a true racial upgrade. You will reach Pythor's level. That bastard managed to transform into a miniature Durger during the last battle, and look at the power he wielded. Me. Harrows inhaled sharply, his mind reeling. A true racial upgrade. That was something he had never dared to even dream of. His heart pounded in his chest as the weight of the offer settled over him. He clenched his fists. When can we start? Robin's lips curled into a wide grin. Come with me. Orphan's Blood Planet, beside the stepped pyramid. All right, you may leave now. Flora dismissed Shadowblade with a casual wave of her hand. Then, she turned in another direction, an excited smile stretching across her lips as she called out, Darling, come look. I told you. A sudden swish cut through the air as Arrow left the pyramid, allowing it to continue its work behind him. He landed gracefully beside Flora and reached out, taking the scroll from her hands with gentle care. His golden eyes scanned the text, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. An imperial decree granting me full authority to intervene in planetary negotiations? All of them. He let out a soft sigh, rubbing his temple. Ah, it seems I brought a great deal of work upon myself by interfering with that Alexander. His brows furrowed slightly, though his tone didn't carry the same irritation as his words suggested. Flora giggled and clung to his arm. Hee, look on the bright side. His Excellency sent this to you personally. And not only that, the Shadow Sword said he wrote the decree right in front of all the generals of the First Army. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. If this isn't a direct acknowledgement of your status and capabilities, then what is? Before Arrow could respond, a deep voice rang out from behind them. Haha, she's right. You have a good wife. Flora and Arrow immediately stiffened. Your Excellency. Your Excellency. Both of them turned and bowed in perfect synchronization. So, you like making sudden entrances with everyone, huh? A muttered voice came from behind Robin. It was Harrows, speaking just low enough to be heard. I'll have to keep that in mind. Robin, however, ignored the comment entirely, his expression as unreadable as ever. Your Excellency, what are you doing here? Flora asked, stepping forward with concern. You should be resting after your legendary battle. But as she moved closer, she noticed the figure standing behind him, someone she hadn't seen before. Her gaze sharpened as she took in his features. A man from the Durger race, dressed in pristine, newly tailored clothes. His body bore no severe wounds, only minor signs of recent battle. And who is this? She finally asked, her curiosity piqued. Robin casually gestured behind him. This is Harrows. Then, he turned his gaze toward Arrow, his new right-hand man. Arrow blinked, his expression immediately darkening. My right hand. His golden eyes flickered toward Harrows, scanning him with a cold, assessing look before shifting back to Robin. I don't think I need any extra hands. Flora is beside me, and that's enough. Beside him, the horned girl smiled triumphantly and hugged his arm even tighter, as if reaffirming her place at his side. Robin chuckled at the display. Haha, you two really are like a pair of lovebirds, he teased. But then, his expression grew serious, and his voice dropped to a commanding tone. But you will need his help, Arrow. As the commander of my third army, you're going to need a lot of assistance. Chapter 1133. As the commander of my third army, you will need a great deal of support and assistance. Robin raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a confident smile. What? What? Arrow barely managed to squeeze the words out, his mind struggling to process what he had just heard. Flora, standing beside him, widened her eyes in utter shock. Without thinking, she instinctively dug her sharp nails into Arrow's hand, her grip tightening. Ah! Arrow let out a sudden yelp of pain, snapping out of his stunned daze. Why in the world did you do that? He exclaimed, shaking his hand slightly. I just needed to make sure I wasn't dreaming, Flora muttered under her breath, her gaze still locked onto Robin as though he were some kind of illusion. Of course, you're not dreaming, Arrow replied, trying to reassure both himself and her. His expression, however, betrayed his inner turmoil. But His Excellency must be joking with us. He clearly has a penchant for humor. Arrow forced out an awkward laugh, but his voice was far from steady. If Robin had told him that he was going to be appointed as a general or perhaps even the governor of a newly conquered planet near Orphan's Blood, he wouldn't have been so surprised. That, at least, would have been somewhat reasonable. But to be named the commander of the Third Army? That was beyond his comprehension. The First Army was led by none other than Caesar, Robin Burton's own eldest son, a man who had walked by his father's side since the earliest days of their conquests. Caesar was renowned for wielding the terrifying death flame technique, a power so overwhelming that it was said he had single-handedly halted entire armies in their tracks. Legends spoke of his feats in the decisive battle, how he struck down a marshal before engaging in a grueling duel with Sakar, then proceeded to create a vast energy barrier that held back hundreds of enemy martial emperors. In one awe-inspiring display of power, and near the end of the battle he had unleashed a single attack that incapacitated or outright took down over 500 martial emperors. The Second Army, on the other hand, was commanded by Sakar, the undisputed king of the demon race. His people had been the first to pledge their loyalty to Robin when he had no other armies at his disposal. It was they who spearheaded the invasions of both Jura and Orphan's Blood in his name. Their strength had been so fearsome that they managed to single-handedly crush the once mighty Serpent Empire in the climactic war. Sakar himself was a warrior of unparalleled might, wielding both the Blood Sea and the dreaded underworld Daisy's powers capable of eradicating entire armies. His prowess had been proven time and time again, most notably in leaked footage that showed him going toe-to-toe with 400 of the Marshal's elite and Imperial guards, fending them off with terrifying ease. Both Caesar and Sakar were absolute monsters. Both of them held deep, personal connections with Robin. Both had been by his side through the most grueling of battles and had cemented their names in history. And then there was Arrow. Arrow, who had barely surrendered after being captured. Arrow, who, in terms of both rank and raw power, couldn't hold a candle to either of these legendary figures. How could he possibly compare? How could he even be considered worthy of such a position? Haha, you two really make a great pair. Don't you have any plans to get married? Robin suddenly asked, his voice lighthearted, as if he had just made an offhand remark. Flora, who had barely recovered from the shock of Robin's earlier words, turned bright red. We decided to hold the ceremony once Orphan's Blood stabilizes, she replied, slightly flustered. A wise decision. That way, you can invite not just the people of this planet but even the inhabitants of other planets if you wish, Robin said with a chuckle. Of course, the transportation costs will be on you, he added, grinning mischievously. The playful comment might have lightened the mood for a brief moment, but Arrow's mind was still racing. Before he could dwell on it further, he suddenly felt a firm pat on his shoulder. Walk with me, Robin said, his voice carrying an air of authority that left no room for refusal. Gulp. Arrow quickly stole a glance at Flora, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he followed Robin and Harrow's, his mind still struggling to grasp what had just transpired. At that very moment, the tiered pyramid standing in the distance was fully operational, absorbing energy from approximately 4,000 prisoners. The immense energy gathered was being funneled directly into a lone figure seated at its peak, undergoing an extraordinary transformation. I see you've started using 4,000 prisoners instead of 5,000. Why the change? And how many times has the process been completed so far? Robin asked, his sharp gaze fixed on the ongoing ritual. As you are aware, Your Excellency, any excess prisoners in the ritual have their energy wasted, converted into elemental energy pearls tied to the secondary law of corrosion. Since no one can make proper use of these pearls, I decided to lower the number of captives to 4,000 per cycle to minimize waste. This adjustment gives us a better opportunity to maximize the number of emperors we can create, Arrow explained, his voice steady despite the weight of the conversation. As for the number of times the process has been conducted, we have successfully carried it out 11 times without encountering any complications. At this point, you now have 11 newly transformed Shadow Sword Emperors at your command, Your Excellency. What about the prisoners' corpses? Robin raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the tiered pyramid. The process was nearing completion, and a significant number of prisoners had already perished. Their lifeless bodies lay strewn across the sacrificial platform, their energy having been drained completely. We're collecting them for the demons, of course, Your Excellency, Arrow responded with a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated the question. We've learned from our first agreement. When Robin had first negotiated peace with them, he had made it clear that all corpses resulting from the sacrificial process would be his to claim. At the time, the reason behind this demand had been a mystery. It was only later that they realized he had been handing them over to the demons, providing them with a valuable food source. Good, Robin nodded in approval. The demons have no interest in the energy within these bodies. They only crave the blood of powerful beings. As long as we provide that, they will remain satisfied. He paused for a moment, then his gaze sharpened. But the system of sacrifices is going to change. He shifted his focus toward Flora. This time, I'm speaking to you, Flora. The unexpected mention of her name made her tense. Change how, Your Excellency, she asked, casting a quick glance toward Arrow before stepping forward cautiously. She wasn't sure why Robin was addressing her directly instead of Arrow. We no longer need to mass-produce martial emperors, Robin explained, his tone firm but measured. Wasting this many prisoners just to create 100 or 200 martial emperors is inefficient. This is an unnecessary luxury I can no longer afford to indulge in. He shook his head slightly, as if reprimanding himself for allowing it to go on for so long. The initial plan was born out of necessity because of the war. But now, that urgency is no longer present. Why should we continue such reckless consumption? Flora hesitated for a moment before asking again, her voice careful. So, do you want us to stop the process entirely? No, Robin clarified, raising a hand. Continue as you are, but without a fixed target anymore. The process will go on, but its purpose will change. He gestured toward the shadow sword officer seated atop the pyramid, the one overseeing the ritual, then clasped his hands behind his back in a thoughtful manner. I want every single prisoner converted into elemental energy pearls instead. There are more Durjarayan prisoners on Poison Rock and the surrounding planets. Some are even being held in planet Néhari. I'll gather them all and bring them here to be processed. I trust you can manage this task for me. This was an important decision. Now that he had committed to cultivating an entirely new generation of Durjarayans, he would require an immense quantity of energy pearls. These pearls would serve multiple purposes. First, as a means of purchasing the vital blood from that ancient, colossal serpent. Second, they would be invaluable in strengthening and attuning Harrows and his future generals, ensuring they reached their full potential. And beyond these uses, pearls infused with the essence of destruction, just how valuable would they be if he decided to sell them on the market later? Flora blinked a few times before nodding quickly. Of course, Your Excellency. These prisoners are yours, and this pyramid exists only because of your command. You are free to do whatever you see fit, but... She hesitated slightly. Why are you addressing me specifically? Arrow is the one who oversees the organization of the pyramid. Robin chuckled. Because Arrow will be busy elsewhere, preparing the Third Army, to be precise. His voice carried a certain finality. Hasn't you seen him working for more than 2 weeks already? You can take his place and assume control over Orphan's blood from now on. Arrow's expression twisted in disbelief. Your Excellency. This isn't funny anymore, he muttered, clearly shaken. Harrows, who had been silent until now, scoffed and eyed Arrow from head to toe, his expression unreadable. Then he turned to Robin, his voice filled with skepticism. This is the one you want me to assist? He doesn't even have the courage to consider leading an army. Just give me command instead, I'll build you an army that will crush both the First and Second armies combined. Robin let out a low chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. You think you can create an army that would surpass the First and Second combined? Arrow's tone was light, but his gaze was sharp. Do you even understand the strength of either of them? Do you know who Caesar is? Who Sakar is? Arrow, now visibly irritated, clenched his fists. Arrogant, loose-tongued and utterly ignorant of your place and the basics about the Empire. Who do you think you are to speak like this, my so-called right hand? Robin merely smirked, patting Harrows on the back. This one. He tilted his head toward Harrows as if introducing him for the first time. This is Harrows, the 10th Marshal. Chapter 1134. This is Harrows, the 10th Marshal, and your right-hand man. Harrows looked away, clearly annoyed. Even after he offered to be the new Third Supreme General, Robin still referred to him as Arrow's right hand. He treated his words as nothing. He was. Arrow furrowed his brows sharply, his tone filled with certainty. He was a marshal before he was defeated and thrown into prison. He is nothing but a slightly stronger war prisoner now. Despite his confident words, a flicker of hesitation flashed through Arrow's eyes. He had fought against a marshal before. He knew the sheer power they possessed. If Harrows were to engage in battle now, he would undoubtedly lose. Arrow, oh Arrow. Robin shook his head with a smirk. Why the hesitation? Didn't you rush to planet R1 to assist Alexander, eager to prove yourself? Don't tell me you went there on your own accord, simply out of the kindness of your heart. We both know better than that. I can't hide anything from you, Your Excellency. Arrow sighed deeply before continuing. But I had a different plan in mind. I was aiming for a high-ranking internal position, perhaps even a prestigious administrative role. But to be a Supreme General? No, it's far too soon for that. Coward! Harrows muttered under his breath, loud enough for Arrow to hear. No wonder His Excellency didn't appoint you as the Third Army's Supreme General right away. You're too short-sighted. Arrow turned his sharp gaze toward Harrows. Do you even understand who Caesar and Sakar are? Do you know the strength of their top followers Alexander, Pion, Theo, Amon, and Sai are? What do you think their reaction would be if someone like me, a nobody in the Empire, suddenly emerged from the shadows, took such a high position, and stood on equal footing with them? I do want power. I do have the qualifications, but not at the cost of making enemies out of every influential figure in the Empire. Robin chuckled at Arrow's reasoning. So you're not afraid of the responsibility of leading an army, you're afraid of the political backlash, of upsetting the other supreme generals and their followers, and of getting caught up in a dangerous web of conspiracies? Now that is a fear I can understand. Afraid of leading the army? I could lead all three for all I care. Afraid of upsetting the other commanders? If I reached level 49 or obtained a merged law, I wouldn't fear anyone. Afraid of internal conspiracies? No one in this empire can outmaneuver me in political intrigue. Arrow declared boldly, his voice filled with arrogance. Then, he pointed directly at Robin. "There's only one thing I fear, you raising me too quickly, having me build an army for you, and then turning around to lend your ear to the complaints of your sons, only to cast me aside and bury me underground with a single word." Robin fell silent for a moment, his sharp gaze locked onto Arrow's. After a few moments of contemplation, he nodded slowly, as if acknowledging the truth behind Arrow's words. "Your concerns are valid, but that's only because you don't truly know me or my sons yet. Listen, Arrow. When I was young, I had an overwhelming desire to accomplish something no one else had ever done, to carve out my own path, to become a man unlike any other, to leave a legacy that would be remembered for generations. Of course, back then, those were nothing more than the naive dreams of a child. But now, I have the means to turn those dreams into reality and more." He began to walk slowly around the massive pyramid, and the three individuals followed behind him. "In the past, I had no army, no allies, no influence. So I focused on something within my grasp. I decided to create my own law technique, a unique system that had never been seen before. I spread it throughout the Black Sun Kingdom so that even if I disappeared, my name would be remembered. That was the peak of my ambition back then." Robin came to a halt, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield before him. "But now, things are different. My ambitions are no longer limited to merely creating and sharing knowledge. And, of course, they are no longer confined to just the Black Sun Kingdom. Right now, Arrow, I have two great passions. The first is to continue uncovering the deepest, most elusive truths of the universe, and the second is to watch my empire I have built with my sweat and blood rise to heights beyond imagination, expanding into uncharted horizons with unstoppable momentum." Robin's gaze drifted upward, locking onto the towering pyramid that stood as a monument to his ambition. "And these two passions are not as separate as they might seem. To explore the fundamental truths of existence, I need strength, immense strength, to shield me from the dangers that lurk in the unknown, and I need vast resources to sustain my journey. And there is only one way to secure both, through the dominance of powerful, disciplined armies that answer only to me." He then turned toward Arrow, his eyes sharp and unwavering. "You will not find yourself clashing with Caesar or Sakaar. In fact, you may not even see them or their most trusted subordinates for decades at a time. Each of them will be given a fleet of warships, and perhaps even coordinates to new, unexplored territories. Each of you will have your own battles to fight, your own means of acquiring fresh troops, and your own self-sustaining war industries. When I say that my armies are separate, I do not mean this in a metaphorical sense. I mean it literally." Robin took a slow step forward, his tone becoming even more deliberate. "The three of you, Caesar, Sakaar, and yourself, will cross paths in only three instances. The first is when you report to Emily, surrendering the spoils of your wars for proper distribution. The second is when you consult with Zara, ensuring that you remain up to date on the latest technological innovations. And the third? The third is when you stand before me. Whether it will be to receive punishment or reward, that will depend entirely on your actions. Now tell me, does this arrangement sound acceptable to you?" Arrow exhaled slowly, almost as if he had momentarily forgotten how to breathe. He was silent for a long moment, contemplating the sheer scale of what Robin was proposing. This was not merely a promotion, it was the kind of opportunity that could shape the fate of entire worlds. "Why me?" he finally asked, his voice unusually subdued. "Why not him?" He gestured toward Harrows, who stood rigidly beside them. Robin chuckled, shaking his head. "The first army consists entirely of humans. The second army is made up of demons. Now tell me, what do you suggest I do with the rest of the countless inhabitants of my dominion?" His smirk widened slightly. "I once attempted to integrate the Astrals and the Dwarves into the first army, at least as rune masters and weaponsmiths, but they were always treated as outsiders, never truly belonging. In the end, they chose to leave after the conquest of Greenland. I do not blame them. Swearing allegiance to a race that is not your own is no small matter. And frankly, Caesar is utterly incapable of commanding a military force composed of multiple species. He lacks the flexibility for it." Robin then turned his gaze to Harrows. "Now, Harrows here is an accomplished war commander. He has waged brutal battles across multiple planets. His combat instincts are sharp, razor sharp, even, and he has personally been a thorn in my side in the past. He is undeniably ambitious, which, in that regard, makes him similar to you somehow. However," Robin tilted his head slightly, his expression scrutinizing, "he has never led a multiracial army. And let's be perfectly honest, given that he once served as a marshal in a military force whose sole purpose was to eradicate every race they saw, most of whom I now count among my subjects, how will they listen to him?" Robin clapped Harrows on the shoulder, and though the man didn't say a word, his tense posture made it clear he resented the remark. "As for you," Robin continued, now looking back at Arrow, "you may not yet have proven yourself as a battlefield general, but you have demonstrated something far rarer, the ability to unify people of vastly different backgrounds under a single banner. The fact that you have managed to unite the scattered factions of Orphan's Blood multiple times without resorting to all-out war is a testament to your skill. Your intervention on planet R1 was yet another display of your strategic cunning. You have a unique talent, Arrow. You know how to weave the minds and hearts of others into your own vision. That is why you are the only one suited to command the Third Army." Robin placed a firm hand on Harrows' shoulder once more, though this time, his expression was more serious. "However, since you lack experience in direct military leadership, Harrows will stand beside you not as a rival, but as a mentor and a battle-hardened war strategist who will teach you what you need to know. The two of you will lead the Third Army together. But there is one condition: Harrows will swear an unbreakable oath to follow your leadership with unwavering loyalty, to never attempt to deceive or manipulate you, and to fully dedicate himself to the success of the army under your command. This way, you can focus entirely on your mission without needing to constantly look over your shoulder." Harrow's fingers curled into a tight fist, almost breaking his arm in the process. His jaw clenched, and for a moment, it seemed as though he might lash out, but then, just as quickly, his muscles relaxed. His eyes burned with restrained fury, yet he said nothing. He was a defeated commander. He had no real leverage in this negotiation. In truth, he should be grateful that he was even being allowed to live, let alone retain a position of power. Chapter 1135. Arrow's eyes flickered back and forth between Harrow's and Robin, still struggling to fully comprehend the gravity of what was unfolding before him. Every word Robin spoke seemed to reshape his understanding of the Empire and his potential role in it. Listen to me, Arrow. Robin grasped the young, horned man's arm and resumed walking with a steady, deliberate pace. His voice was firm, yet carried a sense of patience, as if he were guiding Arrow toward a realization rather than simply instructing him. The Third Army will not be composed solely of warriors from orphans' blood. No, your forces will be drawn from a much broader pool. You will have access to the entire population of mutants and demi-humans from all planets in my empire. You will have an incredibly diverse group Néhari, and many strong races on other planets including the bat hybrids from R1, the dwarves, and even the half-blooded races. They are all yours to command, to mold into an army unlike any that has existed before. In other words, he gestured broadly, all of my planets will serve as your recruitment grounds. You will have the freedom to hunt for the perfect soldiers excluding, of course, humans and demons. Robin paused for a moment as if allowing Arrow a chance to process the sheer scale of what he was offering. Then, he continued, his voice brimming with confidence. These forces alone should be more than sufficient to forge an army that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Golden and Red armies if you can unite them and transform them into a single, cohesive force. But beyond that, you will have access to 3 exceptionally unique resources that will set your army apart from any other. Robin held up a single finger. The first resource, the Dirger humans. His eyes flicked briefly toward Harrow's before returning to Arrow. I have already made an agreement with your right hand, Harrow's, that we will begin the process of enhancing his race, elevating them far beyond their current capabilities. In the future, they will all possess the power of Imperial Guards. Of course, the primary drawback is that this resource is not immediately available. However, his tone grew sharper. Within just a few decades, you will have thousands of them at your disposal, ready to form an unstoppable battalion, one that will wield the corrosion law without real limitations. Arrow cast a sharp glance toward Harrow's. That alone was enough to justify keeping him alive as an assistant. The idea of learning planetary warfare from him was suddenly a secondary concern compared to the sheer monumental implications of such an endeavor. Robin raised a second finger. The second resource, the Davos humans. A smirk played at the corner of his lips. They hail from planet Gouda, and in their veins flows the blood of a beast king, Davos the Transcendent. This unique lineage grants them an inherent affinity for the law of frost, a law so lethal that it can freeze enemies to the bone, turning them into nothing more than lifeless statues of ice. Even I find their ability difficult to classify. More importantly, Robin's voice lowered slightly, as if he were revealing a secret. They also possess a slight affinity for the minor law of permanence. His hands folded behind his back as he continued his slow but purposeful strides. However, this resource comes with 3 distinct problems. The first is their nature. They are like foxes, cunning and elusive, meaning they detest direct confrontation. You will need to be strategic in how you utilize them. The second issue is their limited numbers, only around 1 million, and most of them are elderly. But that problem will be solved with time. By relocating them to other planets and increasing their food supply, their population will naturally recover. Within just a few decades, they will become a stable resource for you. And finally, he paused for a moment. The third issue is that they only possess the heavenly law of frost. But that will change. His smirk returned, sharper this time. Because I will provide them with a merged law, the merged law of permanence frost. What? Harrow's voice erupted with shock, his entire posture stiffening. Do you have any idea what will happen if word spreads about an army wielding a merged law? Normally, the mere idea of such a thing was nothing more than a pipe dream. A myth. But Harrow's had no doubt whatsoever, not even for a single moment, that Robin had already reached the level where he could create a merged law. It was no longer a matter of possibility, only a matter of when and why. Calm yourself, Robin said, waving a hand dismissively. I listened to Pythor discussing the matter. I will create the law and use it to maximize that race's potential. However, I will ensure that it remains a diluted version, something subtle and unnoticeable. I will integrate only 0.5% of the law of permanence into it. Then, Robin turned and locked his piercing gaze onto Arrow. The third and final resource, and this one will be your full responsibility. His voice grew heavier, as if the weight of this revelation surpassed all others. It is the Crixos humans. Hey! Harrow's interjected almost immediately, his voice urgent and sharp. No one has been transformed using Crixos blood so far. Didn't you say you refused to alter anyone? Robin's expression remained unreadable as he tilted his head slightly. I said I refused to mutate humans. His tone was casual, yet carried a dangerous edge. Why would I taint those who were born pure? Then, his lips curled into something that was neither a smirk nor a frown. But what's wrong with corrupting those who are already tainted? You mean? Harrow's voice trailed off, as if he were reluctant to even say the words. Robin ignored him completely and continued speaking, his attention solely focused on Arrow. Once the enhancement process for the Dirger humans is complete, you will have an imperial decree addressed to Crixos himself. That decree will grant you the right to extract a significant amount of his blood, and with that you will forge an entirely new race. A race that will wield the merged law of purgatory flame. The words hung in the air like a thunderclap. Arrow could feel his pulse quicken, the sheer audacity of Robin's vision shaking the very foundation of what he thought was possible. An entire army wielding merged laws. If Robin truly followed through with this, then the Third Army wouldn't just be another force within the Empire, it would be an unstoppable juggernaut, capable of reshaping planets. And Robin knew it. You are completely free to choose your candidates for the creation of this race however you desire. Robin's voice carried an unmistakable tone of authority. Any Néhari mutant who has never received beast blood before can be used as a test subject. But if you want my advice, then I strongly recommend the Néhari giants. Robin took a deliberate step forward, his presence almost suffocating as he continued. Their bodies are immensely powerful, their sheer size alone enough to strike terror into the hearts of most foes before a single blow is even exchanged. His lips curled into a smirk. However, there is a fundamental flaw in them, one that has prevented them from achieving true greatness. Their blood runs tainted with cowardice and treachery. A fatal weakness. But that, he exhaled sharply, eyes gleaming, that can be purged. Robin's smirk widened, his voice turning almost sinister. Hopefully, Crixo's blood will burn away their weaknesses, erasing any trace of treachery and fear. If even the blood of a dragon-type beast king fails to reshape them from the inside out, then there is nothing in existence that ever will. Arrow, meanwhile, could do nothing but stare, his breath caught in his throat. You're giving me this army. His voice barely held together, a mix of awe and disbelief spilling from his lips. His eyes, stretched wide with shock, darted between Robin and Harrow's, as if searching for confirmation that this was not some elaborate joke. His mind raced. This army, already an unrivaled force composed of mutants and demi-humans, was a nightmare to his enemies. Yet now Robin was offering him even more. An entire legion of Dirger humans, wielders of the minor law of corrosion. A warrior race so formidable they had once commanded an entire planetary empire of their own. Their sheer presence on the battlefield was enough to send lesser soldiers fleeing for their lives. But even that wasn't the most terrifying part. On top of everything else, Arrow would have 2 additional legions, both wielding merged laws. That kind of power, if harnessed and utilized effectively, would elevate his forces into something beyond mere armies. They would be a force of nature, an entity capable of swallowing entire civilizations whole. Robin watched Arrow's expression shift as realization dawned, and his lips curled into a knowing smirk. Now do you see why you need Harrows as your assistant? He asked, his tone rich with amusement. Arrow clenched his fists. The truth was undeniable. If these forces could be properly structured, if they could be refined into a harmonious and cohesive entity, then the Third Army would not merely match the First and Second. It would devour them whole. A deep, steadying breath left his lips. His body felt impossibly tense, but his mind was clear. He had already made his decision. Fine, he said at last, his voice low but firm. I'll do it. But on one condition. Robin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And what is that? Arrow's expression hardened, and his voice dropped into an ear growl. I want to become stronger. I refuse to stand at the same rank as Caesar and Sakaar while being weaker than them. A heavy silence followed his declaration. Robin slowly crossed his arms, his sharp gaze sweeping over Arrow's form from head to toe. His expression was unreadable for a long moment, before he finally spoke. I'll think of something for you, he admitted, before shaking his head slightly. But honestly, I don't think you need any additional enhancements. Arrow narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Robin's smirk returned. Because you already possess a unique ability, one that no one else I know can replicate. Arrow's brows furrowed. And what might that be? Robin stepped closer, his voice lowering. The ability to release massive bursts of energy in a single instant. You could discharge a quarter of your entire energy reserve in one attack without suffering any bodily repercussions. Do you realize how valuable that is? Arrow stiffened. He knew his abilities were unusual, but he had never considered them in that context. Robin continued, his voice filled with certainty. If we focus on enhancing that ability, if we hone it into a weapon of pure devastation, then the major heavenly law of lightning will be more than sufficient for you. You won't need anything else. Arrow clenched his jaw. His mind raced, weighing Robin's words. Then, finally, he exhaled and muttered, I'll need more assistance. Robin's smirk deepened. I have no problem with that. He gestured lazily. I recommend Sandria, daughter of Fox King Volpe. She is respected among her people and far more pragmatic than her stubborn father. She will be an invaluable asset to you. A firm pat landed on Arrow's shoulder, an unmistakable confirmation that the deal was sealed. But Arrow wasn't done yet. That won't be enough. His voice was filled with rising determination. I need more generals, more authority. His hand ran through his hair, his fingers trembling slightly as excitement coursed through his veins. His pulse pounded in his ears. Oh, what thrilling days lie ahead. Robin let out a hearty chuckle. Ha, I'll leave that to you to arrange as you see fit. Then, his tone turned serious. But first, you must bring all of my planets under my control. You must prove your worth to everyone. Use the imperial decree in your possession and show Caesar and Sakaar exactly how vital you are. His eyes gleamed. I'll leave Harrows with you, get to know each other better and start laying the foundations for my Third Army. With a casual motion, Robin nudged Harrows forward. I expect the core structure of the army to be established before the coronation ceremony. TRNNN. A spatial rift split open behind Robin, humming with immense power. Arrow's eyes widened. Wait, when is the coronation ceremony? Beside him, Harrows stepped forward. And when will we receive the race upgrading device? Robin simply laughed. Contact Emily. Farewell. Shoop. The rift sealed itself shut, and silence descended upon the area. Until. Ha 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 ha. Flora, who had been holding back all this time, finally burst forward and threw her arms around Arrow. "I knew His Excellency would recognize your talents. You deserve this and more." Arrow, however, barely registered her words. He felt like he had been plunged into the depths of the ocean, his senses numb, his mind reeling. Bzzzt. His Excellency had appeared out of nowhere, dropped a colossal responsibility onto his shoulders, something he had planned to approach cautiously over the next 1,000 years at minimum, and then simply vanished. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Flora hesitated. "Darling?" A full minute passed before Arrow finally turned his gaze to Harrow's, his expression deadly serious. "We have a lot of work to do." Harrow's nodded. "I think we're already late." Chapter 1136. Tear. A tear split through the very fabric of space, and from it emerged a lone figure. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he moved with an air of effortless confidence. Draped in an immaculate white and gold robe, he exuded an almost regal presence. His lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile, one that spoke of authority, control, and certainty. However, that confidence wavered almost immediately as his gaze swept across his surroundings. The smile that once hinted at self-assurance faded gradually, replaced by an expression of growing concern. Eventually, his features settled into a deep, contemplative frown. "This place. By all rights, this land should have been a tranquil mountain range, untouched by civilization. A haven for wild beasts and small animals, isolated from the interference of intelligent beings. A place of unspoiled purity, where nature reigned supreme." And yet, the scene before him bore no resemblance to what it was supposed to be. The ground here had inexplicably sunk, creating a massive depression that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding landscape. It was as if something had devoured the earth itself, leaving behind nothing but a barren wasteland. Not a single tree stood in sight, not even the smallest sprout of grass managed to take root in this forsaken soil. The very ground beneath his feet was stained black, not in the way that fertile soil might appear, but as if it had been burned relentlessly for 1,000 years. There was no sign of life, no buzzing of insects, no scurrying of creatures beneath the surface. Even the simplest forms of life, such as worms or bacteria, had been erased entirely from existence for tens of meters below. It was an absolute demise. Buzz. At that moment, Robin finally heard something, a faint buzzing sound breaking the eerie silence. His sharp eyes locked onto the approaching creature, an insect, roughly the size of a clenched fist, its black carapace reflecting what little light managed to reach this cursed land. Its elongated tail ended in a razor-sharp blade, an unmistakable indicator of its predatory nature. This was an aggressive species, one that would attack on instinct the moment it sensed an intruder. It was wired for survival, for dominance. And yet, shush! Before Robin's very eyes, the insect disintegrated. It didn't burst into flames. It wasn't struck down by any external force. Instead, its body simply crumbled into fine ash, dispersing into the wind like dust in the wake of time. It happened slowly, agonizingly, as if the very fabric of its existence was being unraveled, atom by atom. Robin's brows furrowed as he observed the unsettling phenomenon. It wasn't just about what he saw, he could feel it now. A force. Something invisible, intangible, yet undeniably present. It was gnawing at him, clawing at his very being, trying to erode him just as it had everything else in this place. It was too weak to harm him, his sheer power rendered him immune to its immediate effects. But the fact that it was there, the fact that he could sense it, meant that something was very, very wrong. This was planet Néhari, the site of the Dark Shadow's infamous attack on Halak. Robin exhaled slowly, his gaze sweeping over the desolation that stretched endlessly before him. "Fifth stage of the minor law of ashification," he muttered under his breath. Months had passed since the three shadows made their terrifying appearance, yet the land had failed to recover. The damage left in their wake remained, untouched, untamed. A silent testament to the sheer scale of destruction they had unleashed. Any ordinary person, beast, or even soldier who was not at least as strong as a saint would perish instantly upon stepping foot in this cursed land. "The issue isn't just the minor law of ashification itself, my owner." Evergreen's voice echoed within Robin's soul domain, her tone tinged with urgency. "It's the fact that it reached the fifth stage." A heavy pause. "There is a strict restriction on planets within the Young Belt regarding the intensity of natural laws. A fifth stage law should never have appeared here in the first place. Had this attack taken place in the Middle Belt, the planet's existing laws would have balanced it out. They would have neutralized the ashification process, just like any other law. But here, that safeguard doesn't exist." She continued, her explanation laced with concern. "To put it in simpler terms, imagine this fifth stage law zone as an active volcano beneath the ocean. In most cases, water would easily extinguish fire. But if the volcano becomes powerful enough, if it reaches a certain threshold of suppression, even the entire ocean would be unable to stop it from erupting." Robin's expression darkened. "You're saying that the minor law of ashification here has somehow become superior to all other laws on planet Néhari? That nothing can counteract it?" Evergreen remained silent for a moment before answering. "That's exactly what I'm saying." A long breath escaped Robin's lips. "That's bad. Very bad." His fingers instinctively curled into fists. He felt it, the way the ground beneath him was still weakening, deteriorating, collapsing. This wasn't just a past event, it was ongoing. The Shadow's attack had not been a mere act of destruction. It had been a deliberate, calculated move to fundamentally change the planet's ecosystem, to alter its very laws. His voice grew heavier. "There are 3 such zones across this planet, and on top of that, there's the sea of lava, overflowing with ashification energy." He clenched his jaw. "What happens if this doesn't stop? What if, over time, these zones begin to spread, begin to consume the entire planet? There's no need to overthink this. You can find dozens of active volcanoes beneath the ocean, neither can the water extinguish them, nor can the volcanoes evaporate the water. Evergreen spoke in a calm, measured tone. Although the minor law of acidification is of a higher stage, it remains contained. It will stay active for a long time, perhaps thousands or even tens of thousands of years. After that, it will eventually fade away on its own. Robin furrowed his brows tightly. Tens of thousands of years with those 4 deadly zones still present? No wonder intervention from the higher belts was forbidden, just the mere shadow of a figure from that level had almost destroyed this planet. He sighed, feeling a rare sense of helplessness before pushing the thought aside. Slowly, he began to ascend, then moved in a specific direction. I still believe the rulemaker should have been harsher on those who attempt to play games with his words. He wants you, young belt dweller, to be more vicious. He wants you to take your own justice, by your own hands. Evergreen chuckled. And honestly, I don't think the day when you can exact your revenge is that far off. Revenge? On that impatient woman? Robin couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it. This has nothing to do with me. I was the one who interfered in her affairs, not the other way around. And all of it was for the sake of the all-seeing God, the one who hasn't even acknowledged my efforts until now. I never expected anything from him, but would a simple thank you have been too much to ask? Whatever. What's done is done. I kept my promise, and now my ties to him are severed. Do you really think he'll just let you go that easily? Evergreen's voice carried a hint of concern. You are an irreplaceable subordinate, Robin. Despite having never met this all-seeing God herself, nor witnessed any of his interactions with Robin, she still recognized one undeniable truth: he was an overlord. And what kind of supreme lord would willingly allow a planetary empire of this scale to slip out of his grasp? Robin's expression darkened. I was never his subordinate, he snapped, clearly irritated. Second, he explicitly told me that once I defended Néhari and prevented the invaders from taking even a single energy pearl, my debt to him would be repaid in full. That was the deal. He exhaled sharply before continuing. I didn't just stop them from taking the energy pearls, I conquered their entire empire for myself. What more could he possibly want from me? There's no way he's that shameless. Bah! Robin landed at the entrance of a cave, carved into the largest mountain in the area. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Evergreen remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Didn't Pythor say that other planetary empires would come seeking revenge? And now that you've angered that woman, hasn't that just confirmed his warning? What if the seer tells you that fighting against these new invaders is also part of your mission? She let the thought linger before adding, they're still the subordinates of his old rival, after all. If they manage to take the energy pearls from Néhari, everything you did to Pythor would be rendered meaningless. I can definitely see him saying something like that, Robin admitted with a bitter laugh. But he won't ask directly. He knows I have to fight now, I have no choice but to defend my empire. So he'll just stay silent and pretend he has nothing to do with it. Ah, that bastard. Somehow, I've ended up as his agent in the young planetary belt, fighting his battles in exchange for him saving my life. I'm actively destroying the infrastructure of his enemy, yet I haven't received so much as a single reward in return. Is that fair? What greater reward is there than your life? Evergreen countered, her voice laced with amusement. If not for him, you'd be nothing more than a pile of bones buried in the dirt by now. I suppose you have a point, Robin admitted, rubbing the back of his head, looking almost embarrassed. Let's see how long he keeps taking advantage of this favor. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Raising his hand slightly, he summoned a small flame. Whoosh! The fire flickered brilliantly in his palm, casting long, dancing shadows along the cave walls. Then, with a wide smile spreading across his face, he declared, "We're here. The Library of the Second Heavens Chosen." Chapter 1137. Robin slowly lifted his gaze upward. He tried to fully grasp the scene before him. The entrance to the cave consisted of a cracked wooden door. While the wood itself was of high quality, it was evident that it had remained in place for hundreds of thousands of years, judging by the overwhelming presence of fungi and mold consuming its surface. Beyond the entrance stretched a long passageway, plunging at least a kilometer deep into the heart of the massive northern edge mountain. The passage was strewn with small rocks, scattered insect remains, and the skeletal remains of long-dead rodents. But here, he finally caught sight of a dim light at the end of the tunnel. Heavens! The massive tunnel had led him into an even more colossal chamber. This cavernous hall, hidden within the depths of the mountain, was vast enough to rival the size of a grand nightball stadium. The ceiling towered overhead at an astonishing height of tens of meters. It cast an overwhelming sense of scale to the space. Robin's eyes widened as he took in the sight. The walls of the vast chamber were completely covered with towering bookshelves, each filled to the brim. The floor was littered with desks, wooden barrels, and various aged furniture. But no matter where he looked, whether at a shelf, a table, or even the ground, his eyes found only one thing: books and scrolls everywhere. Tens of thousands of books and scrolls. Even though he had just stepped inside, he could already tell that this place was a sanctuary of knowledge. It was a treasury of wisdom compiled over an unfathomable amount of time. Wow, that guy must have had a lot of free time. Even Evergreen, despite her usual composed nature, sounded genuinely astonished by the sheer scale of what they had uncovered. Robin, however, furrowed his brows, deep in thought. According to recorded history, this shouldn't be possible. It is widely believed that after his identity as a truth chosen was exposed, he spent the remainder of his life engaged in ceaseless wars. His time was consumed by battle after battle until, in the end, he was betrayed and slain. Given such a life, he wasn't supposed to have had the luxury of dedicating himself to research. And yet, this place, this library, completely contradicts what history tells us. Robin stepped forward, reaching out to the nearest bookshelf. He pulled out a book and carefully began flipping through its ancient, fragile pages. Well, now this makes sense. What is it? Evergreen's curiosity flared, her voice carrying excitement. Robin studied the intricate details within the book, his expression growing more intrigued by the second. This book contains the full pattern of a minor law from the metal category. The thick volume was filled with complex diagrams. Each page presented an incomplete section of a grand pattern, yet the lines and markings extended to the following page, forming a larger interconnected structure. It became clear that the contents of the book were part of a single massive schematic. If the pages were carefully removed and arranged in the correct manner, the resulting colossal pattern could easily cover the entire chamber from end to end. After several minutes of careful examination, Robin placed the book back in its slot and grabbed another. This one also contains the patterns of a minor metal-related law, specifically the first stage variation. Then he reached for another. And this one follows the same concept. One after another, he continued scanning through different books, each time coming to the same conclusion. Finally, Robin paused. His gaze drifted across the massive collection that filled the enormous bookshelf, his eyes narrowing with realization. Are all of these books dedicated solely to the minor laws of metals? Evergreen pondered for a moment before offering a theory. I recall hearing about him from you before. Wasn't the second heaven chosen a conqueror? He commanded a vast army, didn't he? If that was the case, maybe he devoted himself to researching all possible metals in pursuit of crafting the strongest armor, the most formidable weapons, and the most intricate talismans. These were artifacts designed to enhance his army's capabilities. She hesitated briefly before adding another thought. But still, why didn't he just pursue the major heavenly law of Earth? Wouldn't the major law already encompass all the minor metal-related laws within it? Robin smirked mischievously, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Oh, are you implying that the major heavenly law of Earth is missing from this collection? His voice carried a teasing edge as he chuckled to himself, entertained by the implications. Of course. Most of these books are of similar size, so how could the major law possibly be among them? Evergreen puffed out her cheeks in mild frustration. Humph, you're treating me like a child again. Haha, aren't you actually a child? Robin chuckled before waving his hand dismissively. Anyway, things aren't that simple. He carefully returned the books to their places before striding toward the next section of shelves. For you, as a planetary spirit, the distinction might not seem important. You feel the same patterns within both major and minor laws and assume they are the same. But for researchers like us, or even cultivators, the major law of any given path does indeed encompass all the minor laws within it, but they are not one and the same. Ha! Evergreen tilted her head to the side, confused. Robin smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. Tell me, Evergreen, do you think the major law is the source of minor laws, or do the minor laws come together to form the major law? As he spoke, he stopped before the next bookshelf and pulled out another book. Does the answer even matter? This comes from that, and that comes from this. Evergreen muttered, feeling as though Robin was playing mind games with her. Then let me explain, Robin smirked. From what I have observed, the minor laws are the original foundation, the building blocks that were created to structure the universe. However, certain philosophers and scholars managed to deduce the existence of something they call the major law. We truth-chosen, in particular, have the ability to perceive how fragments, different minor laws, can be assembled into a grand, unified pattern, which is what we call a major law. He shook his head slightly. To put it simply, minor laws came first, while major laws cannot exist in their complete form naturally. I believe the ability to wield a major law in any given field was something granted by the lawmaker as a reward for those who strive to understand the truth. But in reality, a true major law doesn't exist, at least, not in the way people assume. I see it just like merged laws, such as the flame of life. Evergreen blinked, absorbing his words before crossing her arms. What do you mean, major laws don't exist in nature? Then what exactly are you and your army using? Robin sighed and raised his hand, gesturing as he explained. I will make it simple. Take the major law of water, for example. It allows manipulation of water's fundamental nature, turning it from liquid to gas to solid, extracting it from underground, condensing it from the air, purifying it of impurities, shaping it into different forms, and so on. But in nature, does a single handful of water exist as a liquid, a gas, and a solid all at the same time? Can that same handful of water be both underground and above ground simultaneously? Can it be pure and polluted at the same time? Evergreen frowned slightly, thinking about it. Well, no, that doesn't make sense. Robin nodded. Exactly. If we are talking about a puddle of liquid water, above the ground, and purified, then that means it is not in a solid ice state, underground, and polluted. Therefore, only parts of the major law apply to it, while other aspects do not. It is impossible to find earth, water, fire, space, or any other element existing in a state where every ideal trait of its major law is manifested at the same time. The major law, as people understand it, is actually an abstraction, a theoretical construct that brings together multiple minor laws. Evergreen pursed her lips, deep in thought. So you are saying, the major law isn't something that naturally exists, but rather something scholars identified by connecting multiple fragments together? Robin smirked. Precisely. Then he furrowed his brows slightly as he skimmed through the book in his hands. This book contains a minor law for the element of lead. He set it aside and picked up another. This section of the library covers another earth-based element, Oshfelt. The first library contains solid metals, while this one seems to focus on earth elements used for engraving runes. Evergreen tapped her fingers against her chin. I think my head is about to blow up. What is the use of the major heavenly laws then? Robin placed the books back on the shelf and moved toward the next section. With a confident smile, he answered, in the simplest terms, the major law of any path is nothing more than an index. Chapter 1138. An index? Evergreen tilted her head to the side, puzzled. What do you mean? Robin smiled knowingly. An index is a page found at the beginning or end of a book. It lists all the main topics covered in the book, along with the page numbers where each subject can be found, and sometimes even a brief description of each topic. The index serves as a guide to the book, but it is not the book itself. Carefully, he closed the books in his hands and began placing them back on the shelves. The same principle applies to the major law of any path. It contains the keys to all the minor laws within that path, but it does not hold all their intricate details. With a relaxed pace, he strolled toward the next section of the library, his gaze scanning the countless books and scrolls surrounding him. The sheer volume of knowledge contained within these walls was staggering. The dim golden glow of the lanterns flickered softly against the towering shelves, casting shifting shadows as Robin moved forward. A wielder of the major law has the ability to use all the minor laws of their chosen path, either separately or by combining multiple aspects to create powerful techniques. However, they lack in-depth knowledge of those minor laws' inner workings. They merely use the titles of the chapters without fully reading the book. Reaching the first shelf, he carefully ran his fingers along the spines of the ancient texts before selecting one from the top row. The leather cover was cracked with age, the symbols etched onto its surface barely visible under the dust of millenniums. Wait, why do I feel like you were saying that wielders of minor laws are stronger than those who use major laws? Evergreen's eyes widened in surprise. As a spirit, she had always viewed laws as mere patterns. She had never truly considered the way mortals perceived and wielded them. But Robin was speaking about something else entirely, the nuances of cultivation. Yes and no. Robin rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he flipped through the book's delicate pages, careful not to damage the fragile parchment. This is an earth-based law that enhances crop growth by utilizing beneficial minerals. Looks like this section contains minor earth laws that support other paths. He snapped the book shut and pulled out another, its binding slightly heavier in his grip. To answer you properly, Evergreen, let me give you an analogy to make it clearer. Suppose I am just an ordinary citizen trying to stock up on food for the entire month. I have two choices, a massive 5-story supermarket or a small, old-fashioned shop that specializes in selling only cheese. Which one is the logical choice? The huge supermarket, obviously. You can find everything you need there. It would be ridiculous to eat nothing but cheese all month long. She responded instinctively, though she wasn't sure what he was getting at. Exactly. Robin closed the second book and leaned against the nearby shelf. Now, what if I were a wealthy individual with a refined palate, looking to taste the absolute best varieties of cheese available? Which would I choose then? You would go to the small, old-fashioned shop, of course. They would have mastered their craft and know all the secrets of making the finest cheese. Evergreen tilted her head to the other side, suddenly sensing the deeper meaning behind his words. Wait, are you saying, there you go? Robin chuckled as he resumed walking, his boots making a soft sound against the stone floor. A supermarket has cheese too, but it cannot compare to a small shop that has perfected the art of cheesemaking and devoted itself solely to that craft. Now, let's return to our example of the water path. Take Victoria, for instance. She can extract moisture from the air and convert it into liquid water. That's one of the minor laws of water, and by extension, it's also one of the abilities granted by the major law of water. But if she were to compete against a specialist, someone who was trained exclusively in that specific minor law, she would lose miserably. Evergreen narrowed her eyes in realization. So you're saying that wielders of minor laws are actually stronger than those who use major laws? Robin smiled knowingly, crossing his arms. Not necessarily stronger, it's a matter of expertise versus versatility. A major law wielder has the advantage of flexibility, able to utilize a wide range of abilities without needing to dedicate themselves to a single one. But a minor law wielder? They refine their mastery to an extreme degree. They know every shortcut, every hidden technique, every layer of complexity that makes their chosen law stronger than what a major wielder can achieve through casual application. In a general battle, a wielder of a major law might prevail through sheer adaptability. But in a contest of pure skill within a specific domain, the specialist almost always has the edge. Evergreen tried to process his words. So, the major law techniques are broad but shallow, while minor laws are more focused and deeper? Robin snapped his fingers. Exactly. But only in the use of that specific minor law. If I were stranded in a desert and needed people to extract water from underground, I wouldn't waste my time hiring someone with a major water law. That would be sheer foolishness. Instead, I would seek out a specialist in the minor law that governs underground water extraction, someone who has dedicated their entire life to mastering that single concept. But this doesn't mean major laws are any less valuable. Let's go back to the example with Victoria and her opponent. If you gave both of them the choice between specializing in a single minor law or obtaining the major law itself, they wouldn't hesitate to choose the major one. Why? Because with the major law, they wouldn't be locked into just one aspect, they would have the freedom to specialize in any minor law within that domain at will. Even among major law users, you will notice a pattern. They all tend to focus on specific aspects of their law, areas they master, while leaving the rest untouched. For example, Victoria and the entire Frost family decided to devote themselves to minor laws related to freezing water. So, even though they wield the major water law, one with countless applications, the majority of their combat techniques boil down to ice walls, ice spikes, and frost-based attacks. He pulled out a thick tome, flipping through its pages before snapping it shut. Another example? Most primary fire law users gravitate toward flames because they are easy to produce and spread. But fire encompasses far more than just simple flames. There are minor fire laws that create destruction on an unimaginable scale. Robin smirked. And why go far for examples? Let's talk about myself. The Eye of Truth grants a vast range of abilities, but I chose to specialize in the revealing eye, which lets me perceive the hidden truths of whatever I focus on. Meanwhile, Jabba specialized in the zooming eye, allowing him to analyze things at a microscopic level, enabling him to see changes within the cell level. And as for that second chosen, Robin exhaled slowly, his expression darkening. It seems he specialized in the comprehensive eye, which grants the ability to see all laws in his vicinity simultaneously. That man doesn't perceive the world as we do. He doesn't see people, objects, or even landscapes. He sees an infinite web of intersecting patterns stretching across existence itself. Otherwise, how else could he have gathered and documented such an insane number of laws? His words trailed off as his gaze fell upon another row of books. His fingers brushed over their titles with newfound intrigue. Look here. This section contains books about the minor Earth laws, laws that govern everything beneath the planet's crust, all the way down to the core itself. A deep breath, a slow exhale. He placed the books back carefully and turned his attention to the 4 towering bookshelves behind him. Each one held tens of thousands of tomes. He actually created an encyclopedia of every single minor law within the Earth path. Robin murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Each of these books is a treasure trove of knowledge, waiting for the right person to use them properly. But for someone in a hurry to build an empire, these would just be stacks of useless paper. What was he thinking? He took a slow, deliberate look around the vast library, feeling a weight settle in his chest. The sheer scale of this place sent a shiver down his spine. The comprehensive eye, a fascinating choice. And an illogical one for a man rumored to have abandoned his duty of uncovering the truth, all in favor of uniting Néhari. But from what I see, he was racing against time. Either he would uncover as much as possible before death reached him, or death would claim him before he finished his work. Robin clenched his fist slightly. He understood that feeling all too well. From the moment he set foot on this path, his priority had always been protection. He sought to uncover the secrets of the major laws not out of idle curiosity, but to forge an army, one strong enough to shield him and enforce his will. But this wasn't the work of someone seeking power or even control. This was the work of a man who had discarded all personal ambition, someone who only wanted to leave behind knowledge. Someone who knew his time was limited and wanted to give the world as much as possible before he was gone. It reminded him, strangely enough, of himself. Back in that cave. Wait a minute. Robin's quiet reflection was abruptly shattered by Evergreen's voice, shrill with shock. Are you telling me that master laws have minor laws too? Chapter 1139. Do the master laws also contain minor laws? Evergreen suddenly shouted, her voice echoing through the grand hall. Robin let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head slightly. What kind of question is that? He said with amusement. Then, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he continued. Now that I think about it, that is a question with no definitive answer. You could argue that the Eye of Truth, the Golden Cloak, and the Truth Bullets are all minor laws derived from the Master Law of Truth. But at the same time, you could also argue that they are not. That does not make sense. Either they contain minor laws, or they do not. Evergreen furrowed her brows, clearly frustrated. Robin smiled at her reaction, raising a hand in a placating gesture. All right, let me explain. As we discussed before, after the point of the universe genesis, minor laws began to take form, shaping the many realms and realities we now inhabit. These laws follow specific patterns. Some align and resonate with each other, while others repel or contradict one another. The laws that share common patterns are classified as single-path laws. In theory, a grand law can be created to govern all of them as a unified principle, which we call the main law. However, this framework applies only to the fundamental lifespace and essential paths like fire. He paused for a moment, letting the words sink in before he resumed. But when it comes to the master laws, the entire discussion changes. Those laws are not just concepts that formed after the universe began. They are the very spark from which existence itself was ignited. In a way, they are not part of the universe. They are the reason the universe exists in the first place. Technically speaking, they predate everything. They were already present before time, space, or matter ever came into being. Without them, nothing, absolutely nothing, could have existed. That is precisely why it is impossible to assume they were divided into internal categories at the moment of creation. Unlike the other laws, it would be completely inappropriate to even label them as paths at all. Robin then gestured in front of him several times, as if drawing an invisible diagram in the air. Given this absolute truth, the master laws must never be measured by the same standards as the fundamental or essential laws. The difference is profound. This is evident in the fact that it is simply impossible for a truth chosen to wield only a fragment of the law, such as just the golden cloak, or for a spacetime user to manipulate only a single ability, like freezing dimensions. That is not how it works. Either you fully comprehend and embody the entire master law, or you wield none of it. He then stroked his chin in contemplation before adding, take me, for example. I may only be using a fraction of the spacetime law through my tattoo, a fraction that could technically be considered a minor law of spacetime, but I would not have been able to harness it if I had not first grasped the entirety of spacetime itself. If I were to etch the exact same tattoo onto Caesar or anyone else, it would be completely useless to them. They would not be able to channel its power because they lack the deeper understanding that makes it work. This is making my head hurt, old man. Evergreen groaned, clutching her head with both hands in exasperation. Robin let out a hearty laugh at her reaction. Hee, then maybe you should not ask such complicated questions. He turned away and wandered toward another bookshelf, his fingers trailing along the spines of ancient tomes. After a moment, his voice took on a thoughtful, almost dreamy tone. But now that you have brought it up, I cannot help but feel my curiosity reigniting. The master laws. They existed before everything else. But how? In what kind of environment could they have existed? Were they always together, or did they merge at some point? And more importantly, what exactly are they, and how many of them truly exist? As of now, I am certain of only two, truth and spacetime. But, his voice lowered as he narrowed his eyes. I have some suspicions about a third one. A third? You have information about a third master law? What is it? Evergreen gasped, her excitement and awe flaring up all at once. I will not tell you just yet. I am afraid that if I am wrong, I will end up looking like a fool. I would rather investigate the matter further before making any claims. SHF. Robin continued flipping through the pages of the small, worn-out booklet for a few seconds, his eyes scanning the words intently. Then, after a moment of silence, he muttered, if I am not mistaken, this booklet contains a law that has something to do with emotions. I believe it is tension. He furrowed his brows slightly before placing the book back on the shelf and pulling out another one. Without hesitation, he flipped it open and began skimming through its contents. This one also appears to be an emotion law, he mused aloud. It is either anger or resentment. I cannot say for sure. I have never really delved into this particular category of laws before. After a brief pause, he tilted his head back and gazed at the towering bookshelves that stretched all the way to the ceiling of the vast cavern. A look of realization flickered across his face. Wait, are all these books here about emotional laws? That is strange. What exactly was the second truth chosen thinking? Evergreen was equally surprised, her gaze sweeping across the endless shelves filled with ancient tomes. To think, one moment you are talking about the third master law, while the other is writing about something as bizarre as the law of tension and the law of petrified dung. The contrast is just too jarring. This is not about one approach being superior to the other, Robin replied as he closed the book and placed it back on the shelf. It is simply a matter of personal choice, my choice and his. I chose to focus on depth, while he chose to focus on breadth. That is all there is to it. And besides, these so-called insignificant laws that the second truth chosen has gathered are not useless at all. In fact, once they are handed over to the Research and Development Division, the Empire will experience a level of progress never seen before. He stroked his chin in contemplation before continuing, his tone growing more confident. For example, if someone were to utilize the minor law of eradicate, they would be able to detect its presence in mountains and beneath the ocean floor far more efficiently than any conventional mining method. Not only that, but they would also be able to refine and shape it with greater precision than even divine blacksmiths. And if they were to master its applications, they might even be able to extract the very essence of the metal itself, allowing them to forge mid-tier epic-grade weapons and armor. His words carried an undeniable weight, and as he spoke, Evergreen found herself subconsciously nodding in agreement. But that is not all, Robin continued, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Those minor laws that provide insights into the composition of the earth crust? They could be used to uncover vast deposits of valuable minerals that are on par with eradicate itself. They could also play a crucial role in predicting earthquakes and other natural disasters, preventing countless tragedies before they even occur. And let us not forget the minor laws tied to earth. If applied correctly, they could revolutionize agriculture, enhancing crop yields, accelerating plant growth, and even creating entirely new hybrid crops suited for species like the demons. With the right application, these laws could be used to carve out artificial lakes and waterways, ensuring that every household within the empire has access to clean, abundant water. I mean, think about it, these laws are not just valuable, they are literally priceless. He paused briefly before adding, and if someone were to master the minor law of anger, they could manipulate the emotions of their allies on the battlefield, fueling their rage and pushing them to fight with unparalleled ferocity. Meanwhile, another individual could wield the minor law of fear, instilling a deep, paralyzing terror in the hearts of their enemies. Now imagine how devastating such abilities would be in large-scale warfare, especially if the one wielding them had reached the level of an emperor. I get what you were saying, but honestly, who would even want to dedicate themselves to such trivial laws and push them all the way to the emperor rank? Evergreen let out a light-hearted chuckle, picturing an imposing martial emperor, one whose primary expertise lay in detecting trace amounts of metal in the soil and hybridizing different plant species. The thought alone was amusing. You are making a fundamental mistake by assuming that everyone seeks glory, war, and spoils of battle, Robin countered with a knowing smile. In reality, if you were to take a random group of 10 men, you would be lucky to find one or two among them who genuinely desire to gamble with life and death on the battlefield of their own volition. The rest, they simply want to live a peaceful life, one where they can provide for their families, accumulate wealth, and enjoy their days without a single worry. And from the looks of it, the second truth chosen is offering them exactly that. With an amused expression, he picked up another book and flipped through its pages. And these are not just keys to unlocking certain abilities, he added, his tone more serious. They are complete foundational patterns, the very blueprints for the first stage of all these laws. Once I teach the research teams how to read these patterns and transcribe them into practical techniques, every single book in this collection will become a law accessible to the general public. But better yet, once we have a fully developed first stage technique, the research and development teams will be able to study and expand upon the second and third stages entirely on their own, without needing my direct assistance. I mean, it is not like every planet has a truth chosen willing to hand out law patterns on a silver platter. A small smirk tugged at the corner of Robin's lips as he placed the books back in their respective places, leaving the section behind entirely. With a slow, measured pace, he made his way toward the second wall of the cavern. According to the statistics Emily gathered, he said, his tone thoughtful, there are a significant number of people who reach the rank of knight, only to stop their training and return to farming, trade, or craftsmanship. But if they had access to laws like these, they would not stop. They would continue refining their skills, pushing further than they ever thought possible. As a result, every aspect of my empire would flourish, and in turn, this would allow my planet spirits to absorb even more energy from the primordial chaos. If I remember correctly, that should be beneficial to you, right? In the end, it is a win-win for everyone. Chapter 1140. Hehe, that actually is a really good plan when you think about it. Go ahead and execute it quickly. Evergreen clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Every planet is born with a specific energy level, and that level only increases naturally through a few rare methods. The first is when the planet gains a true owner, someone capable of directly influencing its fate. The second occurs when the planet ascends to a higher planetary belt. The third method, however, was the one Robin had just explained, a more indirect yet incredibly effective way to elevate a planet's energy levels. When a vast number of cultivators reside on a planet, they absorb the surrounding ambient energy to build their solid foundations. This creates an imbalance in the natural energy cycle, temporarily lowering the available energy density in the atmosphere. In response, the spirit of the planet instinctively pulls in more energy from the surrounding primal chaos to restore balance. But here is the crucial part: the energy absorbed into the cultivator's solid foundations doesn't vanish. It remains within them until their eventual deaths, at which point it returns to the planet. This means that over the centuries, as more cultivators train, grow, and eventually perish, the planet's total energy reserves gradually increase. In essence, this method allows planetary spirits to be indirectly rewarded for fostering large numbers of cultivators. The more powerful individuals a planet nurtures, the more energy it can accumulate over time, creating a cycle of continuous growth. It was a subtle yet profound mechanism that could shape the fate of entire worlds. Oh, as Robin reached the second wall of the cavern, he turned his attention to the first bookshelf. His fingers traced the spines of the ancient tomes before he pulled one free and flipped it open. These are first stage patterns, but they don't seem to belong to a single law. They're interwoven, a fusion of fire and water, somehow. His brow furrowed in thought. This is definitely an offensive tattoo. It gathers moisture from the air and rapidly heats it to create a thick mist or scalding steam. That could be incredibly useful for an army unit trying to retreat under cover. Intrigued, he grabbed a few more books, flipping through their pages. Each one contained a different first-tier offensive tattoo, all with unique combinations of elemental patterns. His curiosity growing, Robin moved to the second bookshelf and selected another tome. This one envelopes the body in layers of stone and compresses them into an incredibly dense armor. It contains second-stage laws. Then, he suddenly paused, his eyebrows rising in surprise. Strange, neither this tattoo nor the previous ones are familiar to me. They're not part of the standard tattoos distributed among the giant tribes. He cast a suspicious glance at the two bookshelves. Unlike the previous sections, these shelves weren't overflowing with books, but they still held a few hundred volumes, each one a potential treasure trove of knowledge. Robin turned his gaze toward the third bookshelf, and then, finally, the fourth. The difference was immediately apparent. The third shelf contained far fewer books, barely 50 in total. The fourth shelf, however, held only 5. His heart pounded as realization struck him. Could these be fourth-stage offensive tattoos? Without hesitation, he strode toward the fourth bookshelf and carefully lifted the first book. As he opened it, his breath caught. An offensive tattoo incorporating multiple law patterns from the wind path. These are fourth-stage patterns. His eyes widened, unable to contain his astonishment. This was the first time he had ever laid eyes on a fourth-stage tattoo aside from body-strengthening tattoos and the ones he had personally created, of course. The sheer complexity of the patterns etched into the pages was unlike anything he had seen before. If these are truly fourth-tier tattoos, then the techniques stored in this cavern might be even more valuable than I originally thought. The giants of Néhari generally rely on 3 primary strengths in battle and survival. First and foremost, they depend on their naturally powerful bodies, which grant them immense physical strength and resilience. Second, they make use of energy weapons left behind from ancient wars, relics of devastating battles fought long ago. And finally, they utilize tattoos, which serve as a form of external augmentation. However, tattoos rank third in priority for 2 significant reasons. The first reason is that tattoos come with numerous risks and side effects, as they directly impact the user's body, often causing strain and damage. The second reason is the severe limitation in the available tattoo stages. Throughout all recorded history, even within the elite army of the second heaven chosen himself, there has never been an instance of offensive tattoos beyond the second stage being successfully used in combat. The absence of higher-tier tattoos wasn't due to lack of effort but because of the sheer complexity and danger involved in their application and usage. Internally, Robin understood the real reason behind this. Tattoos, by their very nature, were incredibly intricate, and the higher their tier, the more difficult they were to create and master. His own tattoos were crafted by his own hands simply because no one else possessed the ability to do so. It was unreasonable to expect the second heaven chosen to personally go around engraving tattoos on thousands of warriors. That would have been an impossible and inefficient task. Incredible. Robin murmured to himself, his fingers tracing the delicate patterns inscribed in the ancient books. Aren't you exaggerating a little? Even you managed to develop several tattoos for yourself quite easily. Evergreen scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. Robin chuckled. Hee, what's truly remarkable here isn't just the tattoos themselves, but the fact that they were created by another truth chosen. He managed to link different fourth stage patterns in ways I've never considered before. I didn't even know such combinations were possible. He rubbed his chin in fascination before adding, besides, developing tattoos wasn't easy at all. These 4 libraries alone could be worth a fortune. Even if offensive tattoos aren't the most practical tools for combat, we could still use them as high-value reward items, exchanged for points by those willing to take the risk. And what exactly would be the benefit of exchanging for them? Evergreen crossed her arms, her voice carrying an air of disapproval. Any cultivation path that defies the natural order imposed upon you humans will never work out in the long run. You've already seen how even first-stage tattoos cause physical strain and harm to their users upon activation. What do you think will happen to someone who attempts to use a fourth-stage tattoo, or even a third-stage one? There's no need for you to slaughter your own army, my owner. It would be far better to just let these books gather dust where they are. Robin's excitement dimmed slightly as her words sank in. She wasn't wrong. Offensive tattoos came with several severe drawbacks. Although they gathered energy from the surrounding environment rather than draining power from the user's core, the act of absorbing energy placed immense pressure on the body. When a tattoo was activated, the user would suddenly feel as if an ocean of energy had been poured onto them from above. Those with weak mental fortitude might collapse from the sheer shock of it during their first attempt. But that wasn't the only problem. The second, and arguably the more dangerous issue, was the conversion process. A tattoo's secondary channels would take the absorbed energy and forcefully reshape it into a different law. One moment, the user might feel as if they were submerged in warm, comforting water, then, in the next instant, that same energy would violently transform into raging flames, a surge of lightning, or even a devastating storm of wind blades. This sudden transformation placed extreme strain on the body, and if the energy wasn't properly controlled, the user could end up burning themselves, electrocuting themselves, or even shredding their own body apart with their own attack. The crucial flaw was that the user did not naturally develop resistance to the laws they were channeling. Robin scratched his nose, contemplating her words before replying. You do have a point, to some extent, but tattoos can still serve as a powerful auxiliary system. For example, if someone built their foundation upon the path of fire, they could receive a fire-based offensive tattoo. That way, the tattoo wouldn't harm them upon activation, and it wouldn't drain any energy from their core. But it would still place immense stress on their body when drawing energy from the surroundings. No human could activate it repeatedly in a short span of time without collapsing from exhaustion. Evergreen shook her head in disapproval, then waved her hand as if brushing aside the entire concept. Honestly, I don't see any value in wasting more time on this wall. The tattoo system is inherently flawed, just move on to the next section already. Robin sighed in defeat. Ha! He returned the book to its place and took a deep breath. He had no solid counterargument to refute her reasoning. As much as he wanted to believe in the potential of offensive tattoos, he couldn't deny their fundamental limitations. Resigned to the conclusion, he turned and began making his way toward the third and final wall. As he walked, something caught his attention. At the far end of the second wall, in a shadowed corner beneath the fourth bookshelf, there was a small section that he hadn't noticed before. There, resting on the stone floor, were 2 large stacks of loose papers. The piles were disorganized, with sheets slightly tilted and unevenly arranged, yet they remained mostly intact. Each stack stood at roughly half a meter in height. Robin narrowed his eyes in curiosity. What are those? Chapter 1141. Robin's attention was immediately drawn to the stacks of paper. The first reason was that, technically, all the books in the library were also just stacks of paper. However, unlike these disorganized piles, the books were neatly arranged, bound together with wire along the side to make them easier to flip through. These, on the other hand, were nothing short of chaotic, completely unorganized, containing pages of various sizes. If not for the heavy slabs of metal pressing down on each pile, the papers would have long since scattered across the cave floor. And then, there was their sheer size. The largest book in the library contained around 1,000 pages at most, but these 2 stacks each held no fewer than 70,000 pages. Even just by looking at them, Robin could tell that the contents must be extraordinary. The sheer effort it would take to compile such massive volumes was immense. Interesting. Changing his course, Robin approached the 2 stacks and carefully removed the metal weight from one of them. Oh, right on top, a set of pages stood out, noticeably smaller than the rest. His eyes immediately caught the words written across them, as if they were meant to be the very first thing seen by anyone who lifted the weight. The message was short, written in large, bold handwriting. Greetings, my child. Do not read this book until you have explored everything else in this cave. Everything you see around you is the culmination of my work alongside your great-grandfather. We paved the path so that you may open your eyes to the truth of this world. Perhaps, one day, you will see it for yourself. Read, but as for this book, it would be best if you did not open it until you inherit the torch and become the next heaven chosen. Otherwise, you will gain nothing from it but a headache. Robin read the words carefully, his mind racing with questions. Oh, so this is the legacy of the next heaven chosen? He raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had heard before that the first heaven chosen had left behind many books for his descendants, passing them down in secret until they eventually reached the second heaven chosen. Were those books filled with law patterns? Or were they something else entirely? He took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to the towering stacks before him. The sheer volume of information contained here could be staggering. I cannot believe it. Everything around me, all of this, is the will of the first and second heaven chosen, an attempt to pass down their knowledge exclusively to their own bloodline? They would rather wait tens or even hundreds of thousands of years for another heaven chosen to be born from their lineage than share this immense knowledge with the world? Robin let out a scornful laugh, shaking his head. But what a shame. The second heaven chosen was ultimately killed by his own family, and no one knew where this library was hidden before his death. In the end, it fell into Hulak's hands, and now into mine. His grip tightened slightly on the page he held. This was knowledge that had been locked away for countless generations, meant only for those who bore the blood of the heaven chosens. But now, by pure chance, it had come to him. And have you shared your discoveries with the world, you hypocrite? I mean, my dear owner. Evergreen quickly corrected herself, her voice carrying a teasing lilt. Robin waved off the accusation with a chuckle. Did I not hand everything over to the Research and Development Division? They were not chosen based on bloodline or heritage but on their abilities. And now, that division has grown into a city of its own, open to anyone from my 13 planets who wishes to join. They are the ones capable of understanding my harvest and translating it into something truly useful. What would be the point of spreading this knowledge to farmers and merchants? If someone wants it, they should strive for it. Spreading his arms wide, he gestured to the surrounding bookshelves, his expression growing more intense. But look at this, thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of minor laws that could have changed Néhari forever if they had been properly utilized. And yet, here they lie, buried in dust and forgotten, serving no purpose at all. Compare this to the revolution I have brought to Jura and every other place I have set foot in. The knowledge I uncovered was not hoarded, it was used to push civilization forward. Yes, you are absolutely amazing, my dear owner. Evergreen teased with playful sarcasm. Robin clicked his tongue. Tisk, annoying girl. As he turned, Robin activated the Eye of Truth. A wave of energy rippled through his vision, illuminating the surroundings in intricate detail. The lines of power flowing through the ancient bookshelves, the residual traces of law patterns left behind by their creators, it was as if the entire cave had become an open book before his eyes. He said not to read the book until I had explored everything in the library. What else is left? His gaze swept across the cavern once more, searching for anything he might have overlooked. Gravity path minor laws, plant path minor laws, explanations of energy properties, theories on soul force. That entire library over there is dedicated to energy weapons, ideas on their development. That one holds incomplete tattoos, and over there, array seeds. It seems that considering arrays is a natural progression of events. Robin's golden eyes scanned the fourth wall as he slowly turned his gaze, his expression shifting between curiosity and deep thought. His mind was racing, trying to piece together the significance of all the knowledge before him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He strode toward the fourth wall, the one containing the entrance he had originally come through. Even this wall was filled with books, their sheer number making it clear that the second heaven chosen had been meticulous in his research and documentation. Oh, that library contains volumes on internal energy system techniques. There are dozens of them. He discovered it. Of course, he knew about the internal energy system. How do you think he reached the third stage of truth? Using tattoos? Evergreen chuckled, her voice dripping with amusement. I never thought about it, but you are right. Even though I use the master law of spacetime through a tattoo, the law of truth is different. We cannot see its patterns, nor can we inscribe them. The only way to use it is by the patterns engraving themselves directly into the energy foundations. Robin stroked his chin thoughtfully, his mind delving deeper into the implications. And yet, something feels off. He had all these refined techniques for the internal energy path, but he never promoted them or encouraged their use. Maybe he did not see the need? He inherited the divine tattoo system from his ancestors and simply built upon it. Perhaps he believed that was the ideal cultivation path for the giants. Evergreen shrugged within his soul domain. But did he not see the flaws of body-strengthening divine tattoos? Robin's voice took on a sharper edge, frustration seeping into his tone. Unlike internal energy system practitioners, who store energy in their bodies as solid energy foundations, those tattoos directly convert natural energy into pure physical strength. That is why, after death, their energy does not return to the planet, it gets devoured by worms and predators, turning into protein. This cultivation method is incredibly harmful to the planet because it only takes and never gives back. You are worrying too much about that girl just because she sided with you, humph. Evergreen crossed her arms, pouting slightly. Néhari is still drawing in more energy from the surrounding primal chaos day and night at a stable rate. The energy levels will not drop anytime soon. Robin let out a frustrated sigh before shaking his head. But it will drop eventually, will it not? He turned to Evergreen, his golden eyes glinting with certainty. The planet continuously absorbs primal chaos and converts it into natural energy at a rapid pace, compensating for the energy lost due to tattoos. But the rapid absorption and conversion do not increase the planet's overall energy levels, they merely keep them stable at best. This puts a massive strain on the entire planet, disrupting the balance of the ecosystem, and pushing it toward inevitable collapse. You do not even need to tell me this, I can see it happening every day with my own eyes on Néhari. He pointed toward a specific section of the cave, as if emphasizing his words with a physical gesture. I have no issue with the offensive tattoos. Even though they have flaws, they can still be utilized. But body-strengthening divine tattoos are defective and destructive. I refuse to spread them across my planets. How could the second heaven chosen not see this? Maybe he did not have golden eyes. Evergreen giggled mischievously, clearly enjoying teasing him. Robin snorted, rolling his eyes. Stop joking. The only difference I have noticed between my eyes and the second heaven chosen is the color. Then, as if remembering something, his expression shifted slightly. The all-seeing God spoke of a unique talent possessed by certain users of truth. He even mentioned that the truthful omen might be one such talent, but I do not recall anything else that was different. What about the golden cloak? Evergreen mused aloud, her voice taking on a more serious tone. Her words made Robin burst into laughter. I do not know about that one. He turned his attention back to the two piles of paper, specifically the second pile, which was still weighed down by the metal slab. His curiosity burned stronger than before. Alright, you are the only thing left that I have not explored yet. Let us see what you are hiding. Robin removed the weight. The first thing that met his eyes was a single sheet of paper with a message written on it. This is me. My name is, well, no one cared about my name when I was alive, and you, the one inheriting my legacy, will not care either. You may remember me as the second heaven chosen. Perhaps it is only fitting that my name fades into the dirt alongside me. Chapter 1142. I do not know in which era you stand, nor whether I succeeded in uniting the planet or not. Just know that everything you see around you is merely a tool to help you grasp the truth of the world. Our great ancestor left only a few hundred of these books, and it took us tens of thousands of years before the second chosen appeared me. So, here I am, having spread these books to hundreds of thousands, hoping that the next chosen will emerge more quickly. I will try to unite the planet and spread this knowledge to those who deserve it, but deep down, I do not believe the world is ready for unification yet. Even now, I can see the signs of my impending failure, like storm clouds gathering before the downpour. But I will still push forward. Step by step, inch by inch, no matter how many years, or even millennia, it takes. However, if I fail, then let this library serve as a bridge for you to follow in my footsteps. Continue from where I fell. Men may perish, but dreams must endure. If one of us falls, another must rise. Robin lifted an eyebrow as he read, feeling a strange mix of emotions. The thought process of the second heaven chosen was completely flawed. He was under the impression that simply increasing the amount of research material would raise the likelihood of a new chosen appearing, but reality did not work that way. Such things could not be forced, no matter how much one wished it. Take Jabba, for example. Robin had given him only a few keys to certain laws, telling him how he had reached those realizations rather than handing him complete answers. He had simply guided him by saying, I comprehended this law in the cave by meditating on that certain phenomenon, or, I discovered this key after witnessing this particular event. He never gave Jabba fully developed patterns to stare at mindlessly. And yet, Jabba had struggled for nearly 25 years before anything came of it. Robin never felt the need to flood him with additional teachings because he knew that truth itself was the one that chose its wielder. In the end, truth did choose Jabba, but only when he sought it through the mysteries of blood. And then there was the second issue. Even with all his lofty ideals, the second heaven chosen had clung to the tradition of passing down knowledge solely within his own bloodline. That much was clear from his use of the phrase, our ancestor. He truly believed that everyone who reached this place would be his direct descendant. It seems it was a distant dream after all. As I expected, the world did not embrace me, it turned against me. My heir, everything you see around you is merely a legacy meant to assist you, but it is not something I take pride in. I did not create any of it. I merely observed and recorded what was already there. Even those so-called offensive tattoos you see scattered across my works, they were nothing but distractions, methods I developed to strengthen my army in pursuit of my ultimate goal. But they are not my true legacy. I did not craft something revolutionary, something that I can proudly call mine. I was merely placing more bricks atop the foundations that my great ancestor, the true genius, had built. As for me, I have yet to contribute something truly original. This book, however, is my last hope. Robin remained silent for a moment, staring at the words before him. He could understand the man's emotions to some extent. The second heaven chosen had not introduced anything groundbreaking into the world. His era could be described as one of prolific documentation and expansion, but that very expansion had been buried away, hidden beneath layers of stone and dust. In truth, the only tangible innovations the second heaven chosen had brought forth, the only ones that had truly added something to the planet, were the fourth-stage body-strengthening divine tattoo and the method of inscribing energy tattoos onto weapons to convert them into energy-infused armaments. Yet, there was something else that caught Robin's attention. The letter was odd. The parchment itself was ancient, yet the ink used in certain segments differed in tone. Not only that, but the handwriting varied slightly, as if the message had been written at different times, in different states of mind. It was as if the second heaven chosen had not written this all at once, but had instead returned to it over time, adding more thoughts as his journey progressed. The war against the North has intensified. I have yet to complete this book, and I do not know if I will be able to return here again without being tracked. If I do manage to return, I will remain in the cave until this book is finished. But if I do not return, then I ask of you, whoever you are, to give this book a portion of your time and complete it. And if you succeed in doing so, I have only one request: tell the world that the second heaven chosen aided you. No, tell them that Dragon, son of Morka, stood by your side. Robin flipped the paper back and forth, even checking underneath it, but found no further words. It was clear that this was the last passage ever written. Sigh. He died before finishing his work. From his final words, it is obvious that he placed all his pride in this book. He never knew, as he wrote those last lines, that he would soon be betrayed by the very family he entrusted with all this legacy. That is depressing. The ancients existed so that we may learn from their mistakes. Evergreen reminded him. Robin didn't respond immediately. He stared at the massive pile of papers, his golden eyes deep in thought. After a few seconds, he took a step forward, bent down, and lifted the entire stack with some effort. He carried it over to the nearest desk and let it drop. Thud. The so-called book, a chaotic collection of tens of thousands of scattered pages, now towered higher than the desk itself. Robin sat down and took a deep breath. He exhaled slowly, trying to focus. His fingers reached for the very first page of the collection, and as soon as he read the title, his eyes widened in shock. Volume 1. Modification of the body strengthening divine tattoo to increase or stop the speed of energy gathering is needed. What? This is possible. Robin muttered in disbelief, his grip tightening on the page. One of the many inherent flaws of the body strengthening divine tattoo was its automatic energy absorption. Users had absolutely no control over the process. Regardless of individual talent or physique, the tattoo absorbed energy at a fixed rate. Even though stronger individuals, like Halak, could utilize the absorbed energy more efficiently than the average giant, they were still bound by the same intake limit. For this reason, the tattoo's absorption rate had been deliberately set low to accommodate all users. When Robin modified it for human use, he reduced the absorption rate even further to match their weaker bodies. But what about those exceptionally gifted in body cultivation? Take Jabba, for example. He had already reached the status of a saint in the body path while still under 60. And Halak? There was no need to even mention his monstrous talent. For such individuals, being shackled by a passive and limited energy intake was a severe bottleneck. If someone like Halak had been able to freely control the amount of energy absorbed, he could have broken through to level 50 billion years ago. Robin quickly flipped through the pages, searching for the end of Volume 1. The sheer number of pages dedicated to this topic alone spoke volumes about the effort that had gone into it. As he separated the volume from the rest of the pile, he scanned through the contents, noting the handwritten explanations, sketches of energy patterns, and scattered footnotes. Some pages contained rough drafts, others were filled with scribbles, and in certain places, the second heaven chosen had even insulted himself for forgetting a key idea. After sifting through nearly 2,000 pages, Robin finally came across a peculiar sheet. Unlike the others, this one had only a few written words. The rest of the page was covered in stray notes, aimless doodles, and erratic lines. There was even a crude, ugly drawing of a duck scrawled onto the corner. So he stopped here. He must have run out of ideas or hit a dead end. Robin tapped his fingers against the desk. This volume is truly incomplete. And yet, he glanced at the massive stack of pages in his hands, eyes gleaming with interest. He accomplished so much. I do not think I will need to invest too much time in finishing it. As Robin examined the volume with his golden eyes wide open, something caught his attention from the corner of his vision. The next page in the colossal stack was a thick divider sheet with bold lettering across it. Volume 2. How to protect the user's body while using offensive tattoos. Robin blinked, then let out a short, incredulous laugh. Are you joking right now? Chapter 1143. Robin furrowed his brows in confusion. Are you joking right now? His fingers flipped through the thick volume with urgency, eyes scanning the dense lines of text and intricate sketches of tattoo formations. He rapidly turned page after page, absorbing as much information as possible. After roughly 500 pages, he reached the end and let out a deep sigh, tapping the last page with his fingers as he leaned back. Just like before. Incomplete. But a 500-page research document written by a truth chosen is no trivial matter. He made significant progress. A full volume dedicated to protecting users from the harmful effects of offensive tattoos. If Robin could complete this research and develop solutions without reducing the tattoo's power, it would be a groundbreaking breakthrough. For years, warriors had suffered from severe backlash when using offensive tattoos, their bodies unable to handle the immense energy fluctuations. Some lost their limbs, others had their internal organs ruptured, and some even crumbled to dust under the sheer intensity of their own power. If there was a way to maintain strength while eliminating these risks, Robin's mind was already racing with possibilities. He neatly arranged the pages of Volume 2 and set them aside separately. Then, his gaze returned to the towering pile of papers, where another title was waiting for him. Then the fourth, then the fifth, then the sixth. Each volume was an elaborate attempt to answer the very questions Robin and every other practitioner of this path had pondered about its flaws and limitations. But unfortunately, none of them contained complete answers. 2 days later. Flip. The look of astonishment on Robin's face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of sheer boredom. Dozens of volumes, thousands of pages of painstaking research. And yet not a single conclusive solution, not one. Sigh, I should have expected this from the comprehensive eye of truth. With an exasperated sigh, he gathered the pages in his hands. If I were in his position, I would have focused on a single issue, entered seclusion, and worked on it relentlessly until I found a proper resolution. My mind and my vision are like an arrow. Once I aim at a target, I pursue the truth of that matter no matter how long it takes or how much effort it requires. This is why I have been a truth chosen for nearly a century now, and yet the number of things I discovered is not much. My writings cannot fill one of those bookshelves, but at least everything I started is finished. But the second truth chosen, his mind did not work like that. Robin's eyes flickered as he analyzed the difference. His eyes and mind were more like a giant beehive. Each bee, or in this case, each idea, had its designated place in his mind, working separately from the rest. That is why he explored and researched a million things at the same time, and this is the result. He tossed the thick stack of papers onto the desk with a loud thud. These volumes outline in great detail the specific parts of tattoos that need modification, presenting countless theories and potential solutions. But each of these ideas would take years to properly test, and most of them are probably dead ends. Honestly, most of these volumes are just a waste of time. Anyone who pursues this research would have the right to call it their own. It has little to do with the second truth chosen at this point. And it made your path easier, didn't it? Evergreen's voice rang in his mind, soft yet piercing. Robin's fingers, which had been restlessly tapping against the desk, stopped. His golden eyes flickered. She wasn't wrong. Even if the research was fragmented and incomplete, it had saved him years of effort. It had given him insights he would not have discovered on his own, at least not in such a short amount of time. The second truth chosen's chaotic way of thinking might have been inefficient for him. If he focused on some of these ideas, maybe his dream of unifying the planet would not have been just a dream. But his work was not without value for someone in Robin's situation, someone who already established himself and had time and resources to test these theories. Robin took a deep breath, his frustration fading. Tisk, you are annoying when you are right. With that, he picked up volume 1 again and began reading with a new perspective. Of course, I did not have to search for the root of the problem. It was fully explained in those volumes, but the struggle of actually finding a solution still remains, Robin muttered, his brows furrowed in thought. He shook his head, a trace of frustration in his voice. Honestly, I do not know if I should be wasting all this time trying to fix these issues. The biggest flaw in the body-strengthening tattoo system is that natural energy does not return to the planet after the user dies. This alone makes it an inherently flawed system. We have gone through all the volumes, yet we have not found anything addressing this critical flaw. Not a single mention of it. He let out a slow breath before continuing, his voice now laced with deeper concern. Then there is another massive issue, the level beyond Martial Emperor. Robin's expression darkened slightly. The second truth chosen never even attempted to tackle this problem, despite knowing for a fact that the Martial Emperor realm is the absolute limit of the human body. Beyond that, one must rely on external energy. But does that mean this entire system simply ends at the Emperor level? No next step? No path forward? If that is the case, then no matter how many of these smaller problems we solve, the system as a whole is still incomplete, still fundamentally flawed. He exhaled sharply, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his temples. But I do not blame the second truth chosen, or even the first, for hitting this dead end. Did you not hear Pythor talk about the 4 cultivation paths? Soul, mutation, alchemy, and the pure energy foundations. He did not mention anything about a body cultivation path. Robin sighed again before finally speaking in a calmer tone. Maybe this was never meant to be a primary path in the first place, and maybe it was only ever supposed to be a supplementary system. A side branch rather than a true cultivation path of its own. His fingers tapped idly against the armrest of his chair before he sat up straight, shifting his focus. Anyway, we can send all these volumes to Sky Opening City so Zara and the research and development team can work on them. It will be good training for them, and besides, all the other books here will provide a solid foundation for future projects. Honestly, I have to give credit where it is due. The second truth chosen might not have found all the answers, but this library he left behind has saved me and my entire research team hundreds or even thousands of years of effort. You are not done yet. Maybe you will find something in the last book. Evergreen interjected, her voice carrying a hint of encouragement. Robin glanced behind him toward the second stack of papers, the last remaining piece of the cave's knowledge he had not yet touched. He let out a slow breath before tilting his head back, closing his eyes in mild exhaustion. I do not know about that. What can that stack of papers possibly have? I will just ship it to Zara as well. I would rather rest for a bit and then visit Néhari's planet Spirit. I have a few questions for her. That bitch is not going anywhere. Evergreen snapped, stomping her foot against the domain's ground. Are you really going to waste a chance like this? This is the last thing the second truth chosen ever wrote. He specifically said you should not read it until you become a truth chosen yourself. Are you not even a little curious? Robin remained silent for a moment, his gaze drifting back to the stack of papers. After a brief hesitation, Tisk, fine. Why the hell not? He clicked his tongue in annoyance before smacking his thigh and sluggishly rising to his feet. With a flick of his wrist, he carelessly tossed aside the paper that had instructed him to read everything else first. Then, still standing, he reached for the first page of the massive book and read the title aloud. The Master Law of Balance. Chapter 1144. 3 months later. Robin's eyes remained wide open, unblinking. His lips bore numerous bite marks, some fresh and others barely healed. He continued reading the page before him, so engrossed that even if Pythor himself or the impatient woman stormed in at that very moment, he would not even notice. The royal garments he had entered the cave wearing had long lost their luster. Once pristine, they had faded into a dull, worn-out state. His chin was now covered in an unkempt layer of stubble. His long hair, once arranged neatly with a regal elegance, had become a tangled mess, each strand rebelling in a different direction. Scratch, scratch. Absent-mindedly, Robin dragged his nails across his scalp, his fingers longer and sharper than before. He paid no attention to the thin trickle of blood now running down his forehead. He flipped the page and instinctively reached for the next one, only to find empty space. No. That is it. Robin abruptly stood up, his movements jerky and frantic. His gaze darted around in a wild search, checking beneath the chair, around the desk, even flipping through the book once more in desperation, yet no matter where he looked, no new pages materialized. Damn it. For a moment, he stood frozen. Then, after an exasperated sigh, a crooked smile formed on his lips. Well, no matter. Slowly, he sat back down, inhaling deeply to steady himself. Without hesitation, he reached for the first page once again. Stop right there. Evergreen's sharp voice cut through the silence. Are you seriously about to waste another 3 months rereading the same book? Sure, I would love to see you delay your trip to Néhari's planet Spirit even further, but this is just absurd. Robin exhaled, returning the page to its place before gently rubbing his tired eyes. You are right. This should wait for a better time. Did you at least get close to mastering the master law of balance? Evergreen asked, her voice caught between frustration and reluctant hope. Close. Robin let out a low chuckle and shook his head. I have not even started. What did you expect from the comprehensive truth? What? You mean to tell me you wasted 3 whole months for nothing? Evergreen shrieked, grasping her horns in disbelief. Of course not, Robin said, leaning back in his chair. This book contains the second truth chosen's observations after analyzing all these laws. He details how every single law is tied to countless others through impossibly precise ratios and interactions. He argues that if even one of these laws had manifested in a slightly different proportion, the entire cosmic structure would have crumbled like a house of cards. Then, he provides extensive examples of balance in everything around us and methods to test its presence. Is that it? Maybe he is just overcomplicating things. What if balance is not even a master law? Evergreen muttered, crossing her arms as she looked away, doubtful. Robin tapped his fingers on the desk rhythmically before responding. Do you remember my conversation with Pythor? Specifically, when the topic of gods was brought up. I told him back then that everything in the universe was crafted with unimaginable precision, woven together in such perfect harmony that I refused to believe it all came into existence without a guiding force. This intricate balance, this absolute precision, it deserves to stand alongside truth in spacetime. I just did not fully realize its significance until I read this book. He exhaled deeply, his voice carrying unwavering conviction. There is no doubt in my mind, the second truth chosen was right, this is a master law. After these words, Robin casually propped his feet onto the table and leaned the back of his head against his hands. To an outsider, it would seem like he was merely staring at the cave walls, but in truth, his gaze reached far beyond them. The master law of balance, there was no doubt that it was real. But understanding its foundations, defining its principles, and mastering it, that was an immense challenge. It was, technically speaking, not just a law but the very relationship between all laws. It was no wonder that the second truth chosen had managed to perceive it after centuries of observing, analyzing, and recording the nature of laws. However, his writings on the subject were incredibly abstract, more akin to distant descriptions rather than solid knowledge. He had outlined the concept from afar, but there were no concrete steps to follow. Yet, Robin could not bring himself to blame him. Unlike the master law of spacetime, which had clear properties and observable effects, the master law of balance had an elusive nature, more similar to the master law of truth. Even if Robin himself attempted to write a book explaining the law of truth, he doubted he could produce anything clearer than what was already in his hands. This was not something that could simply be taught through words. It was something that had to be perceived, felt in the very fabric of existence. But there was one key difference: truth had chosen him after he understood it. How was he supposed to advance when it came to the law of balance? And more importantly, what came next? Truth, spacetime, balance, and that third one, the fourth master law that had been lingering in his thoughts. How many master laws were there? Dozens? Hundreds? Thousands? Robin shook his head slightly. No, master laws could not number in the thousands. In fact, they likely did not even exceed 100. No, not even 50. If that was the case, should he continue searching for them? And if he did, then what? Would he pass them down to his children? Forge elite legions with their power? Establish an entire faction dedicated to mastering them? But would the rest of the universe even allow him to do such a thing? The mere thought made him let out a dry chuckle. Just possessing a few merged laws was enough to cause chaos among the galactic powers. Master laws were on an entirely different level. If he continued down this path, how long before he attracted attention that he was not ready to deal with? Evergreen, who had been silently observing him, suddenly let out a playful chuckle, noticing Robin's deep contemplation. Hee. All right, I give up. I was just teasing you to see how much you grasped after reading. Balance is indeed a master law, it is one of the 8. Thud. Robin's chair toppled backward as he fell to the floor. The 8? What do you mean, 8? There are only 8 master laws, no more, no less. Evergreen raised 8 fingers, a knowing smile on her face. It is not really a secret. This is common knowledge in the mid-planetary belt. After all, throughout history, powerful figures have wielded these laws in legendary ways. Robin's mind reeled. 8? Only 8 sovereign laws exist. That was far less than he had expected. He looked downward for a moment, processing the revelation, before snapping his head back up and shouting, "What are they?" "Listen carefully then," Evergreen said, her tone turning serious. "They are truth, spacetime, balance, identity, creation, primal chaos, and causality." She crossed her arms. "These laws are known as master laws and have been used in monumental ways at various points in history, but that is all that is truly known. They are revered from a distance, referenced in major academies and great clans as the pinnacle of law mastery, yet no confirmed location or technique dedicated to fully cultivating any of them has ever been recorded." Robin blinked several times. That made sense. Even merged laws were rare and valuable enough to spark major wars. A cultivation method for a master law? That would be beyond comprehension. But something suddenly clicked in his mind. "Wait, you only listed 7 names." Evergreen smirked and lifted a single finger. "Because the 8th one has never appeared in history. Its properties are unknown. It has never been used, never been named. It remains one of the greatest mysteries in the universe." Chapter 1145. Its properties are unknown, it has never been used, and it has never been named. Robin muttered in a low voice, his brows furrowing in deep thought. Then what is the difference between that and it not existing at all? If there is no record of it, no trace of its influence, then why do people even believe it exists? Why did you not just say there are only 7 master laws? It is the commonly accepted knowledge in the mid-planetary belt that there are 8. Evergreen shrugged her small shoulders nonchalantly. "I am just passing along what the average person knows. Uncovering the truth behind it? That is your job." She paused, then continued in a more serious tone. "The reason why this belief is so widely accepted is because of a declaration made by the predecessor of the Master Law of Balance. He stated with absolute certainty that the 8th is a fundamental necessity for the birth of the universe, but he never identified what it was. And years later, a great truth chosen followed in his footsteps and reaffirmed the claim." "Fascinating." Robin adjusted his chair and leaned back slightly, resting his fingers against his temple. His eyes, sharp and calculating, stared into the empty air. "Even after all these countless millennia, with so many great figures dedicating their lives to the study of laws, no one has managed to discover this supposed 8th master law? Something so fundamental that the universe itself required its presence to come into existence, and yet, it remains a complete mystery? Hey, you said you were thinking about a master law, right? Maybe your idea is the missing 8th one, hee." Evergreen giggled playfully, crossing her arms with amusement. "Ha, ha, ha, so funny." Robin scoffed, waving his hand in exasperation. "If all those towering figures throughout history fail to find it, what makes you think I would succeed just like that? I do not have the experience, the level, or the power to even dream of such a discovery. If anything, the closest match to what I have been researching should be the master law of creation." "Oh, you have been researching creation?" Evergreen eyes sparkled with interest as she tilted her head. Robin nodded slowly, his expression turning more contemplative. "The idea first entered my mind after I merged spacetime. 2 fundamental laws fused to form a master law, or more accurately, by fully comprehending them, by finding the precise points of convergence, I was able to grasp the master law. That made me wonder, would not life and death be even more worthy of merging?" He shook his head, exhaling sharply. "I tried, but something was missing. Life and death are not like time and space, which are deeply intertwined. They are opposites. Their relationship is complementary, not harmonious, and one begins only when the other ends. There was no way to simply merge them, so I set the idea aside for a while. Then, Pythor and his companions arrived, bringing with them knowledge of the path of destruction. That is when a new thought struck me. Is not destruction just death for everything that is not alive?" A spark ignited inside me, urging me to experiment. I decided to introduce the minor law of corrosion between life and death, to see what would happen. And to my shock, there was a positive reaction between all 3 patterns. Of course, there was not any true fusion, nor did some grand revelation emerge, but unlike before, there was no strong repulsion. It was the first sign that there could be a deeper connection. Robin spread his arms slightly, letting out a light chuckle. "That is all I managed to accomplish before everything changed. After reaching that point in my research, I barely had time to breathe as we plunged into 2 years of continuous war, one battle after another, until we arrived here." He tapped his fingers rhythmically against the desk, his expression unreadable. "But even with all that, my research into this law will not stop. If the minor law of corrosion played a role in this equation, then the major law of destruction must be even more significant. And if destruction has its place, then the element that will complete the equation must be the law of construction, or more precisely, the primary law of reconfiguration, the law that governs the reshaping of matter itself." I am not entirely sure about all of this." Evergreen gave a casual shrug, her expression unreadable. "There is not any widely circulated knowledge in either the young or mid-planetary belt regarding the method to attain the master law of creation, but I have to admit, it does sound somewhat plausible. I suppose the knowledge you have gathered about the law of creation is equivalent to what the second truth chosen had regarding the law of balance." Robin shook his head firmly. "No, I am far closer to the master law of creation than he ever was to balance. I already have a structured path leading to it. Whether I am right or wrong, I will know once I successfully merge all 4 components. But this book about balance contains nothing about how to actually reach the master law of balance. It only talks about its existence, its logical derivation, and how one might theorize its nature." His fingers resumed tapping lightly against the desk as his thoughts deepened. 8 laws. 8 essential entities. All of them existed before the birth of the physical universe we know today, and the puzzle is finally starting to take shape. Spacetime laid the foundation, opening up the necessary space for the universe to unfold. Primordial chaos then emerged, becoming the raw material, the ingredients from which all things would be shaped. Creation used the primordial chaos and formed it into matter, sculpting the fabric of existence. Then balance arose, ensuring that all things remained within harmonious limits, preventing unchecked excess. Causality followed, establishing the flow of sequence, dictating how one event would lead into the next, binding everything in the fabric of cause and effect. But despite all this, there are still several critical gaps in my understanding. Oh, like what? Evergreen tilted her head curiously. First, what exactly is the master law of identity? Robin brows furrowed slightly. I have a few working theories, but I cannot seem to put my finger on anything definitive. Evergreen smirked and raised a single finger, taking on the air of a seasoned instructor. Identity is what makes you a human male and what makes a rabbit a rabbit. It is what ensures that when you wake up in the morning, you are still yourself, rather than suddenly turning into a rock. It is the force that assigns every entity its unique form, purpose, and properties, and more importantly, it ensures that these traits remain stable until the entity either dies or is destroyed. Oh, Robin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, in a sense, it works alongside the master law of creation, acting as a stabilizing force that maintains form and function. Then what about the master law of truth? Where does it fit into all of this? I cannot seem to pinpoint a definitive role for it in the birth of the universe. Sorry, but that is your puzzle to solve, hee. Evergreen grinned mischievously, raising her hands playfully. In the mid-planetary belt, different scholars have different interpretations. Some believe that truth was created to convert all things into structured patterns, making their interactions more seamless. Others theorize that it exists as an overseer, a guiding force that ensures all other laws function as they should. Some even suggest that the law of truth is what allows us, the creation, to perceive or draw closer to something beyond our understanding. The theories are countless, but nothing is certain. So do you have any other burning questions? Yes. The soul. Robin's voice grew sharper, his tone almost demanding. The law of creation can form matter and erase it, and it can bestow life force upon bodies and strip it away at will. Perhaps, it can do even more than that, but it has no connection to true, conscious, living beings. It cannot create a fully sentient, self-aware human. With it, one could construct a flawless human body, pulsating with life energy, but it would remain nothing more than an empty husk. It would be a motionless, comatose vessel that would never awaken, no matter how perfect its structure, because it lacks a soul. And the soul cannot be a mere component of the law of creation, as creation itself is already too formless to inherently contain something so distinct. At first, I suspected that the soul might be a master law in its own right, but your words have made me reconsider. And it cannot be the mysterious eighth law, because the sages of the past must have debated this and discarded the notion long ago. So then, what is the soul? This time, Evergreen hesitated. Her reply did not come as swiftly as before. When she finally spoke, her tone carried an unusual weight. There is no need for you to concern yourself with something beyond the limits of your capabilities as a mere human. Use only what is available to you, since the matters of the soul are out of your reach. Robin's brows furrowed sharply. There was something deeply unsettling about her response. She had answered all his previous questions about identity, balance, and truth with ease. But when it came to the soul, she refused to provide an answer. Not only that, she warned him. She had specifically mentioned the limits of his human nature. Why? Was it possible that there existed something beyond the 8 sovereign laws? Something even the greatest figures in history had overlooked, or something they had deliberately concealed? Chapter 1146. Could it be that there is something beyond the 8 master laws? Robin furrowed his brows deeply, his thoughts churning like a storm. The existence of the master laws was already something that still needed explanation. Only now, and after many years of pursuing the subject, did he know that there were 8 of them, and only knowing their number and names made him exist. But those were not even the pinnacle? You cannot tell me? Does that mean this knowledge is not widespread even in the mid-planetary belt? You still do not understand. Evergreen sighed, crossing her small arms. It is not that I cannot tell you. I simply do not know. No one knows. Not me, not any scholar, philosopher, or king in either the young or mid-planetary belts. It is simply something that lies beyond the reach of knowledge itself. You people can come up with theories, assumptions, and philosophies to explain it, but in the end, those are just that. Mere theories. If one of them turns out to be true, 1,000 others will be nothing but misguided speculation. She tilted her head slightly, her voice calm yet firm. Do not waste your time trying to unravel the origins of the soul. And do not ask too many questions either. You will not find anyone who can give you a definitive answer. If anything, you might already be among the most knowledgeable individuals in both belts on this subject, you nosy little thing. Robin's eyes widened in shock. He parted his lips slightly, as if on the verge of saying something profound, but no words came out. Slowly, he exhaled, his gaze lowering to the desk before him. Bit by bit, his furrowed brows eased, and the tension in his face relaxed, returning to a state of contemplative calm. Evergreen words had been blunt, almost dismissive, but upon deeper reflection, they carried a weight of truth. What exactly were the master laws? They were the absolute principles that had existed before the birth of the universe, before the stars, planets, and dimensions took shape. But then, what is a law? Is it merely an unseen force, a divine order woven into existence? Or is it something more, something deliberately placed, directed, and set into motion toward a specific function? If a law had existed before the cosmos came to be, then something or someone must have crafted it, must have shaped it to serve a purpose. And if that purpose was the very structure of the universe itself, then what did that say about the nature of reality? Robin let out a slow breath, his fingers drumming lightly against the surface of his desk. Everything within this vast shell of spacetime, the very laws that governed existence, defined the limits of his understanding. The limits of all beings. Were there laws beyond these? Deeper forces, older than time itself? Perhaps. But that was not his concern at the moment. Not now. Not within the scope of his comprehension. For now, he needed to focus on what was within his reach. The laws defined everything that existed around him. While the rules were the systems that governed how existence should function, the invisible guidelines imposed upon planetary spirits and cosmic entities to maintain balance, such as the protective forces surrounding the young planetary belt, the reactive influence of karma, and the various paths that dictated the universe unfolding events. Robin closed his eyes for a brief moment, allowing his thoughts to settle. Then, slowly, he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table as he pressed his fingers against his temples. A dull ache was beginning to form in his head. It always happened when he dwelled too long on such existential questions. Every time he thought about these matters, every time he followed the thread of logic to its inevitable end, he felt as if the entire universe was nothing more than an insignificant construct, a passing idea in the mind of something far greater. There was a distinct pattern in the heavenly laws and cosmic rules, an undeniable push, an unseen force urging humans and intelligent beings to seek power, to ascend beyond their limitations. But why? What was the purpose behind this grand design? No one knew. And if no one within the universe knew, then was there any point in asking? If what he sought to understand lay beyond the very fabric of existence itself, then who, or what, within it could possibly answer him? It was simply a door that had yet to be opened. Every time I talk about these grand concepts, I always circle back to the one who set the rules and laws. In the end, everything revolves around him, huh? Robin murmured weakly, rubbing his temples as if trying to ease the weight of his thoughts. He let out a slow breath, his voice carrying a mix of exhaustion and resignation. Well, it does not matter. I do not know where everyone is being led, but as a child of this universe, do I even have a choice in the matter? Maybe when I finally make contact with someone from the ancient belt, they will have an answer, or at least a clue that could point me in the right direction. A firm resolve settled in his heart, his hesitation slowly fading. Judging by the pace of his progress, Robin was filled with confidence that day was not far off. He would get answers, no matter what. The path was uncertain, but his will was unshakable. Piffed. Who said the one who forged the heavenly laws is the same as the one who set the cosmic rules? Who said the inhabitants of the ancient belt have answers? Who even said an ancient belt exists in the first place? Ha, ha, ha. Robin's eyes widened as his mind came to a screeching halt. His entire train of thought shattered like fragile glass, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? Come on, get up and stretch a little. Your mortal body must be exhausted after sitting for so long. Even I got bored just watching through your eyes and started chasing those mischievous soul orbs around. Let us go see what your children have done in Néhari, or what the demons have been up to in the Blood Sea. It has been a while since we last checked in on them, has it not? Do not change the subject. Robin nearly lost his mind, his voice rising in frustration. Explain every word you just said, immediately. I did not say anything. They were just questions, simple questions frequently discussed among the upper layers of researchers. Many sages and geniuses in the mid-planetary belt have pondered them for ages. You can answer them yourself later, once you reach the level where such things become relevant to you. Evergreen placed a hand over her mouth, stifling a chuckle, her expression filled with mischievous amusement. From what I see now, you are bound to become one of those lunatics obsessed with research and excavation. Ha, ha, ha. You will fit right in with them. The veins on Robin's forehead twitched violently. He clenched his jaw, trying to suppress the growing irritation within him. She was clearly messing with him, dangling the possibility of greater truths in front of his nose, only to snatch them away at the last moment. It was infuriating. All right, Evergreen, I will be sure to pay you back for that. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Then, before she could react, Robin cracked his neck twice, sat down in a lotus position, and closed his eyes. His breathing slowed, his heartbeat steadying as he sank into deep concentration. Hey, what are you doing? Let us go deliver all those books to the research and development team so they can analyze them quickly. We do not have time for you to meditate. A hint of unease crept into Evergreen's usually carefree voice. Too late. Robin smirked, his expression turning victorious as he sent several soul spikes in all directions beneath the ground. The last thing he heard was Evergreen's dramatic wail. No. Within the spirit domain of Néhari planetary soul. Robin slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness now within the depths of Néhari planetary soul. A gentle, silvery glow enveloped his body, a telltale sign that he was in his silver embodiment form. The world around him shimmered with ethereal light, a space where the boundaries between reality and the soul blurred. As he adjusted to his surroundings, his gaze swept over the landscape, taking in the vast, swirling energy currents that pulsed like the very lifeblood of the planet itself. It was a sight he had grown somewhat accustomed to, yet it never failed to instill a sense of awe. Then, finally, his eyes landed on a small human girl standing before him. She was dressed in layers of intricate garments, her wrists and neck adorned with countless chains, bracelets, and crowns made of pearls and gemstones. The glow of Néhari's spiritual essence reflected off her ornaments, giving her an almost divine appearance. The moment she saw him, her face lit up with uncontainable excitement. She clapped her hands together enthusiastically and exclaimed, "Welcome, it has been so long, my dearest owner." Chapter 1147. Ah, welcome. It has been a long wait, my dear owner. Néhari gently spread her arms open, then took slow, deliberate steps toward him. Her half-lidded eyes shimmered with fatigue, yet within them lay a deep, unwavering resolve. Oh, Robin's lips curled into a slight smile as he watched the little girl approach. This was the fourth planetary spirit domain he had entered, yet it was the first time he had been greeted with such warmth. You said your name is Néhari? That is right. Néhari nodded lightly. I am your companion on the path to glory and your number 1 aid in achieving whatever you desire. Her voice was calm, unwavering, yet strangely soothing. She clasped her hands together in front of her small stomach before tilting her head slightly, a mysterious glint flickering across her delicate features. And that is something I believe you are in desperate need of, golden-eyed one. Robin raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback by her words. Ha! You do not seem afraid of my golden eyes. Another planetary spirit outright refused to interact with me because of them. Néhari simply shook her head, an amused expression flitting across her face. No, why would I be afraid? That golden hue signifies either a path to glory or a path to ruin. If you walk the road to glory, I shall be the heart of your magnificence. And if ruin befalls you, so be it. How many planets are destroyed daily? It is simply the way of the universe. I myself would have been wiped out by that shadow had you not intervened against that shadow. Robin let out a dry chuckle, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. My number 1 aid. The companion on the path to glory. Do not you think you are exaggerating a little spirit? Néhari's expression remained serene as she replied. I am merely stating facts. I know the value of planet Néhari. My size is equivalent to 70 medium-sized planets combined. My mineral resources are boundless. My strong gravity has made my inhabitants naturally superior in strength compared to any other world. The density of my energy makes me a paradise for cultivators. And my ability to produce pearls in abundance is the final jewel in my crown of advantages. She then took a step aside, raising her small hand in a graceful gesture toward the planetary core, the true essence of the planet. A faint, pulsing glow radiated from it, an ancient energy coursing through its very being. Please, proceed this way. Robin let out a soft whistle, his golden eyes gleaming with intrigue. He took a few steps forward, then glanced at her with a teasing smirk. This is the first time I have met a planetary spirit with such arrogance, he mused. Once he reached her side, he casually placed his hand on her head and ruffled her silken hair. But you are still quite endearing. I do not sense any malice from you. Néhari's smile remained, but there was a flicker of exhaustion in her gaze, a heaviness that could not be concealed. I did not mean to act arrogantly before my future owner, she murmured, her voice softer now. I simply laid out the truth for you, nothing more. I am a galactic seed. It is my destiny to be the heart of your glory, if you can attain it. To be your first aid in all things, because I possess enough resources and unique properties to support your path alone. Is that not the truth? Robin's expression shifted slightly, his expression changed as he studied her more closely. I want to ask you a few questions, he said after a pause, his voice lower now, more serious. But you look exhausted, Néhari. Is the situation severe? He did not need to ask about the reason for her fatigue, it was obvious. Her battle against the shadow had already taken a heavy toll, and the destruction it had wrought upon the lava sea and the abyss had only worsened the situation. He could see it now. The way her form flickered ever so slightly, her spiritual energy unstable as if she were barely holding herself together. Néhari weakly shook her head. I am fine. You can ask whatever you want. It is just exhaustion. If a true world cataclysm had tried to forcefully invade the planet, I would have activated the 4th or even 5th level of planetary defense and eliminated it instantly. But dealing with toys like the cataclysm sealing cube imposes certain restrictions on me as the planet spirit. Robin nodded thoughtfully. Evergreen had already mentioned how the rulemaker encouraged innovation by forcing beings to find loopholes and creative solutions within his system, so he was not too surprised to hear something like this. Even planetary spirits had their limits. In that case, please answer my first question. Robin took a few more steps until he finally stood before the floating planetary core of Néhari. The model of the planet pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light, as if it were breathing. What exactly is the galaxy you mentioned? Néhari let out a slow breath before speaking. I will first give you the general definition of a natural galaxy. A galaxy is a massive collection of stars, all orbiting a single focal point due to gravitational forces. The number of stars in a galaxy ranges from millions to billions, depending on its size. She paused briefly, as if gathering her energy before continuing. Some of these stars have solid, rocky planets bound to them. In such cases, the star is called a sun. A single sun may have one planet orbiting it, or dozens at the same time. However, the number of these suns is quite small compared to the total number of stars. Among billions of stars, you might find only a few million that actually have planets orbiting them. Robin's eyes widened to their limit. He turned toward Néhari in shock. He struggled to even comprehend such vast numbers. Wait, does not that mean a single galaxy contains millions, no, tens of millions of planets? Néhari shook her head gently, her golden accessories jingling softly. It is not as you imagine, she replied in her usual calm voice. Most of those planets are completely lifeless, void of a planetary spirit, lacking an atmosphere, and utterly barren. The number of habitable planets among them is much, much smaller. Out of 1,000,000 planets, you might find anywhere from 100 to 1,000 that are capable of sustaining life. Robin fell silent for a moment, letting that sink in. That is still an enormous number, he murmured, furrowing his brows slightly. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. How many galaxies make up the universe? No, wait. Is a galaxy just another name for a planetary belt? Robin was still struggling to wrap his head around the sheer scale of what he was hearing. Billions of stars, millions of planets. Even if only 1,000 of them supported life, that was still a staggering amount. The universe was vast beyond imagination. And yet, Pythor had wandered for a whole 10,000 years, blindly exploring the void, and had only discovered 7 planets in all that time. Néhari smiled. No, she looked as if she wanted to laugh, but lacked the strength to do so. My future owner, she said softly. You truly underestimate the scale of what lies around you. A galaxy is just another name for a planetary belt? If anyone with even a little bit of knowledge overheard you, they would laugh at your ignorance. Robin let out a small, self-deprecating chuckle. Then enlighten me, my first aid and companion on the road to glory. He teased, though there was an edge of frustration in his tone. Even after attaining such strength and authority, he still felt as if he were ignorant. Perhaps even more ignorant than before. Ever since his conversation with Pythor, his discussions with Evergreen, and now this exchange with Néhari, that sensation had only grown stronger. The more he learned, the more he realized just how little he truly knew. There is no need to be frustrated, my future owner. Néhari reassured him with a small, gentle smile. All you lack is knowledge, and it is my duty to provide it. She tilted her head slightly before continuing. A planetary belt is internally divided into what we call sectors. These sectors are separated by vast expanses of empty space, cosmic storms, and other natural dangers. Because of these vast distances and obstacles, the inhabitants of a single sector tend to remain within it. Even if they attempt to build planetary empires or explore beyond their planets, they would still be within that same sector. She then raised a single, delicate finger. These sectors combine to form what we call belts. Specifically, there are 1,000 young sectors and 1,000 mid-aged sectors. Within each sector, there exist multiple natural galaxies, dozens of them or more. In addition, there are countless wandering stars that do not belong to any specific galaxy. At this point, Néhari lifted her gaze and locked eyes with Robin. A faint, almost teasing glimmer danced in her expression as she delivered the final blow to his perception of scale. In other words, each sector of the 2,000 contains hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of habitable planets. Chapter 1148. Robin slowly opened his eyes. Meanwhile, his mind was operating at an astonishing speed, desperately trying to process the overwhelming flood of numbers that Néhari had just thrown at him as if they were mere trivialities. His thoughts raced, attempting to make sense of the sheer complexity, trying to break it down into comprehensible fragments. With each passing second, his eyelids lifted further and further, his expression shifting from confusion to deep contemplation, then to sheer disbelief. His pupils dilated as he absorbed the meaning behind the figures. Before he realized it, his eyes were so wide open that his eyelids had almost disappeared. A cold chill ran down his spine, and his body instinctively reacted. He took a step backward, but his legs suddenly failed him. His balance wavered, and within a fraction of a second, his knees gave in. Bam! He collapsed onto the ground, his breath caught in his throat. However, before his body could fully hit the hard surface, Néhari flicked her fingers, manipulating the energy of the field. Instantly, a chair materialized beneath him, catching him just in time. Néhari observed him silently, allowing him the space to process everything without interference. She knew that what she had just explained was not something a person could digest in mere moments. Robin's lips moved slightly, whispering incomprehensible words as he mumbled to himself, trying to organize the chaotic calculations storming through his mind. While he was lost in his thoughts, Néhari turned her attention to the ground before him. With a simple gesture, she extended her hand and traced intricate patterns using the energy of the field. A luminous diagram began forming in the air, glowing softly. Robin's trance was broken when he noticed the shifting symbols. His gaze snapped toward the diagram, his brows furrowing in curiosity. He murmured, his analytical instincts kicking in. He leaned forward slightly, examining the strange structure that had just appeared before him. At the core of the illustration was a dense, smoky cloud, an amorphous and chaotic mass that seemed to swirl endlessly. Surrounding it were two perfectly symmetrical circles one after the other, with the second, being much larger, encompassing the entire diagram, creating a layered pattern. Extending from the smoky cloud were long, thin lines that sliced through the inner circle and stretched outward until they reached the borders of the outer circle, where they came to an abrupt halt. Néhari's voice broke the silence, drawing Robin's full attention. This cloud in the center is what we call the primordial chaos. She began, her tone carrying a certain weight. Then she extended a finger and tapped the diagram lightly, causing the smoky cloud to ripple. At its boundaries, matter begins to form randomly. Sometimes, it is an enormous, burning star. Other times, it is a mere asteroid drifting aimlessly. And then, on rarer occasions, it is something far greater, an entire solar system, born with the potential to host life. She paused for a moment, allowing Robin to digest her words before continuing. Once something is born from the primordial chaos, it does not remain still. Instead, it begins to move away and forward, slowly but inevitably. Its direction is always fixed, never changing under normal circumstances. She then pointed toward the long lines extending from the chaotic cloud. Each of these lines represents a boundary, and within each boundary lies an immense cosmic region. These regions are loaded with vast empty spaces, violent space storms, and terrifying interdimensional beasts that roam the void. Between these lines, however, exist safe zones, stable areas that are protected from the dangers outside. These are known as sectors. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly as he absorbed the explanation. You could think of them as miniature universes, each isolated yet connected. These sectors serve as the pathways for celestial bodies, guiding them as they move further and further from the primordial chaos. Néhari then directed his attention to the first circular boundary surrounding the chaos. This, she said, is the young planetary belt. It is the first major threshold that any celestial body must pass. Within this belt, the dangers are relatively low. However, no planet is permitted to cross this boundary unless its inhabitants have spent at least 500,000 years in cultivation history. Only after this period of cultivation is a planet allowed to continue its journey into the middle-aged belt. Of course, 500,000 years is hardly enough time to prepare for the horrors that await beyond, but it is still better than nothing. She offered him a small, knowing smile before adding, I imagine you are wondering, how only 500,000 years when there are beings, creatures, and even plants that have existed for millions of years? Robin didn't respond, but the glint in his eyes indicated that she had guessed correctly. The answer, Néhari continued, is that this 500,000 years does not refer to the age of the planet itself. Instead, it refers to the age of its martial paths. In other words, a planet could exist for millions, or even billions, of years within the young belt, waiting for its inhabitants to discover martial paths. Until that discovery occurs, the planet is placed under absolute protection, hidden from the eyes of invaders. Her expression darkened slightly. However, this protection is not eternal. If the planet's inhabitants fail to discover battle paths within a certain time limit, their chance will be forever denied. Their protection will be lifted, exposing them to stronger, more advanced young planets that will have the right to invade and conquer them. A heavy silence fell over them as the weight of her words settled in. Then, with a casual motion, she pointed toward the next layer of sectors beyond the young belt. As you can see, these sectors are extensions of the previous ones. If a planet exists in Sector 70 within the young belt, upon promotion, it will continue into Sector 70 of the middle-aged belt. However, there is a major difference between the two. She gestured toward the diagram again. The middle-aged sectors are much larger, their distances far greater, and the number of planets within them significantly lower. Here, planets are spaced far apart, each struggling to survive in an increasingly hostile environment. Robin exhaled slowly, his mind spinning with newfound knowledge. The sheer structure of this cosmic order was beyond anything he had imagined. She then reached the second and final circle, her gaze steady as she continued. This marks the end of the middle-aged planetary belt and the known boundary of the known universe. Beyond this point, no widely accessible knowledge exists. It is said that some of the most powerful beings, those who reign at the pinnacle of the middle-aged belt, possess fragments of forbidden insight about what lies beyond. However, for some reason unknown to the rest of us, they hoard this knowledge, refusing to share a single word of it with the outside world. This secrecy is bizarre, an enigma in itself, but because of it, to the vast majority of civilizations, what is known as the ancient planetary belt remains an unsolved mystery. It is both a certainty and a myth, a place that must exist and yet, at the same time, is nothing more than a legend passed through whispers and speculation. She turned her head slightly, meeting Robin's bewildered expression with an unchanged, knowing smile. So, tell me, she said, her voice calm yet firm. Do you have any other questions about the natural galaxies or the true structure of the universe? Robin had been deep in thought for a while, but now, as if unable to contain himself any longer, he suddenly burst out. Does this mean that the average number of planets that harbor life within a single sector exceeds 10 million at the very least? Néhari nodded in confirmation, as if the number was a mere triviality to her. Yes, she replied casually. And in truth, the number can be far greater if you were to count them all properly. A quiet chuckle escaped her lips as she observed Robin's face pale slightly. Then, with effortless grace, she extended a hand toward the glowing model of the known universe, gesturing at it once more. Do not let this tiny projection fool you, my dear owner. She continued, her voice carrying an almost hypnotic authority. The universe is vast, so vast that no mortal mind can fully grasp its scale. Tell me, do you believe that after hearing all of this, you now have a clearer idea of its true size? Do you think that simply listening to numbers will help you comprehend the boundless void in which all these celestial bodies drift? No, you will not. Even if the number of planets, moons, and stars were to double, triple, or even multiply 100-fold, they would still fail to fill even a minuscule fraction of the universe. They would remain scattered, drifting across impossible distances, mere dust motes lost in an eternal, uncharted ocean of blackness and silence. Robin's breath caught in his throat as the weight of reality came crashing down upon him. Millions of inhabited planets per sector. 1,000 young sectors. 1,000 middle-aged sectors. His voice trembled, barely above a whisper now. Oh my heavens. The overwhelming numbers churned in his mind, each one suffocating his former sense of confidence like a tidal wave. Without realizing it, he had buried his face in his hands, his fingers gripping his hair. His once steady breathing had turned erratic, and his shoulders, once squared with self-assurance, now trembled ever so slightly. The sense of greatness he had carried within him, the unshakable pride that had filled his heart after his hard-won victory over Pythor, was now shrinking at an alarming rate. It was as if that victory, something he had thought to be monumental, legendary, a defining moment in history, was now being stripped of all meaning before his very eyes. Even the light that always gleamed in his eyes, that flicker of undeniable ambition, was starting to fade. The deaths of billions. The destruction of the shadow. All of it, once seen as epic-defining events, now seemed utterly insignificant in the grand scope of the cosmos. That great war, which once seemed to shake the very fabric of reality, was no more than a petty skirmish. It was nothing more than a battle between dung beetles beneath some forgotten rock, trivial, meaningless. As Néhari observed the changes in Robin's expression, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, displeased by what she saw. "My future owner," she said, her tone sharp, yet laced with a hint of amusement. "Why that look on your face? Don't tell me that you are already considering abandoning your dreams of expansion? That would be disappointing." She tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing his expression with keen interest. "You have just learned that the feast before you is even grander than you had imagined," she continued, her voice smooth, almost playful. "So why has your appetite shrunk?" Robin exhaled slowly, rubbing his temples as his mind reeled from the implications. "It is the goal, Néhari. My goal has become blurry," he admitted at last. "Before, I took pride in my 13 planets, I would raise my head high whenever I thought of them. But now I feel that even if I conquered a million worlds, I would still be nothing more than a small fish, a fragile existence that could be swallowed whole at any given moment." His voice was filled with something he had never allowed himself to feel before, uncertainty. He shook his head, his fingers curling into fists. For the first time in a long while, he felt as though he was standing on the edge of an abyss, staring into a darkness so vast that it threatened to consume even the most unshakable of wills. Néhari simply watched him for a moment, then, with an amused chuckle, she took a slow step forward. "A goal, she mused softly. Then, her lips curled into a mischievous yet enigmatic smile. "Oh, in that case," she purred, her eyes gleaming with something indescribable. "Allow me to give you one." Chapter 1149. Néhari raised her hand and pointed at a particular sector on the grand cosmic projection. The moment she did, the entire sector lit up in a different hue, making it stand out from the rest. "This is Sector 99, the random sector where I was born," she said in a calm, measured tone. "It is also where your 3 other planets, Jura, Greenland, and Orphan's Blood, are located." She crossed her arms in front of her petite chest, tilting her head slightly as if contemplating something before she continued. "There is no widely available data on the exact number of life-bearing planets within young Sector 99, but let us assume the number is 20 million. A knowing smile played on her lips as she glanced at Robin. "Shall we analyze that number together?" A moment of silence passed before she began breaking it down. "Most of those life-bearing planets are under protection, which means they have never discovered cultivation paths. In fact, many of them do not even contain intelligent life, just primitive life forms at best, with no intelligent life form appearing there yet. Which, in both cases, means that the spirits of those planets have yet to begin attracting primal chaos and transforming it into natural energy, a crucial step in their development. As a result, they remain completely invisible to the outside world. You cannot see them, and you cannot attack them. And, more importantly, they hold no significance whatsoever in the grand scheme of things. Thus, we can safely eliminate 19 million planets from the equation, leaving us with the remaining 1 million planets that are at least active." She let her words hang in the air for a brief moment before pressing on. "Among those remaining planets, you will find dwarf planets, so small that their entire landmass would not even exceed the size of a single city on my surface. You will find barren planets without any kind of rare material, stripped of any true value. You will find planets plagued by irreversible diseases, incapable of surviving long enough to make it to the middle-aged belt. You will find planets that have been devoured by their own inhabitants, drained of all their resources, and left to wither away. And the list goes on for quite a few more reasons." She waved her hand lightly in an almost playful manner before leaning forward slightly, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. "The inhabitants of these planets rarely, if ever, surpass the knighthood realm, and they are so abundant that we can confidently state that 90% of all life-bearing planets within the young belt fall into these categories. They are what we call damaged planets, entirely irrelevant in the bigger picture of cosmic affairs." She allowed a brief pause to let the weight of her words settle before delivering her final statement. "So, what remains, then, in this sector? Roughly 100,000 planets, that is the real number of targets that are actually worth conquering." She turned her gaze back toward Robin, her golden eyes gleaming with expectation. "And among those 100,000 planets in young Sector 99, a select number of them house planetary empires, civilizations that have established some form of relationship with an overlord from the middle-aged belt." However, she trailed off, her expression unreadable. "These planetary empires are scattered across enormous distances. The chances of encountering one are incredibly low, and even if you did, their numbers remain small compared to the vastness of the sector. Perhaps only 20 to 50 planetary empires exist in Sector 99, and each of them is relentlessly striving to expand within their respective territories." As she spoke, the illuminated sector on the projection changed once more. Various circles of different sizes appeared, scattered randomly throughout the sector. Some circles were minuscule, barely visible against the backdrop, while others were large, occupying noticeably significant portions of the displayed region. Robin's sharp gaze swept over the projection, and he immediately understood what he was looking at. Each of these circles represented a planetary empire within Sector 99. 100,000 planets ripe for conquest. 20 to 50 planetary empires, all ceaselessly expanding. Robin's eyes burned with intensity, his thoughts racing. "Pythor took 10,000 years just to discover 7 of these 100,000 planets," he murmured, unable to suppress the disbelief in his voice. A soft giggle escaped from Néhari's lips before she shook her head, her expression laced with amusement. "I would not recommend using Pythor and his so-called Great Serpent Empire as a reference in this matter," she remarked lightly, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly. "I have seen their spaceships, and if those were what they were relying on for planetary exploration, then, quite frankly, it is a miracle that they even managed to find 7 planets at all." Robin raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "What do you mean by that?" Néhari met his gaze, her tone turning slightly more serious as she explained. The type of spaceships they use are among the most widespread and cheapest models available in the middle-aged belt. And the reason is quite simple: they were never designed for planetary exploration in the first place. They are nothing more than basic transport vessels, meant only to travel between fixed locations, nothing more, nothing less. Now tell me, owner, how do you expect to find undiscovered planets across vast, uncharted cosmic distances, when all you are doing is flying in a straight line at near-light speeds? She let the rhetorical question linger for a moment before nonchalantly waving her hand. There exist specialized vessels built exclusively for planetary exploration. However, these ships are extremely expensive. Sometimes, the cost of a single one is equal to that of an entire damaged planet. And as for the blueprints required to manufacture these vessels, she smirked. Those are worth even more, much more. She then pointed toward the scattered circles representing the planetary empires in Sector 99. Most individuals who hold the title of Overlord are, in truth, relatively poor and in dire need of a steady stream of resources. This is precisely why they bother supporting young belt empires in the first place. Because of this, it is exceptionally rare for any young planetary empire to acquire a planetary exploration ship, let alone the blueprints to construct an entire fleet of them. She exhaled lightly before glancing at Robin once more, awaiting his reaction. Then she continued. But every rule has its exceptions. Some overlords might decide to invest in an exploration ship for their subordinates, enabling them to expand their sphere of influence with greater ease. Among the many planetary empires in Sector 99, you may find one or two that possess such a specialized vessel, allowing them to rapidly and efficiently locate nearby planets. And those empires, they do not just own a dozen or even a few dozen planets, they may control hundreds. Robin's eyes widened, his mind racing. An empire within this very sector that ruled over hundreds of planets? For a brief moment, he could not even comprehend the scale of such an entity. He could not help but mutter under his breath. What a terrifying force. Not that terrifying, Néhari shook her head with a small smirk. Entities like these, massive planetary empires, rarely engage in direct confrontations with other similar factions. The reason? Their strength is just spread too thin. Think about it. Managing hundreds of planets is not just a matter of numbers, it requires an immense yet dispersed military presence. They need forces to maintain order, to control rebellious planets, to guard resources. If war were to break out, it would not be a simple battle. It would be devastating. A full-scale war could lead to the loss of dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of planets for the short term, crippling their entire empire. That is why, when a planetary empire reaches the prestigious centennial title, it starts acting with extreme caution. Rather than launching massive wars, they prefer a slow, steady expansion, absorbing isolated planets one by one rather than engaging in costly conflicts. So, while you may find several centennial empires within the same sector, you will rarely, if ever, see them waging war against one another. You could describe them as sleeping giants, watching, waiting, carefully calculating their next moves, not provoking anyone, and no one dares to provoke them. Robin nodded several times, absorbing her words. He currently ruled over 13 planets, and even with that relatively small number, each of them presented unique challenges and complications. At the last meeting between Caesar and the rest of his followers, they had spent hours discussing planetary management issues. Every planet had its own ecosystem, its own people, its own politics, and above all, its own problems. If he were to withdraw his forces from even a single planet, rebellions could break out within days. If that was the case for 13 planets, then what about hundreds? How did these centennial empires maintain control? Néhari continued. These sleeping giants sometimes completely halt their planetary expansion for centuries, focusing solely on internal stability. Instead of seeking new conquests, they prioritize fortifying their armies, securing their borders, and strengthening their economy, not just for themselves but also for their overlords, who ultimately benefit from their prosperity. And the new planets they discover using their exploration ships? They do not always claim them. Instead, they survey them, gather precise coordinates, and compile detailed reports. Then, they offer this information as a tribute to their overlords. And what do they do with it? She smirked, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. They sell those planetary coordinates in the middle-aged belt. Robin furrowed his brows. They sell them in the middle-aged belt. Why would they do that if the planets are located in the young belt? Or maybe, His voice trailed off as a sudden realization struck him. A chilling thought took root in his mind, and his expression shifted as pieces of a puzzle snapped into place. That impatient woman had purchased the coordinates of the dwarf world planet for Pythor so he could begin his conquests. And maybe, just maybe, she had also bought the coordinates of Poison Rock. Otherwise, how would she have known about the planet's affinity for the path of destruction? How would she have known about the Beast King, Durger, whose blood she later exploited? And then there was Planet Gouda. The woman with the white soul shard had descended upon the world fully aware that a fox-type Beast King resided there. That was not a coincidence. Perhaps she had bought those coordinates through the same method. And then, the all-seeing God. He had given Robin the coordinates for Greenland and Orphan's blood. And at that time, he had explicitly mentioned that they had cost him a fortune. Could it be that one of the centennial empires in Sector 99 had discovered Greenland and Orphan's blood before him, and they were the ones who sold the coordinates? If that were true, then he had already crossed paths with one of these sleeping giants. Chapter 1150. Robin slowly opened his eyes in shock, his mind racing with the implications. A faint sense of fear crept into his heart involuntarily as he thought about that possibility. Until now, he had assumed that the inhabitants of the Middle Belt had some random method of finding and selling planets, perhaps through sheer luck, ancient star maps, or some advanced scanning techniques. But the terrifying possibility that a centenary planetary empire from within the very same sector had been the one to discover Greenland in Orphan's blood sent shivers down his spine. Did not that mean they already knew about the location of his planets? What if they had detailed records? What if, one day, they decided to expand their empire further and return? Was not he, in essence, standing on land that had already been seen, evaluated, and discarded by a much larger force? A force that could return at any moment? My future owner, what is troubling you? Néhari's soft yet sharp voice cut through his turbulent thoughts, pulling him back to the present. She had noticed the slight tension in his expression, the way his fingers had unconsciously curled into a fist. Nothing, Robin exhaled, steadying his thoughts. Or perhaps it is something that will never come to pass. But what would happen if one of the centenary empires was the one that originally found my 4 planets, Greenland, Orphan's Blood, Gotha, and Poison Rock, decided to return and seize them? His voice dropped to a near whisper. And another thing, I refuse to believe that just one centenary empire found all 4 of them. That would be too much of a coincidence. So how many of these centenary planetary empires even exist in Young Sector 99? You are mistaken about 2 things, my future owner. Néhari's eyes gleamed with knowing amusement. She raised 2 fingers, then lowered one as she spoke. First, as I have told you before, a centenary empire is not reckless. Their actions are calculated, and their moves are deliberate. If they sold the coordinates of a planet, they would almost certainly never return to it. Why? Because they know that whoever purchased the coordinates is likely a potential overlord. And no centenary empire, no matter how powerful, wishes to invite unnecessary trouble for themselves, or for their own overlord, over a mere planet. This is simply how they operate. The more planets they control, the more their armies must spread across vast distances, making large-scale conflicts undesirable. If they seek to expand their territory, they do so by targeting isolated planets, those without existing ownership. They have little interest in engaging in drawn-out wars, even against a developing planetary empire. And as for a multi-planet empire like yours? Néhari chuckled lightly. Starting a war with you would be even less appealing. Such a conflict would only drain their resources while yielding little in return. Little in return? Robin frowned, unable to accept the logic so easily. But Greenland has an extremely strong affinity for the law of life, and it is home to treant creatures. Poison Rock holds an affinity for the minor law of corrosion, the path of destruction, and Durger the Devourer was there. How could those planets possibly be considered insignificant? I do not understand why anyone would sell them at all. He muttered under his breath, frustration evident in his voice. Néhari, however, simply shook her head with amusement. You are overthinking things, my future owner. Even if Greenland possesses a strong affinity for the law of life, does the centenary empire that found it have practitioners of life or plant paths capable of benefiting from it? And even if another centenary empire discovered Poison Rock, do they wield the minor law of corrosion, making Durger blood a valuable resource to them? No, then those planets are nothing more than ordinary celestial bodies to them. Do you have any idea how many planets in the universe have special affinities? They exist in abundance. The only thing that matters is whether you have the means to exploit those affinities or not. That makes sense. Robin nodded slowly as her words sank in. Even if Pythor had drained Durger blood completely, all it would have done was grant him an affinity for corrosion. But without the technique for the corrosion minor law, which he later obtained from the impatient woman, he would not have been able to harness that affinity properly. If someone else had acquired Poison Rock instead, they might have been utterly unable to tap into its potential. This reinforced a vital truth. Having the right law techniques was the most important factor in these situations. Without them, even the most valuable planets could be nothing more than wasted land. My future owner, Néhari continued, her tone laced with a knowing confidence. Centenary planetary empires are calculated in their actions and patient in their decisions. Their way of thinking differs greatly from what you expect, and their strategies are meticulously planned. Moreover, they command both respect and fear across their sector. Even though they rarely initiate large-scale wars, no one dares to start a war against them either. She then gave him a small, meaningful smile. And this is precisely why reaching the status of a centenary planetary empire should be your ultimate goal. It is, after all, the goal of every planetary empire. Then she continued. Each sector contains multiple centenary empires, and every single one of them respects the others. It is incredibly rare to hear of centenary planetary empires engaging in open conflict, and even rarer to hear of one being wiped out. An event like that might occur once every hundreds of thousands of years, and when it does, the news shakes the entire universe. The balance between these empires is carefully maintained because none of them wish to risk the massive losses that would come from a direct confrontation. Their longevity depends on their ability to maintain stability and avoid reckless wars. Robin remained silent for a few moments, absorbing the weight of her words. So my goal should be to establish a centenary planetary empire? He muttered under his breath, his gaze drifting into the distance as if trying to see a future where that possibility became reality. Slowly, he nodded. That also makes sense. Achieving that title would mean ascending to the level of true planetary rulers, no longer just a growing power but a recognized force that could stand among the giants. Even if surrounded by similarly formidable entities, he would be able to hold his ground without constantly fearing annihilation. It was a level of power where he could dictate his own fate rather than constantly reacting to the whims of stronger entities. Then, with a thoughtful look, Néhari lowered the second finger she had raised earlier. The second mistake you made, and something incredibly important that I have been meaning to discuss with you, is about those planets named Gouda and Poison Rock, or rather, the planets belonging to the Great Serpent Empire as a whole. What about them? Robin raised an eyebrow, sensing the gravity in her voice. They are not located in Young Sector 99. Néhari replied firmly. Robin's heart skipped a beat. What did you just say? The weight of her words struck him like a sledgehammer, sending his thoughts into chaos. The Great Serpent Empire is in a different planetary sector. That does not make any sense. Did not you say that there are massive boundaries separating each sector, filled with natural disasters, space-time distortions, and vast cosmic distances? How could I have been fighting across one this entire time without realizing it? This is impossible. A storm raged within his mind. The information contradicted everything he understood about the structure of the universe. It is that suspicious wormhole that appeared directly above me, Néhari said, shrugging her small shoulders as if the explanation was simple. If I am not mistaken, the direction of the wormhole suggests that it connects Sector 99 to the neighboring Sector 100. Somehow, for some unknown reason, this wormhole has bypassed all the formidable barriers that normally separate two sectors and created a stable passage between them, right above me. Robin stared at her, his pulse pounding in his ears. That. His voice came out hoarse. How is that even possible? We have been traveling back and forth as if nothing was unusual. I have sent entire fleets through. I have conducted full-scale invasions. And yet, I never once noticed anything strange. How could a passage between two sectors remain secret like this? Néhari remained calm, her golden eyes steady as she explained. Unfortunately, we can say that the boundary between the two sectors no longer exists, at least, not functionally. If you possess a coordinate from Sector 100 and use any means of space travel that relies on the laws of space, be it a space portal, a warp drive, or a void-ripping vessel, your navigation system will automatically search for the closest viable route. And in this case, the closest and most efficient route is the wormhole. This means that every time you traveled to or from the planets of the Great Serpent Empire, you were passing through the wormhole first without realizing it. When the Great Serpent Empire launched its invasion against your territory, I personally saw their fleets emerging from the wormhole before spreading out to attack. But I do not know if they themselves even realized that they were fighting in a completely different sector the entire time. Robin's vision blurred for a moment as the weight of her words crushed down on him. He was not just expanding his empire in a single sector, he had unknowingly spread his reach into two entirely different sectors. The implications were dizzying. What do I do now? His voice came out low, almost trembling. Should I abandon those planets in Sector 100? He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The mere thought of giving up the planets he had fought so hard for made his stomach churn. Those 9 planets were not just resources, they were the greatest spoils of war he had ever claimed. Each of them carried value that he had yet to touch. And even worse, if the major players in Sector 99 were already a looming threat in his mind, then what about the ones in Sector 100? Would they tolerate his presence if they discovered his existence? Would they see him as a small fry to be crushed, or as a potential ally? Néhari sighed softly, sensing his turmoil. That is entirely up to you, she said, her tone almost gentle. I have never heard of a wormhole of this magnitude before. One vast enough to allow entire fleets to pass through. One stable enough to maintain its integrity even during the chaos of war. One that directly links the hearts of two different sectors. In my opinion, this is nothing short of a cosmic miracle. She paused for a moment before listing his options. From what I can see, you have 3 choices. The first is to consult your overlord and find a way to close or seal the wormhole, abandoning the planets of the Great Serpent Empire in the process. Robin felt a surge of frustration rise in his chest. Abandon those planets? Just like that? How could he let go of something he had bled for? And second, the all-seeing God, helping him with something that even a spirit of a planet had called a miracle? That damn all-seeing God would not even answer him most of the time. Expecting help from him was almost laughable. Néhari smirked, a glint of ambition flashing in her eyes. The second option is to fully exploit the wormhole, because right now, no one else knows about it except for you. Robin felt his breath hitch. Do not you understand what this means? Néhari's voice grew more intense. You now have the ability to expand your influence in 2 different sectors at the same time, without any additional cost. There are countless powerful figures who dream of attempting something like this, but they always face a fundamental issue: how to transport their armies across the vast barriers between sectors. At best, they can only support an empire in another sector by sending resources periodically, forming slow trade networks, and indirectly influencing the region. But you can move your entire army freely between 2 different sectors. You can build 2 centenary empires at the same time, one in each sector. No one else has this advantage. Robin's heart pounded. The possibilities that Néhari was laying out before him were almost too massive to comprehend. A true multi-sector empire. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.